Yo, pause the coffee, Miso.
Busy too.
Pause the coffee so everyone comes in.
I said the voice stuff. I'm seeing you very active in the groups and mashallah.
Everyone come to the videos right now.
Probably not this month because it's in
We gotta get this party started.
It's a little far.
Yeah.
I don't want to be known as the guy who throws events on Muslim Standard Time.
Yeah, you should probably go.
Because then you are going to be like on Twitter, oh man, Muslim professionals, they're just like another Muslim group.
I'm in Garland.
Being late.
Garland. Okay, so that's kind of east of Richards.
Yeah,
What's
it's
up?
like super far. It's like an hour long drive, like an hour and a half.
We'll get it
Yeah,
fixed.
yeah.
It's like
It's not far. Yeah, no. I'm glad to see you.
Did you?
I think the sound is slightly getting better now that I'm getting closer to the stage.
I passed it at the end of last year.
Oh, mashallah. How'd you do it?
Well, it took a lot of work. It was not easy. Have you got married, by the way?
Alright, try to sit in the front so I don't feel lonely.
Good to see you.
I see it from you.
Yeah, bro. Or like,
So we're helping each other.
or you just okay.
So,
That's what I thought. You want to hang out with me?
quick pivot. So, I was only gonna be able to get
Keep
power.
talking.
So,
So raise your
how
hand if
comfortable
you're
are you
from out of
recording
state.
yourself?
And I'm not going to sound like a robot. We're fixing it. So, who's from out of state here?
I've done it, but
Nice. Who's from Texas?
If you're not comfortable, that's fine.
look
Alright.
at
Who's
Where?
from Dallas?
you. You have all these cool.
So,
Hey,
the
shout
idea
out
I'm trying
Dallas.
to get here is like,
The Big D.
we want
What
people
about
to
Houston?
send
Who's from
ideas,
H-Town? Alright, we got one
the
person
power
from
storytelling,
H-Town.
why
What about Austin?
storytelling to be able to,
Alright, yeah,
achieve our personal and collective objectives.
cool. We're going to
And
get started
then
pretty
we
soon.
want
We're just fixing the
encourage people
audio.
to,
Once the
sign
audio's
up for
fixed, we're
courses.
going to do opening remarks. And then
Kind
we're
of the
going to
things
get
that we
into
were
it.
talking about, right? So,
Inshallah.
and then, putting that on video and then like showing that people are interested. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
By the way, if you see someone wearing a blue
I
vest,
need to try it.
you
I'm
should probably
not
say hi to
comfortable
them.
fully yet.
Sure.
Alright, they're
Like
pretty
I
cool
haven't gotten there
people.
to like get.
We're going to be
showing
introducing
myself.
them later,
But
just
I
as a
will.
preview.
I
Talk
can't
to the
commit to
guy
it. I
with
can
the
Okay,
try.
yeah, no worries.
Okay.
The other thing is,
Take selfies with them too.
so do you know which program you want to be in?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the schedule again. But I wanted to be. This me. I could pull away at some of the network kind of times potentially, and then there's one other mental health ones, yes means, and then, but I definitely wanted to be at. Let me text you.
I think I have it already, or
Cool.
I text
The room is filling up.
Yeah.
Man, B-Cell,
Gonna-
we gotta
I was
get
looking
them
at it
shut
on my
down for a
screen.
little bit. Otherwise, no one's coming in. Who loves B-Cell? Raise your hand. They're pretty fire. Pretty fire.
They had because like they don't have the names here online. I was looking at they had the names and stuff, so I was just trying to see who was presenting.
I have the one with the names. Hold on.
That's what I was like looking at. Let me sit down and then I'll text you. I was supposed to do that this morning before I left and I got rushed.
Who? Jamshed Bhai? Yeah.
I'll
Yo, shout out Jamshed Bhai.
There was
I sounded like him for a little bit before with the
and
audio.
then I think there's some
All of the
gaps in
youths?
between, 1, 2, and then there's like a gap in between.
Yeah, it's a place.
So you're gonna listen to this one? So the 10 o'clock
Oh, yeah.
or 10:30?
Is it? I guess it's
Oh, you're running late.
They're running late,
It's
yeah.
10 o'clock.
All right.
And then.
I think we're pretty good. We're gonna make one more round outside. So I'm gonna run,
I was gonna use
and then
yes
get people to
means at
come
10:30,
in,
right?
and then I'm gonna start.
Right,
Okay?
right.
Give me 2 seconds.
And the healing panel, you want to be
Yes, that's what I was
in
looking
that
at.
one?
That's what I was looking at.
All right,
And then
you
there's the Q&A
get in
to
there.
be there.
Yeah, get in there.
And what about
You
the
get in
12
there. Get in there. We need you in there.
Yes, I wanted to.
Yo, you two,
It's like
get in
basically-
there.
I guess
Right
like,
now. Right now.
The splits would be like the networking time, I guess the Q&A time. I guess
Yeah,
the
like you guys right there. They're making chai for Visa. They're teaching you how to make chai right now. Yo, guys, let's go. Let's go. We gotta start. We're super late now. You guys will get your place online again. I promise.
I would say 11, I guess 11, 11:30.
Last line. All right, that's fair.
12:45 till,
Hey, yo,
I guess even till.
come in. We gotta do
that
opening remarks and then you can come
Kind
back.
of just being there around, and maybe me.
All right, let's go, guys. Let's go.
Network and then
All the muscle dudes.
Something
Come on.
like that.
Let's go. Let's get inside, guys.
Let's see.
Guys, let's
Two
go.
like main kind of blocks.
All the tables, no one's coming to your booths right now. Let's go get inside. Let's fill that room out, guys.
Okay, how about this? So,
Yeah.
look at the schedule. Text me the times that you want to be in the panels.
Where are my New Yorkers at? You're
And at those times,
all right.
switch. Okay.
I think we're good. I think we can start.
I'll be here.
All right, I'll
So
come
this will
over
be
here,
here.
bro.
We're just gonna ignore the places. There's no request.
So you can just go around meeting.
All right.
Exactly. So.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Can I get a welcome salam? All right, yo.
And then
Awesome.
check
So my
out
name is Zohaib.
Website.
Okay.
Run around. There's still a lot of people on the BSO
Not
line.
even talking to people.
I know,
both
coffee's
Kofi
great.
and
Coffee's
myself, just,
good.
like, as
Yeah,
a
yeah.
Okay.
Letter.
I wanted to be a doctor.
Our
Who else wanted to be a doctor? in this
I'll
room?
focus on the circle.
Are you guys
And
doctors?
our event.
No.
and
All right,
this
cool.
thing.
So,
And then,
did anyone else want to be an engineer?
I want to introduce you to Zohaib.
Cool. Did you guys become engineers? So, okay, we got one. All right, cool. Nerd. I'm just
One of
kidding.
the main guys.
No, so basically,
Well connected. In the
I'm gonna rewind about 12 years
He
ago.
knows a lot of shit.
I had
Yeah.
a situation back in college. I actually had to drop out because I was getting severe panic attacks. And if you don't know, panic attacks are kind of crazy. You feel like you're getting a heart attack and you can't breathe and you can even black out sometimes. I had to drop out of school completely because I just didn't really get why I was getting these panic attacks. But one thing that resonated with me, and this is after going to a lot of therapists and all this stuff, I went to a Desi uncle doctor and he was just like, Beta, you should just take some break. I'm like, all right, take a break. But how does a Muslim immigrant kid take a break? You know, we can't really do that. More years, I took an acting class once I got back into college, and then I wanted to be an actor. That didn't work out. COVID happened. So, as everyone else does, they binge TV, and I binge watched Silicon Valley, and I was like, yo, a bunch of sweaty dudes building product and all this stuff, that looks pretty cool. So I got into tech. And this was when I was like 25, okay? So I was working at the mall, straight up. Fast forward a few more years, I've exited 2 companies now. So the whole point of this event is we're gonna be talking to or listening to a lot of people that have made career pivots, okay? They started off doing one thing, they ended up doing something else. We're gonna be talking to people who've done spiritual pivots, okay? Even the imams that are coming, they're reverts. They didn't start off as Muslims, which is, you know, a journey in itself. And then finally, we're gonna be listening to mental health experts and people that are in the sports, psychiatry world, etc., to kind of get you realigned, refocused, and to enable this thought process that, yo, like, you can always pivot at any point in time, okay? We're also gonna have different breakout sessions throughout. There's gonna be workshops in another room. The agenda is being rescheduled right now because we had a few flights that had to get rescheduled from Houston. So like Dallas, there's a storm obviously going on. Some flights had to stop in Houston, some flights stopped in Austin for some of our panelists. So just don't stress out. The agenda is just being readjusted right now, and then just refresh it in about 15, 20 minutes, it will be adjusted. So you'll know which room to go to, okay? So the MC of tonight, or today, is gonna be Adham Al-Jami. He's my boy. Give him a round of applause. He's also had a lot of pivots. So every single person in this room, I mean not in this room, but every single person, even our event planner, has had a pivot. She was a psychiatrist. She's doing event planning now. Crazy, right? So it's gonna be a cool day. Please try to network. Huge tip, if you have an iPhone, sorry Androids, but if you bump, let's bump right now. Touch tips with your phones and you can share contact information. Our goal for tonight or today should be leave with at least 3 new friends, 3 new contacts. Doesn't need to be business related. It could just be like, yo bro, let's play some Xbox together, or hey, Aisha, let's go hang out at the, you know, bazaar together. I don't know like what girls do, but you know, what guys do, we play video games. So do that, please, okay? That's the whole point of putting everyone into this room. So I'm going to pass over the mic to Adham, but just quick shout out to Ruba and Umar Nasruddin. They were my two accomplices to make this thing happen, and Dr. Shahala, who this was her entire idea. So she hit us up, she was like, hey, can you help me plan this? And she put in a lot of money to make this happen. So please make these connections. This was for you guys. All right, I'm gonna pass it over to Adham.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Give it up for Zaid. Rounding up everybody like cattle. We are starting on time, which is good. So I will be your MC for tonight. When it comes to the schedule, I will kind of tell you what we're doing, where everything is. For people actually right now, right next door at the Windhaven room, we are starting with the Journey. Yep, okay. So the Journey, building the right connections for your next chapter is starting right now in the Windhaven room. And then we will be having a panel here on the Freedom panel, you know, quit the clock, own your vision, with me, Zuhaib, Mohammed Joyo, Zainab Joyo, Yasmin Tadia, and that will start shortly. If there's any changes or anything, I will keep you posted, I'll keep you updated. And the app or the website will be updated as well with the most active or current schedule. Thank you guys very much. We're gonna go ahead and get started shortly with the panel. Do we have everybody here ready? Okay, we're just gonna waiting for everyone else. Thank you. So everybody here is from Dallas, it sounded like, huh?
Most part.
Who's here? Who's the furthest one out from here? London, huh? Anybody further than London? No, this is it. Outside of London, who's the furthest one out? Anybody else from outside the country? This is it. This is the community. This is the Dallas community, huh? Nice. Well, I actually grew up in Dearborn. Has anybody been to Dearborn? Nice. Dearborn's got like the highest concentration of Arabs outside the Middle East. It's like where we do our birthright trip. If you're Arab, we go there. I do live in LA now. I'll keep you guys updated on my life until we get the panel up here. Has anybody been to LA?
Yeah.
Nice. I'm surprised you guys came back to Dallas. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna get shot. No, my wife and I, we meet again at LA. We'll probably end up in Virginia or New York. A little bit more Muslim community out there.
Why, you don't like
All right,
Orange
looks
County?
like we're rounding up the speakers. Y'all ready? They're drinking chai. That's the new thing.
You can drink chai up on the stage.
Yemeni coffee or chai? What's the vote here? Raise your hand for Yemeni coffee. Oh, okay. What about chai? All right. I'm asking the wrong crowd. Chai's the winner. All right. Come on up. All right, welcome. Do you have a mic? All right, thank you all for joining. This is the Freedom Panel. Quit the clock, own your vision. We're gonna look into entrepreneurship. These are people who left their 9-to-5 job. And we have with me Mohammed Joyo, Zainab Joyo, Yasmin Tadia, and Zuhaib Baratu. I'm actually going to let you guys all introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself, just very briefly, and then we'll go ahead and kind of get a better description or understanding of kind of where you're at now and how you got started.
Hey guys, my name is Mohammed. I go by Mojo. I'm one of the founders of Electrico. I started my career out as a software engineer. I worked at Google, DoorDash. I'm actually, a bit of a fraud, I guess. I'm still working. So I haven't fully transitioned yet, but we can get into that a little bit later.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. My name is Yasmin Tadia. I'm the CEO and founder of a company called Make Your Life Sweeter. We focus on doing dessert experiences and luxury activations globally for high-end clients and celebrities. We travel, we've been in business for 13 years. I also have a patent on mini cotton candy. We are launching new brands every single year, and we focus specifically on the high-end market, ranging from, we do all the events for Meta, all the way to Neiman Marcus. So just depending on the client, we basically curate customized experiences to launch a brand or to create a moment that's Instagrammable for their guests.
Assalamualaikum. I'm Zohaib. I run a company called Refunnel. We are a UGC rewards platform where we basically help brands go viral by setting up rewards, challenges, etc. for creators and people like yourselves to make content for brands and get paid for it.
Hello. Okay. Assalamualaikum everyone. My name is Zainab. I am the co-founder of LA Chico. I started off in tech in product and growth marketing, and then I worked at big companies like Meta, and then also startup companies before transitioning full-time into LA Chico almost 2 years ago now. So yeah, that's what I do full-time.
Wonderful. So considering the topic, I'd love to learn more about kind of, you've all touched a little bit on where you were or where you currently are. Where was that moment or the, I guess, sign that you were like, okay, now I have to take a step in this direction? What led you to making that step? Because I think a lot of us, you know, me personally, we stay in that area for a very long time. We have this idea that we want to make this jump. Tell us about how you got there. I know a lot of you are kind of halfway in, specifically Muhammad. But we'd love to learn about what got you over that hurdle. And we can start with you, and then go.
I think when we first started Light Chico, I don't think it was something that, you know, I knew what I was getting into, or, you know, that it was gonna be what it ended up being. We kind of started out because it was a little bit of a family need. Like we wanted to start a family business together, to kind of like, you know, my dad had this job, he'd go back to Pakistan, and you know, he spent most of the year outside of the country, and so this was a way for us to like be like, hey, like come work on this business together, stay here with us full time, and you know, that was kind of the motivation behind it. And Eli Chico, or you know, starting a chai company was something I'd been thinking about for a few years. I just never had the courage to go and do it. You know, so having that motivation behind me, I started looking into it, and you know, I every step along the way, I was looking for reasons not to do it. But you know, there's lots of signs, my family encouraging me, and you know, Zainab encouraging me to kind of take the leap and just try it out. Once I started, I realized that this is kind of what I was meant to do. Not just run a chai company, but you know, kind of do my own thing, be an entrepreneur. It became pretty clear that this is the direction I want to go in, because I'm the type of person who likes new things. I like challenges. I love learning something new. So staying in my job was just kind of monotonous and not very exciting. I wasn't really going anywhere. So you know, when I started Light Chico, it became very, very clear that this is what I need to like focus on for, you know, probably the rest of my life.
Focus.
So I actually love the question earlier of how many people were pre-med. Can I get a hand raise of how many people were pre-med? Because I failed organic chemistry. How many people failed organic chemistry like me? So I actually decided that I was actually going to not go to med school, to my parents' disappointment, and went into HR instead. And I was the corporate director of HR for the largest hotel company in New York City. I had 10,000 people in my portfolio, and I was grinding. Like, I was working really, really hard. I became a single mom when my son was 6 months old. His name is Zane, and many people that know the business or have been to an event have met him. He's been in the business since he was 3 now, so he's 16. So I've been doing this for 13 years, but I actually decided to make a leap because of the demands of the corporate life. Our whole corporate office actually lived in Dallas, and we flew to New York Tuesday through Thursdays because it was cheaper to have employees in Dallas, and we owned the hotels. So we would spend, a week in New York, come back, and it was exhausting. And as a single mom, I just couldn't live that lifestyle anymore. I invented an experience called Fluff Pop, and Fluff Pop is mini cotton candy on a stick. And I decided that I was gonna, firstly, I think the most important thing with, I get this question all the time in a non-Muslim setting, and I answer it slightly differently because they don't really understand. But I think the most important thing, I guess first to ask, how many people here are on the fence? Like, are you wanting to leave your job? Are you wanting to start something new? Are you wanting to stay in what you have and have a side hustle? Anybody in any of those categories? Okay, so we got a lot of people. My number one piece of advice is go pray istikhara. Like, that is going to be the best advice I got. Pray istikhara. I prayed istikhara the day I ended up leaving corporate America, and Fluff Pop just came to me, and it felt right. I put 3 months of savings away to see if this would work. If not, I could go back to my corporate world. We were featured in Glamour magazine 3 months after I started. Neiman Marcus picked us up month 4, and we were doing events all over the country. So I really am, I really think there is importance in making sure that you're grounded in your faith and, taking that time to just ask Allah if it's the right moment for you.
That's crazy. Yeah, I want to close Neiman Marcus as a client, so if you can make that referral. For me, I was tired of making other people millionaires. So, I had a few exits where I didn't know how to do equity deals and negotiate contracts and stuff like that, and I made one dude, I don't know, $40 million, then I made another guy, like a 25-year-old kid, 20 million. And then I was like, dude, I keep getting pennies. And this might sound kind of like, very shallow, but I feel like I should be making that kind of money too, right? So it's like, well, the only way to do that now is I gotta start my own thing. I've built my connections over the years, and it's time to just run it up. So, now that's what me and my friend are doing. It's 2 brown dudes running a company, and it's really, really cool because you don't really see people who look like us at a lot of the events that I go to. And it's been an incredible experience because I'm getting to choose who gets invited now because I'm sponsoring the events and all that stuff. So I'm bringing in people that typically don't look like the crowd that's there too. So you guys can already assume or make assumptions on what I'm trying to get at here. And yeah, that's my real motivation, is putting people like me, people like Ismail, people like Adham, people like Yasmin, Zainab, Mojo, in those rooms. And if I have an in right now, that's kind of what keeps driving me to do this every day. So yeah, that's my motivation to just do it myself.
I love that story because I feel like there's a lot of people, especially here, that feel like they might not deserve it or can achieve that level of success too, or that level of wealth. So it's also partly a mindset shift and understanding and accepting that you too can do whatever you set out to do. I think for me, I actually got laid off in November of 2024, and so I was kind of working part-time with LA Chico. I was mostly helping Mojo with marketing. It's here and there, just supporting role mostly. And then when I got laid off, I was at this weird crossroads in my career because I could either go into this full time or I could continue to just look for another job. And I had never been in that position before. And I'm sure for a lot of you, similarly, you were probably also raised traditionally to find a stable and secure job in a top field, get higher education. And so similarly, I was also never raised to think like an entrepreneur or to become one. And so I naturally never prepared for it. And so I was at this weird point, you could give it your best shot and you're doing really well with the marketing. If you realize that it's too much or you don't like it, you could always go back to the dark market. Like, why does it have to be such a big thing? And now, because you've done that thing, you now have a really unique story to tell, right? But if you don't want to do it, if for whatever reason we fail, like, who cares? You still have like experience and a story to tell. And if you decide not to do it, that's okay too, right? So I think that like reassurance gave me the confidence that I needed to finally like jump in full time, because I sort of had this fallback plan that if things didn't work out, I could always figure something else out in the end. There will always be other opportunities and another path for you if you have the faith, right? I also think that like going in now 2 years later, like we never would have imagined being in the position that we're in now, alhamdulillah, but we also, our growth would have been a lot slower if both of us were doing this full time, and we wouldn't have been able to achieve the things that we wanted to, and it would have just been kind of this like side hustle for the longest time. But I think because one of us went into this full time, we kind of were able to take it to the next level, and now it's kind of this stepping stone for like Mojo to also follow suit and go into this, and give it all he's got as well. And now that we've done this, I don't think that we could ever go back to like the job market or finding like another tech job, because now we've already done the thing and we've already like faced that fear and we've already gained the experience. So it's kind of it's pretty peaceful thought to know that like, oh, you can actually do literally anything you want and you have the control, and like you're not beholden to like the recruiter or the HR manager to maybe potentially hire you or for you to find that dream job that you might not end up landing. You can go and create it yourself. And so I think that like mindset shift for me was like the thing that I was like, oh, okay, like this is, I think this is it for me now. Like I think this is like the way forward for.
Inshallah. I love the istikhara part, and I love leaning on faith. And I know we're telling a lot of people to jump into entrepreneurship. It's the old saying that people quit their 40-hour job to work 90 hours for themselves. Entrepreneurship, for those that have attempted at it, tends to be actually very gruesome, very lonely, and very, very hard. And they always say that first-time founders are lucky because they're naive, they don't know what they're getting into. Tell us about how you have leaned onto faith or each other, especially in, as you said, Zuhaib, there's not that much people in these communities that look like us that can lead as examples. Would love to know how you navigate through these very hard times. I know Zainab and Muhammad, you have each other, and Yasmin, you by yourself. Would love to learn how you get through those, who you lean on, and kind of how faith comes into the picture.
Yeah, like I mean, entrepreneurship is hard. If I just look back, I've had probably the lowest lows of my life and the highest highs of my life in the past 2 years. And it is also very lonely because nobody else really understands what you're going through. My parents don't get it. Sometimes even Zainab doesn't get it. And you can find other founder friends and entrepreneurs that can sort of understand, but nobody really understands the struggle. And then on top of that, you're kind of operating in no man's land. There's no real like blueprint. There's no real like map. I think that's why like a 9-to-5 is so comforting, is because it's clear, it's safe. You know where you're gonna go. You're gonna slowly climb the ladder, and you have some direction that someone else has figured out for you. So you're operating in this uncertainty. You have no idea what's gonna happen tomorrow. Someone might call me up and be like, hey, I'm quitting tomorrow. And then like all of our plans just go to shambles, and we gotta figure everything else out again. And I think because of this, like, I've always kind of struggled with, praying and stuff like that. And I feel like now because of all this uncertainty, I've realized like how little control I have of my life and what happens in it. And I think that's like humbled me a lot, you know. And you know, now it's like I spend more time thinking about, you know, prayer and reflecting a lot more, and it gives me that time to kind of, you know, pray and realize, hey, like I'm not the one in control. I'll do the best that I can. I'm gonna put all like my efforts in. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the one. At the end of the day, you know, it's His plan. So you know, I think that perspective shift has been like, I think a lot of people go into this and they have the opposite thing where they have to get this huge ego, you know, and I feel like that's super dangerous. But I think for me personally, like it's given me the sense of humility that I did not have before.
You know, I do agree that you do work 80 hours a week, but the one thing I will say is I actually love 80% of my job. 20% I don't love, but the 80% I love, and it doesn't feel like work to me. It actually, it makes me feel like I have purpose, and it makes me feel like I'm making a difference in the world. I will say that from a perspective of, you know, growing in this business, it is lonely on top. I'll be very, very honest with you. It's very lonely. You lose a lot of friends. I lost a lot of friends just because I, you know, most of my friends from college. Also, I think as you get older and being Muslim, you tend to have so many differences with your non-Muslim friends than your Muslim friends, and so you end up growing a bigger circle with your Muslim friends and maybe distancing a little bit from your non-Muslim friends. And so that, I think Allah helped me through that in the sense of we were not on the same playing field. They all discouraged me from leaving my job. They all told me I was making a terrible decision. They all told me that I was a single mom and this was not good for Zayn. I'm very blessed that, yes, my dad did want me to go to med school because my dad's a doctor, but my dad's also an entrepreneur. So when he left South Africa, we left during the apartheid, my dad came to America to start a medical supply company. And so he was my #1 champion, even though he really wanted me to be a doctor. And so I'm very lucky that I have that, and I can bounce things off of him. From a growth perspective, the hardest part of being an entrepreneur, #1, is accountability. When you worked in a corporate job, you always had someone holding you accountable. You always had a boss, unless you were the CEO. You always had a boss, you always had somebody telling you what you were doing right and wrong, to some extent, if you have a good leader. But when you're on your own, it's really hard to hold yourself accountable. So having accountability partners are really, really important. And so what I did early on was I created this model called the Circle of Influence, and I put all the things that I want to be in my life into different categories and found people in each category that are in my life. So I know like the best person I look at as being a single mom, or somebody I look up to that's a single mom, and I put her in that mentorship category. And when I have an issue with that, I go to her. When I have somebody that is like, I have a question about, I got sued by the largest candy company in the world within 6 months of starting my business. I had somebody that had been in entrepreneurship for a while, and being able to call them and say, what do you think? Is this a good idea? Is this a bad idea? In 2017, I got approached by Shark Tank. I luckily had a mentor that told me absolutely not, decline it, do not do this, it's not the right thing for your brand. And I needed that because I was so excited that they wanted me on the show that I was gonna go all out there. Having a village is really important. If you hear me ever talk about my business, I never say I always say we. No investor, because my mom, Allah yarhamah, she helped me take care of my son when I needed it. My dad was a part, my friends played a big role, my cousins came and helped me in the beginning, and so making sure that you really foster that relationship with your village. Aisha, who's on the front row, like, I'd be stuck in a meeting and Zayn would be at school and she would just go pick him up for me. You know, having a village and being able to ask for help, because I think a lot of us really struggle with the ability to ask for help. So really making sure that you're like fostering that village and making sure that you're cultivating relationships to help you get there.
Shout out to all the moms. Just wanted to say, like, whether you're working like as a founder or you're a homemaker, like you still have a job. Like it's tough. So yeah, they're founders.
Especially single moms. Like there are a lot of single moms in this room, and it is hard. It's very hard.
Yeah, like a lot of people sleep on this. Like they're not appreciative of like a lot of the men in this room. They're probably founders of a business, but like you know, like my wife right now, she's taking care of the kids while I'm doing this. And to me, this is a fun activity for her. She's taking care of two annoying kids that are yelling at her and like pulling on her hair and stuff. So like, you know, just wanted to call that out. Is anyone not a founder in this room? Raise your hand. Cool. I'm not technically a founder either. So I jumped on a project and then I, you know, got equity because of being really, really good at one thing, right? Which is growing companies. So like getting the brand out there and knowing who to talk to. And honestly, the circle of influence thing is like perfect wording. I just knew which category leader was the right person to talk to, so then you like get in front of them and then trickle down effect, boom, your business can, you know, pop off. But I just wanted to say, like, it's okay to not be the guy who started the company or the woman who started the company and join later, or just work for someone, whatever. The main thing for me was always, I want to learn as much as I could, because we have one life. Two, when you stop learning, you basically die. Like, your brain dies. So your brain cells need to be worked. And so that's kind of how I just automatically would fall into like an entrepreneurial type of role, right? Where I'm making my own decisions, whatever. But I'll tell you this, it kind of sucks making decisions, because sometimes I've had to fire people. It's not fun. Like, you know, the P&Ls kind of told me I have to do it. And I kind of destroyed people's lives like that. Like, you know, in your head, that's what you're constantly like thinking about. You're like, yo, like, how are they gonna eat now? Like, all that stuff. So, obviously I have to change my mindset and be like, hey, look, let me help you find another job. This just isn't the one for you type of situation. But just wanted to throw that out there. Like, this entrepreneurship, like, we're all here on the stage. Like, everyone's glamorizing it on Twitter, on Facebook, LinkedIn, whatever. You go on LinkedIn, everyone's like, yeah, you know, like, I broke free from the corporate life. Sometimes corporate life is the right thing for you. It's just, it is what it is. You know, when I was at Oracle, I was having the time of my life. I'd skip work, like whatever, like work from home, but I was by the pool. I got to relax and I was making money. I'm just saying. So it's really like, what works for you? Like, for me, it got really boring and I felt like I was dying. Like, I was getting depressed and I was like, all right, I need to challenge myself mentally. So just for those people like who have a corporate job, like, your job is still important, and you know, you don't need to jump into entrepreneurship. It's actually not as fun as you think. It's just like a psychopathic kind of thing to
I
do.
love it. I
Like,
disagree. It's so fun.
It's fun, but like for psychopaths like us, like we're just
I'm a
like
psychopath.
It's not a
let's just
choice.
admit it. Like,
Yeah.
let's just
I
admit
would
it.
say-
It is a little like crazy, dude. Like, it's so hard to balance everything, and you're like, you have to really, really love this thing. Otherwise, like, yo, like, it's okay to just work a corporate job if you're like, this is making me depressed. Just go with your body, go with your brain, like what you're feeling. For me, the corporate life was making me feel miserable. That's why I went into this world. Otherwise, my brother, he's a lifer at Apple, and he's making more money than me. I'll just tell you that. But he's doing good, and figure out what your goals are. My goal isn't to make money necessarily. It was to build a business that, you know, non-Muslims use, and that's probably what you feel too, right? That's me, and you guys at Lychee, like, yo, I look at your Instagrams, like, white people are drinking chai now, right? That's crazy. White people like brown people stuff now. When I was in high school, I was like, you know, I want to be a white boy, like, you know, like that, like.
I mean, my clients know what faluda is, which is hilarious.
There we
Like,
go.
they've never had a rose milkshake before.
Yeah, so like, you have to like really want to do it and love it. But yeah, I would say like most of us are psychopaths. Like, that's the best way I can explain it. You know, I don't know. Sorry if it's insulting.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think the question was faith.
Yeah. So the question was about faith. Well, I mean,
Always
I
have
think
hope.
on that topic is how do you
Right.
get through? Yeah, entrepreneurship is not easy, right? You have to be. If it's a choice, it's not for you. Like, you have to feel like this is my only option. And when you are in it, it is very hard, and it is very lonely. Even though, you know, sometimes 80% of the time it's fun. So how do you get through those tough moments? I mean, it's very glamour on social media and stuff, but on the other side, 9 out of 10 businesses fail. You know, for every person that slept on a bench and made it rich, there's still people still on those benches. But we don't talk about that. And so how do we get through those moments? And that's
I think the fact that I'm not doing this alone makes me feel better about this because I trust Mojo, and I'd like to think that he also really trusts me to like get things done and do the work. And we also have family around us too. Like his parents are really involved in it. We also just hired his sister, so very family business. And so now I have to work with my in-laws like every day, and it's just like a different relationship, right? Because like now I'm living with like my business partner and my life partner, and so it's in navigating those relationships and just doing it with the best of intentions and having that level of respect is so important. But yeah, there will be a lot of tough moments. I think like for me, it's helped me grow personally in a whole different way. Like I've focused on my personal journey and growth a lot more than like if I wasn't doing this. And I think part of it was because it was like we were now on social media and like we're kind of in public and like there's like people watching you, and so you're like, I don't want to like, I just want to be able to be myself, but I also know that like there's also a different version of me that I would like to become, right? Like I want to be more patient, and I want to be like, I want to instill some better values in myself that are like according to Islam. And so it's been a lot of this personal journey too that's like allowed me to just serve my community better, myself, my husband, my entire family a lot better, just in navigating this like whole new experience. And so I think in general, like if you just have like the right intention behind what you're doing, and that you're going with it, you're going into it with full heart and soul, and with a mindset like that this is, you know, for your growth and for the sake of Allah, and you know, you're out there to like provide value for people and help your community, and to like do things for other people, like it'll just come back to you in more ways than you can imagine. And so I just try to like lead with that mindset a little bit more, and I think because of that, it's just, yeah, what I was saying, that like faith and that perspective has just allowed me and shaped me into the person that I like had always wanted to become as a kid, and the kind of person that I would have looked up to when I was a kid too.
Wonderful.
I thought that they were trying to take on Big Yemeni. Not gonna lie. Big Yemeni, you know? All the Yemeni cafes. Gotta take them down.
It's not
Tired of
not
it.
happening.
I'm pretty sure Kadakja is from
I feel like I'm being attacked as the only Yemeni on here. Are there any other Yemenis here? One other Yemeni, cameraman. There we go. Camera facing this way, cutting them off completely. Just to wrap up, for the audience members who are on the fence about this, what is one sentence, so keep it short, that you want to tell them to either get them started? I know a lot of us sit on an idea for so long. Would love to just kind of rapidly go through that, and then we kind of
3 words?
2 words?
3 words.
3 words. You can 3 words.
That's really hard.
All right. To the audience members on the fence, what do you have to say to them on entrepreneurship?
It's gonna be hard to put in 3 words.
And you just used your 3 words.
There you go.
Next.
Just do it.
We're not good at following directions, I'll say that. I think you will, like, if this is something you want to do,
Just do it.
Ironically, stability, you know? Someone could take your job away. If you're an entrepreneur, AI can't take your job away, right? Nothing that happens will take your job away. There's an apocalypse, right? You'll figure out how to make it work, you know? So.
Do what you love, money will come.
Just do it.
What did you say?
Just do it.
Just do it.
Yeah, just do it.
Mine is gonna be so lame, but talk to AI. I literally, okay, I know I'm not the only weirdo in this room, but I literally have like 10 to 15 minute conversations talking to like Claude, and I'll just like dictate everything and be like, I need to like blah, 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 find like an answer to something, or like create something, create a business plan, a pitch deck, whatever. And it's just like helps you just start and do something, right? So a lot of people are like, just start, just like go ahead and do it. But it's like tactically, just like use AI and like figure that
Just
part
AI
out.
it.
Just AI, yeah, exactly. Just AI,
Alright,
yeah.
so
You'll figure it
I
out.
will-
AI
say-
workshop at Windhaven,
All right, I'll stop here.
I will say that AI definitely is a great way to validate your idea. Just make sure that the AI is not always saying, great idea, sell your house and start another Yemeni coffee shop.
Can I add something to that? So I know it's not one sentence, but I just did, by the way, if there's any entrepreneurs in here and you'd like a recommendation, I just did the Goldman Sachs mini MBA program, and AI is really good, but for the founders that started more than like 3 to 5 years ago, it is really important to have your own creative juices. And what happens is when you put things into AI as an entrepreneur in the beginning, it silos you and puts you into a niche of like a way of thinking, where if you try to have the idea without talking to AI, your brain is going to come up with more creative things and then have AI run with it if you need to. But I think yeah, it's much easier to start a business now because of AI.
Definitely. It's a tool. Just make sure you use it right. That's been our panel. Let's give it up for the hosts of our panel. Thank you. Yes. Do you want to talk about your session?
Yeah, so I'm doing 30 with Windhaven. So I think it's only the first 30 people is what I was told.
Yeah, but if people want to sit on the floor, they can.
If you want to
steal
don't
some
sit
chairs
on
from
the
this
floor.
room.
But we'd love to welcome you in there and get to talk a little bit further.
Awesome.
Amazing, thank you. We're gonna do the alignment interval, just a networking kind of time to reset, connect with people. So thank you all for attending. We will be back on the stage shortly and update you on the next panels. Thank you.
So, what interested you in
Clients.
business?
Yeah, we're just trying to scale. But the issue is that a lot of we realized working with smaller clients that just don't have the budget doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So we have to target established businesses. I don't know how many in here. Some of these people that we're supporting, they're doing $1 million a month, man. Mashallah.
Here?
No, on some of our existing clients.
Oh.
So it's those are the clients that we want to, because they have the clients that we want to, because they have the budget. They understand that marketing will help.
Yeah. Send me the link to your business. I'll send it around. I'll show you part of it. Did you guys figure that out?
So most of now it's with UGC, the AI shit. We created a whole. Unless you gotta go, let me know.
No.
So we created this whole thing.
So you're telling me
if you can get into this early enough and specialize in one niche, so we created this whole, this is one of our clients, Reliance Security. We created this website for them. My Wi-Fi here sucks.
Yeah, no, it's not good.
Let me get off of the Wi-Fi. Team that can do all that, and they're all cheap.
Oh, really?
Margins, mashallah, is really good. Very healthy margins. Because my background's in finance, so anytime we structure a deal, I go at the per unit economics, meaning I'm looking and calculating how many hours, this and that. That's why it makes sense for us.
Is this still a side thing for you?
For me, it is. Bro, I'm at a director level for a wealth management company. We do 650 billion in assets. It's I don't work that hard. Insurance is cheap. I try to get insurance from the business. It's $1,000 a month. I pay two for full everything, $200 a month for the whole family. I'm that's stupid. I can tolerate this. We're trying to get to a point where it's if I can't do both, then yeah. But it's right now, my wife quit. She quit. She was at a VP level. She quit and she did it. So it's she's fully dedicated. We have a team. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no.
It doesn't make sense right now. But inshallah, maybe if we. All my stuff goes in investment. So I met this guy right here. We were talking. He does storages and stuff. So he's guaranteeing me 30%, right? 30% a year.
Fauzi. Amer. Rahim.
And I'm a money's guy. If you give me 30%, let's go. I'll put as much money as you want.
What do you do, Fauzi?
I'm the head of video production at Yaqeen.
Oh, wow, mashallah.
I just do side gigs, especially in Sohaib. He needed help.
Okay. I was gonna say last.
You have a business card by any chance?
Oh my god.
I don't. I haven't, like I said, I haven't done anything except for this guy.
Okay.
But FoziYahya.com, I can share it with you.
Yeah, that'd be good.
So, what do you do?
Self-storage. Real estate.
So he's basically the guy that all of us put our money in. They build out and buy storages, right? And we get a kickback. Passive income.
Yeah.
Best thing you can do.
So, how does it compare to Provision Capital?
Provision Capital. Give me one.
It's by Abdullah Madani. Very well known.
No, I don't
They're
know.
doing the same thing.
Yeah, they do real estate.
Real estate, but not self-storage,
self-storage.
right?
No, this is
Yeah.
different. But I'm saying it's the same thing where you invest and they give you, I think,
Yeah.
10%.
A lot of companies do that, but
Yeah.
self-storage is different, bro. This
Yeah.
is straight up MRR. These people are straight up. I was gonna. So that's funny because before him and I were talking, there was a place in Flower Mound I was trying to buy. It was like $700,000. I was trying to do the analysis. I was either looking to do a car wash or self-storage.
Take a picture of this.
I was trying to do either one of those, and yeah, it's just funny. But there's so much money. How much on average do you think it costs to build out like a
5 to
inside
15 million, depending on what quality you want to build. But this sort of talks about higher revenue flexibility, faster delinquency resolution, minimal turnover, and talks about how in real estate, with your revenue growth, you're basically growing multifamily by about 5% a year. You know, if you do a rate increase on somebody that's renting a house from you, right, you do about 5%, right? In self-storage, we average 25% a year. Why? Because your rent of 5 by 10,
forget that shit.
a 50 square foot unit, right? I increase it by 25%. You're going from $50 to $65. That's a $15 change. But here's the thing: for you to take a $15 hit, and you're going, I need to rent a truck, I need to destroy my weekend.
I just did that, by the way, recently because public storage increased. I started from 70 until now it was 130, and it was
There
like
you go.
rat infested.
There you go.
And I was like, I'm
Yeah.
out.
So he waited till he hit 130. So that's the thing.
That's the
Is
threshold,
that-
yeah.
Yeah. So people will
Everybody
see-
has it. Yep.
Yeah.
You're busy.
So you
just put exactly what you said.
Right. So but that's the great thing, right? You can increase multifamily
Yeah.
by almost 100% before that person will move out.
But I
They'll
was
move
pissed
out.
off. So you tell me I'm going to be the guy that's pissing people off?
Yes.
Well, who cares, man?
You know,
gotta make money
you're on
for
the other
yourself.
side making money.
Make money for your family, bro.
What's your phone number?
630-660-2637.
So on average, though, like if let's say if I give you 100, you pay monthly or quarterly, or how are you guys paying the dividend? Quarterly.
8% quarterly, and then you get a big chunk at the end.
8% quarterly. So you basically analyze it to see based off of like the overall.
Yeah.
Okay, so 8% of the total contribution, or 8% of what?
8% of the 8% of your total contribution. So if you give 100,000, it's $8,000 a year is what you get paid. $2,000 a month, quarter, which adds up to $8,000 a year. You get that, and then you get a big chunk when you sell the property. So over the course of 3 to 4 years, you make your 30% out.
So if I put $1 million, 80 a year, divided by 4, so I'm getting 20 a quarter, $6,000 a month, and then you're annualizing it based off of 30%. Is that so? How does that go contractually? Like you're still going to get 30% no matter what?
Correct.
Shit, we got
Average 30%.
Oh, we got time.
Average is 30%. But we're promising people 20% because
that's fine. That's fine. You have to. Look, I'm a numbers person.
But what I have
is
done,
doing 10 to 12.
but what I've averaged is about 34% a year. So 30 is my.
We need
my
to sit down and talk. All your money, you put this. I'm telling you, this is, and then you create. What we were talking about earlier, the family bank. You create an entity within your so your kids, if they need to go and buy a home, you show them in the next 10, 20 years.
Are you a credit investor by any chance? No.
Credit investor?
Yeah, credit investor. No. There's a title.
Yeah,
Your CPA designs if you
No.
designates if you are one or not.
No, these CPA people are just basic, man. They don't understand. But inshallah, when I figure it out, I'm trying to figure it out for myself. The goal in your head should be to create a family bank. This is what Yahoos do. All that money, everything you got, it goes in there. Look how, like it drives me crazy. Sorry, I'm passionate about this. All the money that your family can borrow against the family bank goes back into the family bank. And you just keep putting more money. So let's say you have to buy a car, rather than going to the bank, they go and get it from the family bank, they buy the car, and who do they pay back? The bank.
Wow.
And then you just keep putting, everybody, all your family keeps putting the money, and it just continues to grow, and you create generational, inshallah. Dude, if I can figure this out.
I don't know if they're talking about this here, but we're going to be talking about it.
This is the Yahoo's elite shit, bro. This
May
is
9th where?
We have we're doing a Ummat Expo.
I'm gonna try to go to the
at Jam. Yeah, Ummat. Yeah, so we're doing the Ummat Expo on May 9th, and we're going to talk about how to build the generational wealth.
Oh, I have a great guy too. One of my good friends. He does wills and stuff, Islamic wills and stuff. Fawzi.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard of Fawaz.
No,
he's
we have.
huge. He's the biggest person in Dallas. I'm trying to help him scale. So I'm gonna invite him, inshallah.
Because we have Farhana Qureshi and Usman Qureshi. They're talking about wills and trust.
Maybe they're competitors. This is the thing. You create people networks like this. Everybody has. He does videography. I do marketing technology. You do this. Everybody. We all grow. We create.
No, that's what I'm saying is I'd love to see if there's an opportunity for you to come in and do something similar to this. So we're expecting about 400 people there.
Okay. I'm more interested in doing with you guys than me doing the video, but inshallah.
Okay.
I sent you.
Text me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll send you the flyer.
You just gotta focus on what you do best, bro. That's it. I'm telling you, this since college, bro. When I was young. Just think about how simple. The reason they make it difficult is that there's a lot. So you create a board. Under the board, you create like an entity. Under the entity, you create. There's no. So they make it hard. So a person is big board. I'm a family of 6 brothers and sisters. Me, my parents. They have 13 acres and all those kids, they have kids. All of that money is going to go somewhere. Where's it going? It's going to Wells Fargo, all these bullshit things. Everybody puts their money there. Everybody borrows against it, puts it back.
Let's sit down.
Yeah.
Can you figure it out?
No, I'm trying to work through it. It's not easy. Bro, they make it. So there's the Aspire place that I went to. He spent 15 years as a tax architect. This guy's on a different level, right? I'm 35. I got time, inshallah, like to build some of this stuff up. But these people put each other like, I'm trying to like stay in the team and stay like, I'm like, you can have all the money in the world, but I don't know what the hell, bro. So, but there's a whole way. He created a tax architect where this guy's buying homes from a Roth IRA. Do you have a Roth?
I did, and then I took it out.
So Roths have a minimum $6,000 a year to $8,000 a year cap. This guy's doing hundreds of thousands of dollar deals with that. I don't know how. And it's all not. He back into it and he went around it. I'm gonna go network.
Okay.
All right, chill. Okay, let's do it. I'm in front of my computer, so yeah.
Thank you so much.
I know you're busy and doing 100.
I'm doing live
really
streaming.
mean to come down. I
Alright guys,
promise.
we're about to start our next
Our
panel.
agenda,
You guys
our
make it back to the
schedule
room.
is running late
Sure.
because there's so many
Yeah,
things happening at the same time.
Just
So we
to
need to
flex
make
some
sure.
muscles.
Okay, that's good. Okay, that's good.
So, yeah, how to go with the
I didn't get to really try it. But I mean, I'd already spoken to
And right now in Vintage, people are still.
But I think having
there's
it
like
there
100 people in that room right now. Yeah. So
Obviously
for
they're
Yasmin.
All right, guys, the next panel is about to
But it's about
start.
to
You guys can make it back into the room.
Check my heel.
He's been awesome. He's been helping so well.
You say me see next year I'm gonna come do the other way. I'm not walking. What'd you do, man? What did you do? No, it's all done. It's all gonna die. We're all gonna die. What are you guys running? Yeah, it's A7S3.
It's the next one. It's a panel after you guys. Yeah.
We have
But
break
he
and-
is out there making a sales pitch to some women.
Okay. Oh, well, that's a good one.
Exactly. Oh man, I was such a disaster on stage. I am not made for this stage. I'm made for this.
Panel's about to start,
I
guys.
just tried to make an announcement and I got caught. Is that I'm caught, and he came in and was like,
froze?
I mean, I didn't freeze, but like, I don't know how to make a good announcement. I tell people to make the announcement now. I'm like that.
You're better back end.
Exactly. I made all this happen. I can do all those things in my forte.
For us.
Very nice to meet you. Finally. Yes.
All right, guys, if you guys can start taking a seat.
Sorry.
We have a brother that's about to pull
You're good,
up.
but, well,
He's
still-
coming in from Houston. The flight kind
We
of messed
had
up,
some.
so
Oh,
we
actually,
delayed the
I
panel a little bit.
do need to try this and have you meet my husband, which who's not here right now. But yeah, so
Have you guys announced the after party location yet or not?
So after party is not disclosed to other people, but it's at Habitat Commons because you're invited. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And you're
I
invited.
guess I'm invited too.
Yes, you are.
Now I'm invited.
No, you were anyways.
Okay.
So yeah, we have invited a selected amount of people to that party.
I didn't know Zoe was doing it. Otherwise, I would have bought a VIP ticket.
Oh no,
I don't
you're
know what
good.
ticket I bought. I don't actually know.
I think you bought a VIP ticket though, because I saw your name there and we talked about it. So yeah, so we selected the people who are going to be there, and of course all the vendors, all the sponsors, and him. Like for instance, you guys are all invited, and you guys have 2 passes to that. So like you can bring 2 people with you. In addition to you. And then yeah. But you are going to be one person.
For us. Nice to meet you. Goofy production. Oh, you guys are doing this?
Well, he's Yakin.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
But yeah,
Let's
we're
get
doing live streaming.
seated. We're going to start our next panel.
Thank you.
So please get back to your seats. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm going to introduce your next speaker. It's going to be Omar Malik, who actually did a pivot himself
He was a software engineer at Domino's. So if you ever had Domino's, you can thank him for it. Currently, he's a director at Droplet of Mercy and at Youth Valley Ranch. So give it up for him. He'll be speaking a little bit about Droplet of Mercy.
Okay, everybody, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. What happened? I thought you guys had a lot of coffee. Let's try it again. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Well, first of all, you guys heard Zohaib and you saw his energy. Most of my life, I thought that he was my cousin, but it turns out I'm actually his uncle, because our mothers are cousins, so somehow I'm his uncle. But I love Brother Zohaib and mashallah, everything that this Expo is doing. He knows about my work, so I think it falls very well with the messaging of pivoting when you feel it's the right time. For me, the pivot happened with this beautiful organization, Droplets of Mercy. I was a software engineer, senior manager, working for Domino's, leading over 30 countries with the POS system for Domino's, and mashallah, was performing very well. But subhanAllah, always felt in my heart that I wanted to do something where my full-time job is to help the youth and also benefit humanity. But I couldn't put my full work time into it because I was doing that as my side gig. But subhanAllah, sometimes hardship, it actually ends up being one of the best things, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is giving you a message that, you know, this is maybe that time when you need to make that move. So for me, that happened last Ramadan, which is crazy to realize that it's been 1 year already. When I was let go from Domino's after performing super well, I just had my performance review, I was doing amazing. And I was also, just finished the leadership training. I was on my way up to the director next level, and then a stock dip took place, a dip in their stock. They panicked and they just let go of people, no loyalty. They said, sorry man, this has nothing to do with your performance, and we have no choice. We didn't even have a choice to make this decision. So after that, they gave me a 3-month reference package. I said, what could be a better opportunity when Allah's giving you 3 months to try it out, do something that you're passionate about. By that time, I had already learned about the work of Droplets of Mercy, and I said, you know what, maybe this is it. This is where I need to make the move, even though it's a new space altogether. But we need to bring that corporate level professionalism into these organizations, especially if they're visionary organizations. So my brothers and sisters and non-Muslim brothers and sisters in humanity, I didn't realize how small this QR code is going to look on stage. So I do need your help. We did put the QR code. We are the prime sponsors, and you're going to have Imam Sahib representing Droplets, and also we're going to do a workshop where we're going to show you some pictures in the workshop with the projector. Because for me to talk about Droplets, you really need to see pictures, and we don't have that ability right now. So I'm relying on you guys to please scan the QR code so I can just talk over what we're doing. And don't worry, donation, that's up to you. I hope that you will donate and support the work. But all I'm asking for is if you can just please scan the QR code real quick so you can see what I'm talking about, inshallah. There's one QR code at the coffee shop that can somebody give me a thumbs up if you're able to scan it from back there. I don't know if it's working because it's kind of small. It's working for you? Now what about back there? If I can get a thumbs up back there, just want to make sure it's working for people back there as well. I haven't seen any. How about you, Ma? It's not working? So for you, there's one right on my left. So it's the same QR code. So the brochures will take you to the main website, but these QR codes are specific to our campaign today. Now, real quick, Droplets of Mercy, the reason I joined this work, it was created, but when I saw their vision, I joined them, and then after the Ramadan incident happened, I went ahead full time and became their director, alhamdulillah. Our CEO is Sister Lisa Vogel. She's very known as, has a motivational story for her as well. She was a domestic abuse survivor and went on to start this campaign. Mashallah, she brings a lot of energy and a lot of visionary thinking. She was also one of the very first Muslim sister that was, her hijab brand actually ended up at Macy's. So it was a very visionary lady, and because of her story and her struggle, I could feel that the passion for the work was there. And the ethics were there because I've worked for many organizations. I wanted to make sure that something that's very transparent and ethical, and that was one of the reasons I was driven to this organization at a full-time basis. First of all, for this campaign, since it's focused on mental health, let's talk about some of our projects. We just launched our orphan care program. I've done orphan programs for many other orgs, and I've been asking her, we gotta launch one just like them because it's an easy way to get people onboarded. And she said, I will not do an orphan program until it is different and it has an education component to it. Because a lot of the orphan programs, they do serve the basic needs, but these children are going through mental trauma, and you know a child from Gaza, it's not sufficient to just give them food and drink and not take care of their mental health. In fact, she went to Uganda, which is also a similar, not a similar genocide, but it is a genocide where we have a lot of Sudanese refugees. So anyone with a genocide, when you ask those children, and imagine you ask this question to our children, what do you want to do when you grow up? And the answer is not engineer, IT, entrepreneur, or a doctor, but the answer was, I want to grow up so I can take revenge of the death of my father, because many of them have seen their own fathers and mothers be. This severe trauma is not sufficient to just give food packages, and a lot of our Muslim community, may Allah bless everybody, because we do the emergency aid work, we've gotten so used to getting excited to hand out 20,000 food packages, 40,000 food packages, but the real question is, did that eradicate poverty? And did that allow these people to also have an entrepreneurial mindset, to become engineers, to become doctors? So our orphan program was just launched, $720 for the year, where you pick up an orphan, you probably heard of this term, comes to $60 a month, but the unique thing with this will be that they will get education. And the second biggest thing is, you can check up on their education and their goals and check up on your orphan by actually having a Zoom call. Not just a picture of the orphan, but literally you can talk to that child. I haven't seen something at that level, alhamdulillah. So that's the easiest thing. I would say everyone here, inshallah, should pick up at least one orphan with this type of specifics, where you can have a discussion with that child and you can also have the education component as part of that $720. So that's the first campaign. The second one is a widow and orphan center in Jordan. I visited this one myself personally. The idea there is, again, to create a system where the mother, the single mother, we had a panelist that was talking about her struggle as a single mother. Imagine that single mother has also gone through a genocidal issue, and her children, they're going through trauma. And for them to just be, getting their basic needs is not sufficient. We need to get them out of that trauma and also get them on their own feet. So what we have done is, I visited this orphan and widow center that was shut down, and we took it over, and some of the results they were getting were amazing, but they didn't have the funding. So we took it over, and we're revamping the whole project. The idea there is they will have school buses, they'll have karate classes, they have Quran classes, they'll have what's the word again? I messed it up again. Psychosocial. Oh, thank you, brother. I knew that was going to happen. Psychosocial services, which is related to mental health, where they're getting these services at this widow and orphan center, and they're also getting meals and all of that. And the idea is to raise these families as if they're part of a community, because it's very hard to live as a silo. So they grow up, and the mothers are being taught sewing, graphic design, hairstylist, cooking, these type of skills, so they can start making an earning. When they are self-sufficient, able to take care of their own child, they graduate from our widows and orphan center, and another family comes in. And that's a visionary way of really helping these widows and orphans. So that's a project you will also see on this price point. We're looking for a few donors to help. This is the overall project budget of 100,000, but any amount will go a long ways. The third one is surgeries. For people in Gaza, the first question NGOs get asked is, how do I know the aid is getting inside? That's a valid question, but I want you to think a little bit bigger. What about the people that evacuated because of World Health Organization getting involved, and especially children? The only way they were able to get out is because their family was killed and they're missing a limb. They're having medical issues. That's the only reason they were able to extract these kids. We've been working with these children. You will see pictures, again on the QR code. Picture speaks a lot more than words, where we visited these people personally, and we've averaged out the surgery to around $500 for a basic surgery, and $1,500 when they need an arm or a leg. What is $1,500 for us when that child can start walking because of a prosthetic? How much is $1,500? But you're literally changing a person's life. And then they will go then eventually to the widow and orphan center to get the rest of the training and what's needed. So it's a wholesome approach. But again, surgeries, picking up surgeries today is very easy, $500 for basic surgery. If you have any question, where's my money going, how much does the surgery cost, I have every single individual's profile and their surgical needs, but the basic surgery is $500, $1,500 for the prosthetic. So that's an easy goal. And don't forget the orphans, 720 for the whole year. Lastly, what about Sudan? Alhamdulillah, we have a trip with Imam Khalid Latif coming up. It went so well, mashallah, where the individuals like us who have the ability to collectively work together if you believe in the project. And the project we're going to be building, and inshallah, I haven't even talked about the Village of Hope in Pakistan, but I'll leave that for our workshop where I really want you to come and see the pictures on the PowerPoint presentation. But this Village of Hope that we completed in Pakistan is going to be replicated in Uganda for the Sudanese refugees. We told people that we will take you on a deployment trip, so visually you can see with your own eyes where your funds are going. There's no problem with transparency. That's the beauty of sustainable work, is we welcome people, the medical staff especially. We have a link on our website to do medical deployment trips where mental health specialists are being encouraged to come and talk to the patients, help them out. You know, that gives you a lot. One thing that we struggle with in the West is we might have the money, but we lose purpose in our life. And subhanAllah, a lot of people came up to me after our presentation yesterday and they're like, brother, I just want to join you on these deployment trips so I can serve with my own hands. I want to serve the patients rather than just donating. You're welcome to come see that work with your own eyes. So in Sudan, we are building 2 hospitals. While we're focusing on food packages, we've already finished 2 hospitals, and we have a few opportunities left to build a room in the ICU units. For $25,000, you can build an ICU unit with a plaque where 50,000 families are going to be saved on a yearly basis, and this is a sadaqah jariyah, a legacy for you for the rest of your life, where every life that is being saved, there's a plaque with your family's name in the ICU unit. You know how much an ICU unit would cost in the West, millions of dollars, but for $25,000, you can build one in Sudan. And lastly, like I said, the Village of Hope in Uganda, we're going to be doing a deployment trip with Imam Khalid Latif. It was within a month, people raised over $400,000, and alhamdulillah, we're going to be finishing that up. Last thing, water projects. We're going to be building a deep water well for $100,000 that will serve 15,000 families on a daily basis. That's the type of water wells that we're building, alhamdulillah. That's also going to be built in the Village of Hope in Uganda. There's going to be a trip coming up after May. The trip in May, we're already full. There's going to be one coming up in July. If you'd like to be participate in that, you can talk to us, become part of that campaign, and then you can go and visit that Village of Hope. So brothers and sisters, the ask is simple. Please support, and if you want to become part of this work, get your children involved. I'm a youth director myself. When you give youth a purpose, it changes their life. You know, we're always worried about screen time and all these distractions, but a purposeful life changes that, and alhamdulillah gives them ability to stay focused in a good way. So hopefully you got an idea of our conversion. Don't forget to scan this QR code, and don't forget to join our workshop in person in front of the projector later. Thank you so much, Zohaib.
Alright guys, I'm gonna text everyone through Luma the link because obviously you can't scan the QR code. So Ahmed from Nominal, he's gonna be the moderator, but he's on the way here. Okay. So what we're gonna do is something interesting. When we have this panel go on, he's gonna drop in midway. All right, and he's gonna jump in because he runs. He's a pretty good mental health advocate, I would say. I don't know who follows Ahmed on Instagram. All right, we got a few people in the back. Oh, Jamshed Bhai in the back. By the way, we have Jamshed Bhai in the room. I don't know if he wants to say a few words later. Maybe he can announce namaz later, because you know we don't want people, all the youths, going and drinking coffee, the Yemeni coffee. I'm trying to riff here, delay a little bit of time just to give Ahmed just a few more minutes.
So if you are overwhelmed or have anything that you want to kind of discuss or whatnot, these are certified professionals. They're in the back to talk to as well. So just head over to the Healing Grounds in the back to help you out there as well. And yeah, we will be starting shortly.
Atam, so I wanted to ask you, bro.
Yes.
You do a little bit of comedy, don't you?
No, I don't. I'm being put on the spot here. I do a little bit of stand-up. So it was one of my many pivots. During the pandemic, there was nothing to do. And this is actually a good opportunity to talk about like the Muslim community. So I do, like I said earlier, I live in LA. When the pandemic happened, there was no way to do anything artistic or anything like that. But there was a Muslim community doing stand-up. We actually have one of those people coming today. His name is Ahmed Al-Qadri. Ahmed loves bread if you've seen him on Instagram. He I was talking to him because I had just moved to LA, and I was like, I asked people, I was like, are there any Muslim artists out here? And he was the first person that I connected with. He was a stand-up comedian. And he was like, oh, you should do stand-up. Let me introduce you to another Muslim. His name is Saad Alisa. And that person was doing comedy in his backyard in LA. That's actually how my career got started, is I got all the Muslim artists to kind of put me under their wing and help me do shows. I'm doing it part-time for fun, and so all my activities as a stand-up comedian has been touring with other Muslims who have put me under their wings, and I've traveled all over the country doing stand-up. I'm actually, Ahmed, who's here today, I've traveled all over the country with him and Saad and all those. So the importance of, like, if you have made it, just like help other people, guide them. People were very patient with me, and I'm forever grateful, and I always want to pass that on to other people, so.
Yeah, one thing I want to talk about really quick is like asking for help. I feel like asking for help is very awkward.
Yeah.
Right? Especially for immigrants. They're like, I don't want to burden anyone. So how many times have you asked for help?
I used to send emails to everybody and anybody. You will get rejected, you'll be embarrassed, but reach out to any activity you want to do, anything you want to try. I just can't recommend enough just showing up and asking. And you will be rejected because a lot of the people are extremely busy. They're like professionals, they have their like, and to them sometimes it's just not the right moment, so just be patient with them, be patient with yourself. But you can't do this alone.
Closed mouths don't get fed.
Closed
So you
mouths don't
gotta
get
ask
fed.
for stuff.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
okay to ask.
It is okay to ask. And it's okay to just keep trying if they say no, because people will say no. Do we have any people, actually I'm very curious, who are doing anything in the arts or exploring anything in the arts? We need more Muslims doing art and entertainment.
Anyone, any creatives? Okay, we have one person back there.
What do you do?
So my sister and I, we make like Muslim coloring and activity books for kids to have like lesson screen time. She's in one of the other panels.
What's it called?
It's called the Kitab Project, and we have some of the books with us.
Amazing.
All right, shoot Kitab Project a follow on Instagram. Search them up. Let's support. We got another creative back there. What do you do?
I heard you from the other room, and I had to run in. I'm a photographer and a filmmaker. I just moved to Dallas, and I do deep storytelling for anybody.
Amazing. What's your name? Sohaib. Yeah, what's the company or how can people get a hold of you?
You can have my Instagram, it's Sohaib Photo. You can come up to me, we can talk, my website.
Amazing.
We had another hand. Oh.
I'm a non-Muslim. I'm a friend of Dr. Ali.
Shout out to the non-Muslim allies. Let's go.
The entrepreneurs is hearing them. But I own an advertising agency. It's a small firm. Guys like myself that we're not wanted in the ad business anymore, but we have creative ideas to offer. So Hank's Ad Repair, we do things good, fast, and cheap.
Amazing. That's
where's
exactly what
my
we need.
business partner? Atif, where you at, man? We should
This
make
is
him.
the person to talk to.
He's got to be using Refunnel.
I'm doing some work for Allen Psychiatry right now. So.
Sick. Awesome. Any other creatives in the room? What do you do?
I don't think anybody heard you.
You gotta scream it. Or I could come to you.
Photography and
let's
Arabic
go.
calligraphy.
Sick.
Amazing.
Awesome. What's your handle? We gotta follow it. Let's support.
Rebuilt Vision?
Let's
At
go.
Rebuilt Vision.
At Rebuilt Vision.
All you photographers and artists, give me your cards, because that's what I base my business on.
Yeah, go over there. Give
This
us
is
now
this
before we
is the
start
whole
panel.
point of networking. You gotta tell people what you do, or else nobody's gonna come to you. We tend to keep quiet about what we want to do, and we always want to wait for it to be perfect. But post that first photo. Post that. I did a podcast that I've been telling Zahaib for like 8 months that I was gonna do, and then one day I just put up my iPhone and we shot it, and now it's gotten great reaction. And people are like, "How did you do it?" I'm
Yeah,
like,
it's going viral on LinkedIn.
So
So
it's just a
basically,
video on an iPhone, and we use random mics. Sometimes you just gotta just post it.
So interesting idea that he had. He's playing Mario Kart and podcasting at the same time, but he's posting it on a medium that typically is very like, boring and professional. So we got Ahmed here.
You want to say hi?
I would love to say hi. Hello, everybody. I apologize for needing to do it like this.
All right. Yo, Ahmed, do we have permission to get the panel started, and then when you drop in, you drop in? I'll keep you on FaceTime so you can pick up where we left off.
You absolutely have my permission. I'm sure you guys are going to do just great.
All right, cool. Who's ready to hear Imam Sohaib Webb, Imam Sheikh Mikael Smith, Dr. Omar Hassan, Medea Ashraf, and Dr. Shala? Who's ready?
Give them a hand. Give them a round of applause. Let's get them on stage.
All right, so Sister Medea is going to be moderating to begin the first half, and then we're going to have Ahmed come in and get in on the second half. So, thank you, Ahmed. Hey, we were sorry, we tried. So you can sit over here. Yeah, that's the moderator chair.
Assalamualaikum everyone. Alright, I guess I'm moderator now, so I'm going to be using my phone a lot because I just found out, so my bad. We'll go ahead and get started by letting each of our panelists introduce themselves. So we want to start with Dr. Omar. Sorry.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Omar Hussain, Imam, licensed professional counselor, and fitness trainer.
Fitness trainer, mashallah. Okay, my name is Mikael Smith. I'm an instructor at Qalam Institute. I'm a co-founder of Mi'raj Collective, a coaching platform for men and women. I am a counselor in training, trying to be like a lot of you guys here as well. I am the director of the Qalam Counseling Services, alhamdulillah, so those are the things I'm working on now.
Hello. Yeah. So I'm Dr. Shala Ali. I'm a psychiatrist, and I have been in private practice in DFW since 2014. I see a lot of kids 14 and above, a lot of Muslim youth. I'm one of the organizers of this event, and I was waiting for this moment for a long time, and I'm glad that so many people showed up because there's apparently a lot of stigma in our community. And that's the main reason we are doing this event, so that it's no longer a stigma and we know what's the importance of connecting our soul and our body.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sohaib Webb. I'm an imam in the United States. I also run a seminary in DC called Ella Collins Institute. Ella Collins being the sister of Malcolm X, and I have extensive experience running and dealing with the issues that you're going to be talking about today.
And my name is Medea Ashraf. I am the founder of Healing Grounds Counseling. I'm also an LPC like Dr. Omar over there, and almost PhD, PhD candidate, dissertation pending, whenever that finishes. So we'll go ahead and get started. The first question is for you, Imam Shoaib. Sohaib, I'm so sorry, my bad. I can't read apparently. Almost doctorate and illiterate is what's happening. So Imam Sohaib, your story starts in a gang in Oklahoma, and then you went on to be a DJ, and you have affiliations with the Bloods. Then a conversion at 20 that changed everything, yay. When you look at the Muslim professionals today, who are running hard and feeling spiritually disconnected, do you recognize something from your own story in them, and what's actually happening to someone in that state? Sorry, it's a loaded question. They put everything on there. Can you believe that?
Yeah. So, no, I don't see any parallels between being an organic pharmacist on the corner in Oklahoma City and being a young professional in Dallas, Texas. I would say after that, though, as a professor in university and other accomplishments, experiencing, even as an imam, I left being an imam to be an imam, because of the lack of proper administrative structure in many of our nonprofits, the stress that imams are experiencing when it comes to community, the lack of financial support that imams experience, someone trying to at one time steal. Actually, someone did take $100,000 from me and a project that we're working on for our seminary. So I think in those areas, certainly there has been traumatic experiences, and so after Islam, I think, and growing into my own professional development, and then, having influence on social media with almost 1 million people on Facebook. And I'm not saying that to boast, I'm just saying that brings stress. I was the recipient of a death threat by ISIS. $100,000 was, if you're in debt, I'll be walking out later. And so there was a time when I was in Boston, in the Boston Marathon in particular, when I was receiving death threats daily from the far right. Fox News, Megyn Kelly, may Allah curse her, did a series, well, she's a genocide enabler. This is a person that we should make dua against, which is allowed in Islam. And so I received so many death threats that I actually had to go into therapy because I was so paranoid. And I'll be honest with you, the Muslim community didn't offer any security. It was my friends from Oklahoma who were bloods with me that called me in Boston and said, we will come to your house, we'll drive up from Oklahoma. I was like, don't drive up from Oklahoma, right? And offered to protect me. So I think in that area, the stress of being an imam and then dealing with the Boston Marathon, the trauma, the death threats, the threats to my livelihood. Even the board of the masjid brought me in there like, you're getting too big. Why are you on CNN? I'm like, I'm in Boston and I'm being asked about the Boston bombing. I should be able to speak about it. That led to a gulf and a mistrust of the Muslim community that got me into a Muslim therapist. And so I think that experience in my life is where I could see those relations.
And what was your experience like in therapy, if you don't mind speaking on that a little bit?
I mean, as someone who had stood on the other side of that, so in Boston as an imam, what I did is I knew that I'm not a therapist. Like I knew that I have a bachelor's degree in education, but it's very remedial in its exposure. In Azhar, we don't have a course on Erickson and Piaget. And so I purposely created an intake in the masjid for a relationship between the imams in our community and people that we felt needed counseling or therapy. Initially there was feedback. We started an Alcoholics Anonymous in our masjid and a Gambling Anonymous in our masjid. So for me, I knew like the value prop, it wasn't a problem for me in that sense. I was a Ritalin baby too, ADHD. So I found it very powerful. Like it was very helpful. He's a Muslim brother, Harvard trained, who gave me like some skills, because he was like, you're not clinical, right? He's like, don't worry, you're not clinical, because there was a lot going on. There were like paparazzis in front of my house. I had a person come into the mosque and say he had a bomb in his bag, and security walked him into my office. Like imagine security walks this guy and then he's like, and I was like, everyone fears death. And then he was like, you have 3 daughters. I was like, how do you not have 3 daughters? And then he's like, and I was like, it's really funny. He was having a psychosomatic issue in my office. And I said, can I just use the restroom? I'll be right back. Well, I went to my car and drove off. Called the office and said, you need to call the police. They came, they brought a bomb squad. So anxiety when it's related to existential challenges that you can't manage was something that he, even Islamically, right, but he helped me frame sort of in a way that I was able to continue. Because it was a challenge. I like in that moment, like when people put too much weight on the bar and they're asking you to like deadlift and you can't, right? So the pressure of what was going on, he gave me sort of some skills to manage that pressure, which was meaningful. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I'm sorry. Dr. Ali, you treat high-functioning people clinically. What does the disconnection actually look like as a presenting condition, and what are they saying versus what's really going on?
So usually when I see these highly functioning people who come to me, the last thing they want to do is to come to me. And the reason they see me is they want a quick fix. They tell me, I have insomnia, I have panic attacks, I have paranoia, just fix it so that I can be back to that highly functioning person. What they don't realize is that if the heart and mind are not synced, it's not going to work. It's going to affect their physical health as well. Yes, just like any other medical problem, depression, anxiety, panic attacks, paranoia, everything we can treat with medication, but we also have to work on ourselves. For example, I always equate it with medical problems because I feel like psychiatric issues are invisible. People can't see them, and that's why somehow they think that it's not as important to treat the mental health issues as compared to the medical problems because you can't see them. So if somebody is diabetic and you're giving them insulin and they continue to eat cakes and sweets and have a sedentary lifestyle, do you think their diabetes is going to get better? Similarly, if somebody has high blood pressure and you keep giving them antihypertensive, yes, it's going to help somewhat with the blood pressure, but if they continue to eat all the salt and all the heavy food, do you think their blood pressure is going to get better? No. So similarly for mental health issues, it's important to treat them. Why? Because if they are going to stay in this fight and flight mode for a long time, it's going to affect not only their mental health but also their physical health. So sometimes I get a referral from a neurologist saying that I have this patient. I remember this particular young girl who couldn't walk anymore after her brother passed away. And the neurologist did everything. She came to my office on crutches. And the neurologist said, I have no reason to believe that there is a medical reason stopping her from walking because her brain scan was fine, her muscle studies were fine, so why she couldn't walk anymore? And when I worked with her, I put her on antidepressants. Alhamdulillah, in 2 weeks she started walking because underneath there was so much grief that she didn't want to address. She didn't want to connect with her inner self. What we tend to forget is that our outer world is actually a reflection of our inner world. So we have to stop looking for answers from outside. I see people spend so much time on social media, and one of the reasons we follow these influencers because we relate to them and we are trying to find the answer in their life instead of sitting with ourselves. And I was talking to somebody who was like, how do we talk to ourselves? Like, how do we connect? And how do we know that we are disconnected? Well, when you stop enjoying the stuff that you were enjoying before and you're getting more irritable, that means that you have lost that connection. For example, young medical students who come to me and they are so frustrated because all they are doing is studying and they're overwhelmed and they are trying to fulfill the expectation of their parents, they are trying to fulfill the expectation of their teacher, their patients, and they're sitting in front of me and I'm looking at them and I can see them, but they can't see themselves. And I was like, do you realize how invisible you are to your own self? Why, let's sit down and let me help, and then I bring a mirror, and that's the job of a therapist. Sometimes patients come to us and they want us to fix them. We cannot fix anyone. We enable them to fix themselves by bringing that mirror in front of them. An anorexic girl who is so underweight, but when she sees herself, she only sees an obese woman. A very healthy guy, when he sees himself, he thinks he's not muscular. Or some girl who thinks that she's too tall, or she's too short, or her complexion is not good. I help them see the beauty in them that they can't see themselves. A woman, a mother who's trying to fulfill the responsibilities, taking care of their babies and still thinks that she's not a good mother. My job is to make them see how responsible and how beautiful mother she is that nobody else can see. She's trying hard and she's doing everything she can do for her kids, for the family, but she's not doing anything for herself. In that moment, I have to make them sit with themselves and help them see themselves. So it appears in all different forms, Madhya, coming back to your question, not only just the medical issues, but non-epileptic seizures, or unable to walk, or have nausea, or have GI issues. So these are the different forms that they come and they don't even realize that it's because of that underlying depression or grief.
Yeah, and I think, one of the most important things that you highlighted, Dr. Sheila, is that it's not our job to fix, it is our job to help you learn to fix, right? So I know like a lot of times when I see clients at my practice, the first thing, like if it's a parent bringing in a child, they're like, so how long is this gonna take? Like 10 sessions, 5 sessions? And I'm like, it takes as long as it takes, my guy. We don't have an answer for you. Therapy is hard. Acknowledging that you have a problem is hard, and then it's even harder to do the work that you need to do in order to work on yourself, right? That's why we can't sit here and say, hey, 5 sessions, you're done, right? It's a lifelong journey. It is an experience where you are constantly growing and changing, and we are merely there as passengers in your journey, but we are gonna help point out some things on the way, but it is up to you to take those tools and utilize them and use them in your day-to-day life when, it's not a 50-minute session once a week with us. So the next question is for Dr. Hussain. So you were I love this. I love these little biographies that they put in the questions. So you were a business analyst, you became a Hafiz, and then you went to Al-Azhar, then got a PhD in counseling. Most people pick a lane. That's harsh. What did you understand about the Muslim professional that made you want all three, and what gaps were you trying to fill?
So, what did I understand? The importance of decolonizing the mind. Many of us, if we didn't experience colonization, like living through it, we got passed on those ideals. So we heard things like, there's secular studies, and then there's Islamic studies, and these things are sort of separated to the point where ingrained in them. So one of my classmates in Azhar one time, he said, what did you study in America? I said, I did, technology. And he said, and you're here doing Islamic studies? Like, why? And I said, well, what did you want to do? He said, I want to do accounting, but I couldn't get into the accounting school, so I'm here doing Islamic studies. Because there's a separation of these things. And we talk about, well, the scholars of the past, they were so well-versed in various things, but let's talk about the present. In Ramadan, there was a Malaysian scholar by the name of Sayyid Naqib al-Attas. Has anyone heard of him? Any Malaysians in the house? Wonderful people, mashallah. So he was, how many people you know that are philosophers and architects and calligraphers, right? He wrote a book on Islam and secularism, and he talked about this concept of the Islamization of knowledge. That doesn't mean you just take psychology and put a cute little Islamic, No, it's saying that what is the foundation that we're really thinking from? It was just incredible. His advisors on his PhD dissertation, one of them was A.J. Arbery. Ever heard of Martin Lings, right? Yes, there's some problematic things about the tafsir, but if you read it with someone of knowledge, it's very beneficial. This wasn't 500 years ago. So all of that incorporates a holistic approach. And really, if you're missing in one of these areas, then it's going to be very difficult. And this is what we see in the mental health, like we want to separate that. So like, okay, why am I struggling? Well, let's see, your diet is terrible. You don't pray regularly, right? You're doing well in your job. Life at home isn't that great. So all these things are connected. And, I've seen this throughout, that you can't just ignore one area or the other. So alhamdulillah, as I've seen people over the years, some people are stronger in certain areas versus other areas. And so we try to help them focus on that. So I don't buy this concept of, you pick this or you pick that. There's certain things that all of us need to know, not just if you're an imam. But we think that only the imams, other things that imams need to know. One of the
over 10 students who are students at Qalam Seminary, and they're here at a mental health conference, applying to studies, they're progressing in that. Some of them are already clinical therapists and things like that. The whole idea behind what we're doing at Qalam, Dr. Umar, was that it was the synthesizing of these things. And I love how you end it, which is there's an area and need for specialization, but there's also a need for synthesizing. Let me give an example. I've met a few people in the hallway who said, we love your Names of Allah series. Do you know why we did the Names of Allah series? Because our clinical work at the Qalam Counseling Services was showing the number of people who are suffering from different things they're struggling with stemmed from not understanding truly who God was or having a bad God image. And that God image was one of hate, which was, as we say, you don't hate God, you have daddy issues, right? You don't hate God, you have mommy issues, right? Like, when we really reshape how they were seeing God, so many things were changing in their lives. And so this idea, subhanAllah, I like to look at myself in many ways as following in some of Dr. Umar's footsteps, because opening this area of clinical mental health at Qalam has allowed so many students to say, I want to excel in my Islamic studies, but I also have this deep passion for mental health. And that's what we've been doing. We've been trying to bring those two together to help people see holistically that our problems are holistic problems. And what Dr. Shaila said was spot on, that if you don't work on the inside, it will come outside. And we're preaching to the choir here, but I just want to highlight that point of us training the next generation of scholars. That was something I was very passionate about, because
a lot of us for a long time, I'm gonna say the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is, why are you going to the imam for counseling? Why are you going to the sheikha for counseling? Come to me. But what we have to understand as counselors, and I'm saying that's from this capacity of a counselor, is our community naturally goes to their religious figures for advice. So to cut them off from that is impossible. What's better to do is to train those imams and those sheikhas on how to pass on, how to refer out, how to understand their limitations, how to have the first practice, like what do you do when you first encounter someone with extreme anxiety? What do you do to regulate their nervous system, to pass them on to us, right? And so that is something that we've been very passionate about at Qalam. And the last thing that I'll mention is what we've been working on at Mi'raj Collective is working with founders who have also felt this fragmentation within themselves. We're talking C-suite, we're talking exited their companies already, but they're reaching their point where they thought they would be successful and feeling empty, feeling completely empty. And that's why you get your third PhD, right? That's why you just keep going and keep going, because it didn't get you what you thought it would get you. And so that's where our coaching comes in, and just helping people to really connect with their inner selves and find their deeper why. What is your why? What is your calling? And so I don't know what my question is, but I just love what Sheikh Umar represents, Dr. Umar represents, that synthesizing. And I love what Dr. Shaila was saying. And we owe so much to your generation, and I'm not saying I'm not your generation. I don't know how that came off, but like I owe so much to what you're doing, because in every halaqah that I give on Wednesday nights, I'm mentioning mental health now. I'm mentioning the word addiction. I'm mentioning anxiety. I'm mentioning depression by word. And the reason is because we have to normalize it. And we think I think we've made so much progress where we were 15 years ago, but there's still so much more to do. And so as a sheikh, or however we're viewed, I see my role as normalizing, as you said, a sprained ankle. You don't go to the imam and say, do ruqya on my ankle. If you break your arm, you don't go to the imam and say, can you do dam on this? No, you go to the ER. And so similarly with mental health, I think our community is understanding, we're getting to that point of understanding. I still see a lot of the generational problems, but I think we're getting to a point where we've normalized the understanding of, I need to go see a specialist, I need to go talk to someone. And what I hope is in the next generation is where we subsidize these things, where our clinicians are subsidized. We can see whoever we want to see because the money is behind and has understood that mental health should not just be for the rich. Mental health should not just be for those who have a certain type of insurance. Mental health should not just be for those who can foot the bill. Me and Dr. Umar were just talking about this, that how can we in the next generation make this something that everyone in our community has access to? That should be our next goal. That should be the next thing, is making this open access to everyone.
One more thing to your goal. The buck has to stop at this generation. The trauma that has been coming from generations, the bad parenting that has been coming from generations, shaming somebody with mental health issues, I think this has to stop at this generation now. Now is the time. We have been doing this for so long. Get help so that you do not pass it on to your son, so that you do not pass it on to your daughter. It keeps on going. It has to stop here.
You're here.
Can I add some? Can I add something as well? Sorry, I think this is a profound conversation that needs to be had, and there is an area that Dr. Omar talked about that I've noticed, and that is, if you look at the classical academic canon of Islam, regardless of the subject, the first chapter is always epistemological, and regardless of geography, mathematics, chemistry, art, there'll always be this section on who you are, why you are who you are, and who created you. Like, for example, Al-Razi in Al-Mahsul, Islamic legal philosophy. He has an entire section on this ontological reality, which is rooted in the epistemological frame, like you are the act of God, and you're temporary, and you have a creator. Every subject. But now, even if you look at, like, for example, Al-Wajiz in Usul al-Fiqh, you know this book, it doesn't have that. It just says, you're Muslim, and this is, you're Muslim, that's it. It doesn't say why. Books on theology, believe in this, but not why.
And that's the sign of coloniality. The separation of asking deeper questions that help us identify an abdul mamluk. We say in Urdu, zindagi be bandagi shamindagi. Right? If I'm not owned, and if I don't have a creator, wow, Zinjabed, and Mela Free Imran, and I'm getting at something important, the split, and that's why Muslims are split. So they'll come to you and me and ask us about issues that we're not trained in, but then they'll go to a biologist and ask him about Tawheed. Right? Because that pedagogically has happened, so that's why, and we need to talk about this as seminaries, I believe we should be writing epistemological introductions to every subject taught in universities. We don't have to do what the evangelicals do with cheap science and say there's no dinosaurs and global warming and that white people are supreme and all this garbage, right? We don't need to do that. But why are we not writing as seminaries introductions, and this is what Sheikh Al-Attas rahimahullah, and before him Ismail Farouqi, may Allah have mercy upon him, in Chicago, who talked about the Islamization of knowledge. What he meant is, how do we create, as scholars of theology, a introduction to each discipline that is rooted first and foremost in the fact that God exists and you are his slave. And then everything else falls into place. But now we're sitting, I taught at NYU, one of my best students at NYU committed suicide. One of the most accomplished students in our business department committed suicide. If you looked at on paper what you're saying, everything lined up, but the lens that they saw themselves with was blurry. And they were fragmented as people. So not only should we be teaching the classics, Akhi, Sheikh, but also we should be investing in writing introductions to each science that starts the epistemological frame. Who is God? Who are you? What's your purpose? Then we leave them to the experts, because what's interesting, Al-Razi begins his discussion on philosophy with God, but then towards the middle he stops quoting himself. He quotes Aristotle, he quotes Socrates, he quotes Plato, because he knows this is not my jam. This is not my field. I've linked you to God. Now you as a specialist, you run with what? So I think what you both of you touched on it brilliantly as well, is the lens is disconnected. If the lens is disconnected, I can't see. Right? And so I'm trying to see religion through secularism and through secularism, but I don't have a root in God. And so if I'm not rooted, I can't grow.
Yeah, so to pick up from this, like, this is what I've struggled with is, as an imam and as someone in training, getting my hours as a clinician, here's the deal. I will be the first to say to the imam, know where you have to stop at. But hold on though, there's another side of this conversation. I have to say to the clinician too, know where you stop at too. And that's why I think the synthesizing is so important. When your name is, when your name is Muhammad such and such LPC, that young Muslim guy is coming to you because your name is Muhammad. When your name is Aisha such and such, she's many times, now we see non-Muslims as well, of course, I understand, but many times they're coming because they feel safe that you will religiously know them, understand them, and be able to help guide them and help them get closer to what their ideal self is. And as Sheikh is saying, these classical books began by helping us understand who we are. I think it's important also, as I lecture my imam friends, that please know your limit, I also lecture my other colleagues to say, hey, maybe we need to get some hours in our Islamic training. Maybe we need to go to Roots and sit with Abdurrahman Murphy a little bit, or we need to go to Suhaib Webb and learn a bit from him so that we gain our grounding in Islamic. Like we're all going for, continued education. But what about our Islamic continued education? Because I think we have an amana, a trust. Because once we have access to that heart, and you know how it is, you know when that therapeutic alliance kicks in, that person's heart opens to you, right? You know that feeling when that client just opens and you're like, got it. It's been 6 weeks and that therapeutic alliance kicked in. At that moment, you have a trust. Are you going to help this person shape their image of who they are and who God is, or are you not? And I think I just want to bridge those conversations together, and I know it's a lot for us, but I think if we start talking about these things, then we can start to move forward.
I think those conversations happen when we create that environment where we check our egos at the door and able to find a safe place where we can say, hey, my name's Nadia. I got trained secularly. I did not get trained religiously, right? So my Islamic knowledge is to the point of my practices, right? But if you're going to ask me to go any deeper than that, I can't do it, right? Or, my name is Sheikh Mikhail. I'm working on it, But this is where my knowledge ends, right? And I think that's the hard part at times, because I do think, like you said, there is a gap between the secular and the religious. But what we're finding a hard time doing is finding that middle ground where we can meet and have a safe place where everyone can come together and kind of leave that ego at the door and feel comfortable to say, hey, I don't know everything.
Yeah, I mean, I just started 3 years ago my master's, and one could say, Sheikh, you wrote 2 books on emotional intelligence. You're doing lectures here and there. Okay, I'm done. But I realized there's something I didn't know, and I needed to know it. And you said it perfect. Check the ego at the door. Never be too big to become a student again. Never become too big to become a student again. And so I may have accolades in this area, but I'm a junior to you in other areas. And I'm aspiring to be like you in other areas. And that's part of my growth as a person. And I think I want to exemplify that vulnerability here before you all, so that you can say, hey, if he can be vulnerable, I can be vulnerable too. There's whole areas that I haven't even started to study yet,
Emma's here, so my job is done. I can be back to being asked questions instead of asking. Thank you guys.
Thank you guys for accepting FaceTime permission to be in the panel, and I hope I'm sure it's been in fantastic hands. So I'm actually just gonna hop right into the conversation, because this is very near and dear to my heart. In my entire life, I've always prioritized mental health as a conversation and gone out of my way to normalize it, especially in the Muslim and minority community. And something happened, I don't know where and I don't know in which generation, in which mental health was really framed as this: if your mental health is weak, I think you guys know the second half of the sentence, right? Nobody needed me to say the second half of that sentence. If your mental health is weak, if I find out you're going to therapy, something's wrong with your iman.
You're crazy.
You're not reading enough Quran, make dua, stop paying the therapist $95, $210 a session, and just go make sujood, right? So I'd love your take, Dr. Umar, on where this began and what is a tangible step that people can take, whether it's something internally on how they believe something about themselves, or externally in the society around us. How do we get past this so that, like Dr. Shahla said, we do not pass this to our kids, we do not get into relationships and we're carrying trauma that we felt too proud to go solve, and we just always thought it was taboo.
Yeah. Well, first of all, we should acknowledge, alhamdulillah, we are making progress. I know it's easy to talk about what we're missing and what we haven't done, and there's plenty to do. But we are making progress, alhamdulillah. It's interesting because what you referred to, there's a concept known as spiritual bypass, which means that you use religion to comfort yourself while basically ignoring your problems. Okay? Now, again, this isn't religion versus anything else. They're all part of the same thing. The imam has a place, the counselor has a place. But if you are in an abusive marriage and you're saying, well, I'll make dua and that's the end of it, then you're spiritually bypassing. You're not working on what needs to be done. When I was supervising interns one time, there was a woman that came in and bruised on her arms, and so the intern came in because we would supervise them, and she was doing the intake, and the person who came in said, I was in the ER last night because my husband beat me, so I'm here to just learn how to deal with that. Okay, we need to stop this right here. There's something that we need to go beyond just, make dua that Allah gives you peace in your life. We need to address something deeper. And so this is what's been happening, is people will just kind of use it almost as a crutch and ignore what's actually happening. Again, alhamdulillah, this has been changing, and with more of a realization. What Sheikh Mikhail said, 100%. The Muslim client is coming to you with a Muslim name. There's a certain expectation. So if you're talking about that to them, about a marital conflict, and you don't have a clue about the basics of marital rights, you might be held accountable in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on the day of judgment because you are giving false information. I have seen more and more, I've been part of it, imams speaking to therapists, therapists speaking to imams. Everybody is on the same team. There's not a conflict here. And a question, just to conclude this, you said what can be done? I would pose this question to specifically the men in the room. How much longer are you going to be able to keep dealing with what you're dealing with and not getting results? Whatever you're going through, like, what is the cost? If you're single, is it worth the fragmented relationship with your parents? If you're married, is it worth the marital tension? Is it worth the stress with the kids? The days turn into months, turn into years. Like, what cost? What you're trying isn't working. If it was, then those problems wouldn't exist. So what is the cost? How? And that's what the generational stuff that gets passed on and passed on. But alhamdulillah, I do see a greater awareness in this newer generation that they are willing to, and I don't really like to pit generation against generation. I don't really like that, but just for our understanding. But they are taking these steps to say, you know what, yeah, I do have an addiction. I do have an addiction, and it's time for me to, what I'm doing isn't working. So I need to come and help somebody about. And you can literally, we talk about financially changing the family tree, you can literally change the family tree when it comes to this. And because a lot of these things we see it. How many times a client comes into the office, I can't believe that I'm drinking just like my father used to do. I swore I would never do this, right? It's the same pattern over and over again. So we have chances to break those cycles. A lot of times we think in terms of economics. Well, we can build this generational wealth, which is great, alhamdulillah. Many here have, mashallah. But that's one aspect, right? There's also this aspect from the mental health side.
Madiha, I'd love to see if you have anything to add with your background, with family and marital counseling, that friction between someone willing to take the leap and kind of embark on their own mental health journey, but subhanAllah, they're surrounded by a negative environment in their own household that makes it very difficult for them to go embark on their own journey. How does somebody overcome that type of, friction inside the place they live and the place they call home?
Yeah, well, I think it's really important to acknowledge the mental health stigma that a lot of us face as minority populations, right? And I've said this multiple times before. When you come from a culture where a mental health institution is called a pagalkhana, which literally means crazy house in our language, you have to first overcome some of those internal barriers or those external factors before you can even think about asking for help and finding that help, right? And then the second part of it is kind of what Dr. Ali was mentioning. It's looking at that mirror and realizing that a lot of times, despite everything and everyone is saying around me, if I don't fix me, if I don't work on me, then at the end of the day, what am I doing? Like, why am I here, right? So a lot of times we are given tools, but we're given broken tools, right? And that realization comes when I'm using these broken tools, like Dr. Omar was saying, and they're not working. At what cost do I keep going and keep repeating these cycles? So a lot of times what it comes down to is, despite external pressures, that internal motivation, that internal realization to want to do better, to want to be better, to break these cycles must overpower that, right? Now, is it easy? Absolutely not. I've been to therapy for the longest time. My mother didn't know I was in therapy. And then it turned into, why are you going there? Why do you need to pay somebody to talk to, right? Talk to me. I said, well, I'm going because of you, mama. Like, no, I'm just kidding. But the reality is like a lot of times, right? Sometimes we have to do stuff for ourselves so that we can be better versions of ourselves because we see the issue, right? If you've grown up in a certain way, sometimes the one that sees clarity, the person that sees that, hey, this ain't right here, are the ones that are made to feel crazy, right? So the one that's breaking the generational trauma, a lot of times, the one that's breaking these generational cycles are often the ones that are made to feel like they're the crazy ones and everyone else is doing it properly, right? So taking that first step and recognizing, hey, if I'm having this feeling that something's not right here, let me explore that. Let me explore that, right? Because sometimes doing the right thing means doing the hard thing. especially if you haven't had a model before you to show you what to do or how to get there.
Very well said. On the opposite side of this token, of admitting weak mental health could insinuate weak faith, myself included, I feel like some people struggle with treating Allah as their last resort. So then they go embark on all these Western philosophies and the journaling and the meditation and the manifestation and God's last. Imam Suhaib, I'd love for you to actually take the lead here. What advice do you have for people who have kind of just been taken by the tide of growing up in a Western society where they are now resorting to things from Socrates and Plato and social media and journaling, and then after weeks and weeks, maybe months or years of working on themselves, they're like, oh yeah, God, I can ask God. How does one balance ensuring that in their heart they realize God was the first resort, not the last, and a part of everything else?
First, I want to thank you for making it, and glad you're safe. I heard you ran into some weather. It's great to see you and have you and appreciate you. And then also this is a really good panel. I wish this could be like a whole day, like a Coachella or something, without all the unhealthy components. Maybe a Burning Man. Well, ours would be Jannah Man, wouldn't be Burning Man. Burning humans. Can I also step back and answer the first question you asked about my iman is parallel to my mental state? And I would say that this is perhaps the best example of what happens when we're not approaching these things with an interdisciplinary frame. Because if you go to any classical book of Muslim theology and the Quran itself, iman is not defined as a feeling or a mood. That is the product of charismatic Protestant church, which in the 15th century divorced itself from the revelatory and the rational. And that's why you have people like Pete Hegseth and J.D. Vance and people yesterday in front of the mosque who were screaming that I was giving the khutbah thinking that they're calling you to the religion by screaming at you. And so classical Islamic books of theology, I actually have a book coming out in May on this, and we have a conference in Granada on decoloniality, if anyone interested in attending. Sorry for the shameless plug, which I got no shame. I don't feel any existential threats here. But we say, وَفُسِرَ الْإِيمَانُ بِالتَّصْدِيقِ وَالنُّطْقُ فِيهِ خُوفٌ بِالتَّحْقِيقِ. This is an Azhar textbook, a poem we had to memorize called Jawharat al-Tawheed, which says that Iman is affirmation. It's building a cognitive bridge between me and the Creator, affirming that Creator. That's Iman. It's not a feeling. A feeling is judged based on where it comes from. So, like if I feel love, for example, you as a brother, well, that's from my Iman, right? That's a sign of healthy Iman. But for example, Ted Bundy, this is in my book, Ted Bundy, who was this massive serial killer, right? He's actually reported to say, I had a Pauline epiphany while I was strangling people. The IDF, on record, is saying some of the most euphoric experiences we've ever had in our lives are shooting Palestinian children. So then how would I say my Iman is a feeling when there are people who rob banks and experience like a heightened sense of almost, they say, Buddhist monk euphoria or nirvana? Sayyidina Bilal ibn Rabah, when he's being tortured, they ask him, what was the hardest days of your life? He said, when I was being tortured. But my Iman was the highest it had ever been. So that's, I think, reimagining, and I like to challenge, and I say this respectfully, they like to call us new Muslims, well, we call you legacy Muslims. I see that this is exclusively amongst legacy Muslims, because to become Muslim, I had to learn Islam, not imagine Islam. And I'm not saying this to make anyone upset, right? I had to, and I think that's why Iqbal is so beloved to the Desi community, because Iqbal models this multidisciplinary approach towards faith and the ruh and the soul, as Shawqi does for the Arabs. So number one, I would say is, that's where we can reimagine, if you will, Islam by studying the tradition. The problem is that the secular world has weaponized the Islamic tradition in the minds specifically of legacy Muslims. I don't need to study religion. Religion, you know, خلاص أنا أتعلم العربي بفتح سمسم ومش عارف إيه. Alhamdulillah, I learned Islam. I don't need to study. That I don't need to study. I don't need to learn is the sign of coloniality. Because look at Imam al-Razi. Al-Razi, who's my favorite. Al-Razi writes extensively about the heart and the mind and the soul, and then towards the middle of his book, he starts to quote Aristotle. He didn't see Aristotle as a threat. He saw him as an opportunity. That's the other extreme. So I can't blame young Muslims who are even older Muslims going out and looking at other sources trying to find God, especially if you're talking about a pedagogy now in the Muslim world that's divorced from this idea. It just tells you, believe in God, Iman is a feeling, you believe in God, why? Because you're Muslim. That's not an answer. I believe in God because I have used my mind to understand that God exists. I've invested my soul in those evidences, and that's why Allah says, وَكَذَلِكَ نُرِي إِبْرَاهِيمَ مَلَكُوتِ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ. We showed Ibrahim the heavens and the earth first, and then he tied that with revelatory. Then he becomes Khalilullah. Now you and I are told, well, you're born Muslim, so you have to believe in Islam. My 6-year-old, Ayla, her mother's Lebanese, so it's a trip. Oklahoma Lebanese is a real deal. That's like Zaatar with Captain Crunch. There you go. And she said to me, Baba, you talk about Allah all the time. Is he your friend? I said, baby, he's my friend. But then here it comes. We're at the playground, of course. I'd like to do a series of me just pushing her on the swing, man, asking those difficult theological questions I've ever heard in my life. And then she said, then where is he? I don't see him. I see my friend Eli. But where's Allah? Right? So this is not a question I can say, well, you're born Muslim, it's in the Quran. This is a very important question to be asked. So I would push back and say that necessarily, and I know you're not saying it that way, using Aristotle, using Plato, well, if we're equipped with the right lenses, it don't matter who we run into. When Abu Hurairah came to the Prophet and said, last night this old man came to me and told me to give him some zakat, and I told him, if you come again, I will take you and turn you into the messenger of Allah. And he did it again, alayhi salam. And then he asked me, don't do it, I'll teach you something about Ayatul Kursi or the end of the Quran, in the Baqarah, and he taught him. And then he comes, Abu Hurairah to the Prophet, and the Prophet says what? Who is sadiq, who kadhub, he's telling you the truth, but he's a liar. That was shaitan. The Prophet didn't tell him to learn from shaitan. The Prophet gave him the lens to even benefit from the greatest source of evil. So if we don't have the lenses, it doesn't matter what we learn. But if I have the right lens, I really appreciate how you started this. And Al-Busayri says something beautiful in the Burda. If you don't like the chef, but your tongue is infected, why are you blaming the chef? And if you don't like the art that you look at, and your eye is diseased, you can't blame the painter. So I'll push back and say, I don't have a problem where we learn from. But if I don't have that foundational micro, I like to call spiritual, intellectual macros. I gave an example earlier. Iman is never defined as a feeling. Iman is cognition and acceptance and dedication. Feelings are a lot of things cause feelings to come that we know that are beyond our control. Imam al-Ghazali says your emotions can be a test from God. One of the greatest years in the life of the Messenger of Allah is called the year of what? The year of sadness. Sadness is not a problem. In every major book of hadith, you find a section on what did the Prophet say, alayhi salatu salam, when he felt anxiety. And we're weaponizing anxiety and telling Muslims, your iman is weak because you feel this way. The opposite. Your iman may be at the highest point because you're angry with white supremacy, you're frustrated with the lack of environmental justice, and you're mad what's happening in Iran. You're going to tell someone that their iman is weak because they can't stand to watch Palestinian babies be killed or black people in America publicly executed without a court case? That's iman. That's why the Prophet said, iman is to love for Allah, and iman is what? To hate for Allah. The colonized mind will say, as Malcolm warned us about being conditioned by white supremacy, oh, I'm just supposed to love and make white people feel happy. No. We are Bashir and Nadir. We bring good news, but we also bring a warning.
Can I add something here? One thing that I get from our young generation is that some of the deep things that we're talking about, they come to me and they're like, I think I'm feeling really bad because I don't understand these deep verses of Quran. I cannot memorize them. And I look around people around me and they're crying in sujood and they're crying while praying, and I can feel the same, and they feel guilty about it. There's no need to feel guilty about it. It's not judged by how much you understand Quran or how much you can memorize these verses. If you're feeling sad, it's okay. It's nothing, as he said, your iman is not related to how you feel or your emotions are. You can pray 5 times a day and you are fasting and you can still feel sad and you can still feel low.
Can I add something real quick? I want to kind of break it down a little bit too, right? So I think a lot of us grew up with the fear of Allah, but not a lot of us grew up with the love of Allah, right? So we were taught to fear Allah's punishment, fear His anger, fear Jahannam, but we weren't taught that, Allah is merciful, He is kind, He is the loving one, right? There are more mentions of Allah's mercy and rahmah than there are of His anger and punishment. And the reality is when we go back to a form of anxiety, when I'm going through a crisis, muscle memory kicks in, right? So how am I supposed to go reach for comfort in something that I fear, right? The reality is if I'm scared of something, when I'm going through a crisis, I'm not gonna go towards that. I'm gonna run away from that. I'm gonna run away in fear. So instead, a lot of us grew up with that fear of Allah. We didn't grow up with the love of Allah, right? And that's why when we're anxious, when we're depressed, we're feeling Allah's punishing us, right? The Prophet Muhammad ﷺ felt depression. He buried the majority of his children in his lifetime, right? He lost Khadija radiallahu anha, he lost his father before he was born, his mother when he was very young. This man has experienced more loss than a lot of us. You don't think he felt depressed? You don't think Islam was founded because he was questioning why. He was looking at the society around him and saying, why? What is happening? He was going to the cave Hira and meditating and trying to figure out why things were happening the way they were. So you don't think that man felt anxiety? You don't think he questioned? You don't think he felt depressed? The reality is that we need to learn to reconnect with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and learn to love Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Only then, when we are anxious and when we are depressed, can we turn to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Amazing. Can I add just 2 things here that I think are very pertinent to what both of the panelists have said. Number 1, my second book called When Hearing Becomes Listening was exactly to play to this idea that I wanted people to know that if you look at Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was the best of listeners to people. And I say this talking to a room of people that listen for a living and they perfect their craft of listening. That when I studied his life, I saw this man, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that was able to practice some of the best therapeutic techniques ever thought of. And I wanted to reframe this from a perspective of this isn't a Western thing. The first book that I wrote was on emotional intelligence. And do you know why? I had never shared this before, but do you know why I read that? There's this institution in England called the School of Life. And their open mission statement is to secularize all knowledge. And I was reading through some of their stuff because, like you guys, I like reading weird things, right? And so I saw this concept of them taking emotional intelligence and making it purely secular. And I said, Hasha lillah, no way is this going to happen. And I could not find a book that showed the Prophet ﷺ. And I met someone that said, if you can't find a book, maybe it's because God wanted you to write it. And I'm saying that to this room right now. If you can't find that book, maybe it's because God wanted you to write that book. And I said, I want to show Muslims that if they need an example of emotional intelligence, you can find it in the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Maybe you did not see that exemplified in your family. Maybe you didn't see an active listener in your father or your mother. Maybe you didn't see a grandfather that would be on all fours riding Hassan and Hussein on his back in the masjid. That was Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He was on all fours in the masjid with Hassan and Hussein riding on his back. And you say you're too busy for your kids. I wanted to re-center for us that this is where you can find these things. It is present there. Now, also with active listening, I wanted other therapists to say, you know what, every day I sit with a client, I'm doing a sunnah. Yeah, this is a sunnah, that is a sunnah. Sunnah is something the Prophet did, right? But a sunnah is also how he connected to people. Like, there's one hadith that when you all know this one maybe, when he would speak to someone, he would turn his whole body towards them. How many of you learned in your first master's classes the importance of your body being open and how your body communicates? All of that is found in Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And so the first part I want is we go searching, But often, you come back home not realizing that what you were searching for was right in front of you. Right in front of you. And the last thing I'll mention about this mental health and bad Muslim relationship. Yaqeen Institute has an amazing article on God image, which I think is very important, which has been something very important to me, which is what Dr. Madiha, soon to be Dr. Madiha, has mentioned.
Inshallah, make
Inshallah, you got it, yo, you got it, you got it, inshallah.
Got to write those last 2 chapters.
What she mentioned was so important, which was how can you turn to something you fear in a time of fear? And how we were taught religion. So here's what I'm going to say. You're not having mental health issues because you're a bad Muslim, but re-education. How many of you sit with a client and do psychoeducation as you begin therapy? Psychoeducation. Psychoeducation. But what about psycho-spiritual education at the beginning of sessions? So what I'm saying here is many of us start our session with psychoeducation. Let me teach you how the mind works. Let me teach you how anxiety works. Similarly, there may be misunderstandings religiously that are not helping your mental health. Does that make sense? So if you sit with someone that has a good God image and help you reshape your God image, that God isn't out to punish you. God isn't, I said this in one lecture. You know how we say God's watching you? God's watching you. I don't know where this came from, but I said God isn't watching you because he's waiting for you to make a mistake. He's watching you because he can't take his eyes off you because he loves you so much. The way you watch your child at the playground. That's how God is watching you. So I think psychoeducation, the same way we do psychoeducation to clients, spiritual education can also help and help give them and see their relationship with God as a means to help through some difficult moments. I do want to normalize sadness. I do want to normalize anxiety. But I also want to help people who are tired of it and want to come out of it and who are stuck in it. Sadness is okay. Depression is bad. And so I think it's important for us to re-educate some elements where people have mislearned Islam or who God is or who the Prophet is, so on and so forth. And so I think this conversation is more nuanced than just saying, read more Quran. Read more Quran. I had a client, every time she picked up the Quran, she'd have an anxiety attack. Every time. So you're going to tell her, read more Quran? She's like, I want to, but I can't pick it up. So there's so much that has to be worked on. Yeah.
I have no idea how we are on time, given the fact that I just got here 38 minutes ago. But I'd love to. Oh, what was that?
They told us to wrap up like 5 minutes ago.
Wrap up?
Yeah.
Okay, like wrap up as in it's time for Q&A, or wrap up as in get off the stage?
Oh no, Ruba just did this.
Oh, like
Whatever.
this. Okay, we can do this, but you guys can ask questions like this until they kick me off. I mean, that's the executive decision I'm going to make. So. I'd love to open the floor because I know this was such a fantastic conversation, but I know especially in this topic, sometimes people want to cut to something specific. You don't need to open up about your whole life, but I'd love to open the floor. Don't be shy, y'all paid money and drove out here or flew out here. Make it worthwhile. There we go.
No, you're good. I'm gonna come to you. I'm gonna come to you. I'm gonna come.
Sheikh Sohaib kind of talked about how we need to develop that proper framework and groundwork. We live in a time where a lot of people are pushing ideologies or other ways and trying to convince you to think in certain ways, such as secularism or other examples. So how do you ensure when you digest something that you've built that proper framework, and how do you make sure you have the right foundation before you make a decision or judgment on what you're looking at?
I think this is first of all, that's a great question. May Allah bless you, increase you, alhamdulillah. So look, one of the reasons, so your first question really threw me off because you knew a lot about my past, which was awesome. No, but I was like, this woman has done her research. I think your 2 chapters are gonna be phenomenal, inshallah. And I appreciated that question because it actually showed whoever wrote it, appreciated me. So I actually felt like, even though it was like, yeah, he was this and that, but it's like, wow, this person's done. Usually it's just like, welcome, here's the white convert guy, raise money. So, thank you. And so as she was talking, and this is related to his question, I remember there was something that happened to me. before I became Muslim that I do see with people who are born Muslims. My own daughter, I have a 23-year-old, alhamdulillah. I'm between diplomas and diapers basically, so I'm broke. And I asked her to learn this really obscure qira'ah outside of the 10 famous qira'at. And I told her I'll give you an ijazah. And Dr. Omar knows my daughter. You know, when she was a baby, I think. And you know what she said to me? If you speak Arabic, she speaks Egyptian, right? Even though she's Malaysian American. She said to me, Baba, ana mush convert. Ana mush convert. I'm not a convert. I was like, what does that mean? She's like, you're crazy about religion. I was born Muslim. Leave me alone. Okay. So one of the things that I experienced that relates to your question before I became Muslim is when I opened up Surah Al-Baqarah and it said, this is a book and there's no what in it. That shook me to my core. Because that's a hell of a claim. You know what I mean? Like, there's no doubt in this book. And I was like, it's being so vulnerable with me. So I'm like, let me go at it. And 2 years later, I became Muslim. So I went through this crisis of realizing some of the extracurricular behavior that you noted in your wonderful introduction was rooted in trying to find meaning. And sometimes we find meaning in very unhealthy ways, whether it's like, I've seen imams who've engaged in voyeurism. And I'm just like, what are you doing? You're an imam. Like, man, and it's kind of a quest for finding a deeper, because not only are non-Sharia specialists not trained in like an epistemological approach to studies, in the Azhar, man, in Medina, in the Madras, how many times do you open up a book and they begin to talk about why you believe what you believe and who's God and who are you? So back to your question, Allah says to the Prophet, وَعَلَّمَكَ مَا لَمْ تَكُنْ تَعْلَمْ. We taught you. So I think that's why qalam is important. I think that these institutions that are I like to use the word public intellectuals. How do you overcome the sense of I don't know, I don't know, I don't know? Al-Maqdisi says the way that you overcome a negative quality is to do its opposite. Is to learn. So I think, and not just learn by watching TikToks and Instagrams, but that's entertainment. But I think we have a foundations cohort at our seminary, right? 1-year foundations cohort. We have a medical doctor who shows up every morning in her scrubs, on her Zoom. And you know what she said to me? It's the best year of my life. She's a mother of 4 kids. I said, why? She said, because I finally learned what I believe. So I would say that's how we overcome that gulf, is to find, and I think Sheikh Mikael is a gem in this community you should be utilizing. Dr. Sahiba, is incredible person to have in your community. So invest in learning. We should have intensives for influencers. We should have intensives for professionals. We should have intensive for college students that are like 2 or 3 months. Hey, I believe for teenagers, as a father of 2 of them, is that we should have shahada parties for our young people. Like we see with the new Muslims, Allahu Akbar, Nari Takbir, Allahu Akbar, Alhamdulillah, What about those people born Muslim who've engaged in this challenge, who've grown in their Islam in America, have honed their Islam in America? The cortisol levels are shown to be high amongst American Muslim women compared to other groups. Why? Why is that? Right? So, coupled with the challenges culturally of being yelled at in front of our Friday prayer services, but then with the lack of accomplishment that our brother's asking about, how do I overcome this gulf of not feeling I've learned? We should cater to you and make sure you have an opportunity to learn from A to Z what you need to be functional, not scholars. Functional religious literacy. And so I appreciate what she told me, Dr. Sahiba, or the other one, when she said, greatest year of my life, because I finally learned what I believe. So that would be the answer, is to learn. A systematic theology. There's a great book by Paul Tillich, he's not Muslim, but it's awesome, called Warranted Belief. What warrants our faith in Islam? Right? What warrants my commitment to Allah? There's nothing wrong with asking that question. Then I learn, and that learning leads to ma'rifah, leads to rising and growing.
Thank you so much. We're done. I think we're.
One last. Yeah.
Okay.
The sister behind me, she's asking a question.
The gold hijab.
We have a gym here that we haven't really utilized. So everything that you've heard, can you please just give us like some sageous
I think my goal
thoughts?
for this whole conference was to help our youth, as he was saying, normalize, or not normalize. I think we can use a better word, but it's okay to have depression. It's okay to have anxiety. What's not okay is not seeking help. And what's not okay is being in guilt and shame all the time that I'm not a good Muslim because I'm not coping with the stress very well. One more thing that I think we did not talk about, and it's just a small thing, but it has a big impact, is that people who are stuck in their past. I am behaving this way, I'm angry, I'm irritable because I was abused when I was 7 years old. I am angry and irritable because my husband used to beat me up and I'm not doing well in my second marriage because I have trauma from that event. Or I am bad in this because my father said this and this to me, or a person made this comment about my body and so I'm not comfortable with it. What happens with this kind of feeling where you're stuck in past is that you cannot fix yourself because the trauma is not over for you. The brain does not know the difference between a real experience and experience that you are imagining. So people with PTSD, they keep on reliving the same trauma over and over and over again. So to them, my message is that life is a responsibility, it's your responsibility. Because when you're blaming that person and you stop that cycle of reliving the same trauma, like, okay, that trauma is over now I can focus on my well-being, this life is in my control, those stresses are not there anymore. Especially for people who have immigrated, women who have immigrated from some countries back home where the women did not have the same rights that they have over here. So they still are in that mindset. They don't realize that episode is over and this is a new journey for them now. So do not stay stuck in past. Whatever past was there, it's over now. Because when you keep on blaming past for that, you cannot fix yourself. You stay stuck in that.
I always say, Dr. Ali, that you can either be a victim or a survivor. So I always say you can either be a victim or a survivor.
Yes.
Yeah. So victim mindset versus survivor mindset, right? We all go through the trauma. How we emerge from it, how we go from it, right? Do we continue to relive that and stay in that victimhood, or do we say, hey, I went through this, I survived this, and because of that, I came out stronger, and I'm able to face challenges in a different way now. So victim versus survivor. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for an amazing panel. Thank you guys.
I think it's prayer time.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good question. Prayer time is going to be in the Woodhaven room. So in the next 10 minutes, if you can head over there, we will be commencing salah over there. So Woodhaven room for prayer, and then we'll connect after that. Thank you.
बहुत आगे जाके वो लगता है I didn't even get it. I wanted to get it. So we and then
The guy that found it, I had money for that. He saw me. He was like, your wife's painting and held it up. She wrote tax and reviews on it. He's like, I'm putting this in the office.
Oh, that's nice.
And then he like gave me an idea. He's like, you should consider doing this business idea. This is a podcast. And he was like, really excited.
I saw there was one bridge. I thought it was like a small bridge. I didn't know it was an actual bridge. It's pretty new though, right? Yeah, yeah. Interesting. The airport. Yeah. It's probably worth reading though. Yeah. From Plano. See, but I live in Portsmouth, so I would have to move down to Plano to go there. I get cheaper. Why start myself? I don't travel. I don't know why I'm like this.
It's from trying to get out of Frisco to come visit you. Both of y'all both be trying to escape Texas. Yeah.
She's like, I just actually know sometime in the city. I recognize you from this one.
We should go cut through here and then see by.
You want to guys to?
Yeah, so I'm this was not me like a year or two ago. So yeah, that's where we met. Yeah, it's just okay. You're not talking. We're only about like 40 minutes. For me, 40 minutes. I know. I'm like me, kids of my own. I'm just like at least I'm able to like help. Just like see it. Not because I'm driving here, but driving here. I know. Why am I so worse? It's so scary, but then
Yeah, Renee was telling me. Yeah. No, same. I had exam yesterday. Yeah.
I don't know how to drive like there. I feel like I'm close enough that they're gonna hit me.
Me too.
Yeah, inshallah. Yeah,
Yes.
I spend my time making ICC and
She's like,
Assalamu alaikum everyone. We are going to be commencing with the salah right here in front of the stage, right over here. Unfortunately, we had to switch it over here because alhamdulillah, so many people showed up to pray together. So let's just move right here, please. One more time, everyone, we are going to be praying in the Collinwood room, the big room where the panel discussions were happening. The prayer is going to happen right in front of the stage. If everyone can please join us here. Alhamdulillah, we had a big turnout for prayer, so we want to make sure that we can accommodate everyone in the big room, please.
The speakers were fantastic.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله استووا استقيموا استقيموا الله أكبر الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر الله الله أكبر الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر الله الله أكبر
الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
If you're Musafir, inshallah, we're going to make awesome, inshallah. Sorry, if you're traveling or Musafir, inshallah, we're going to make awesome 2 rakats for awesome salah, inshallah.
You don't want to be in the front of the class?
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر.
Karıcığım. Bak seni buradan izliyorum.
Allahu Akbar. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر.
I was here as Imam Sahib. It's about Spain. They were just going over some stuff. It was like mental health. Especially any good insights? I think so. I mean, like basically we tend to like kind of compartmentalize mental health as like its own thing, but it's all interconnected. Right. So like sometimes what people tend to do is
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
I mean that too. But basically what they said is that like they tend to want to navigate it as if it's just like a regular problem, right? But then like when you take like a detached approach to it, like you're trying to solve it, but the way you're approaching it in the first place is like detached. You know, like you're not really in touch with like what's actually going on inside. So that means that there's like deeper stuff at the root that needs to be addressed.
So instead of treating a problem as just a problem, you bring that problem into yourself and treat the person.
Exactly. That's how I understand it as well. Yeah, you put it into words better than I could though. So that's what I got out of it.
Yeah, that's a really nice framing.
Yeah, and Sheikh Mikhail, he even wrote a book, When Hearing Becomes Listening, and I finished that recently. And a lot of the stuff he said links directly back to that as well. Because, I mean, in order to, like, I guess, be able to listen to others, you have to clear the inner voice within yourself.
Right, you have to, there's a difference between listening and, like, hearing, right? Like,
Exactly.
hearing is an act that just happens. Listening is paying attention, giving the person space to talk, all that.
Exactly. So, like, animals can hear. Right. It's a basic faculty that all creatures have.
But listening is a skill.
Exactly. And that's what makes humans different from animals, is being able to listen. And when you're listening to somebody, you're basically, what you're doing is making space for them inside your heart. And I guess that's why a lot of people don't want to listen, is because they're not always ready to give the other person's space.
Right. It might just be it might not be somebody you want to have a relationship with, right? So it really depends, I guess, what your intention is coming into the interaction.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's only a little bit of what they discussed. I mean, the other stuff is still marinating, so I'm still trying to like process everything that they said. But a lot of it is stuff that I'm sure we've heard before, right? Where like trauma tends to get passed down, even if unintentional, right? Like sometimes what I'll do is that like I might find myself saying the same exact thing that like my mom or dad might have said, and then I'm like, oh shit, like, and I think back to it and I'm like, oh wow, this is something they said before, which means some of their problems potentially trigger that.
It's a learned behavior, right?
Right.
You learn it. Some of it. I don't know if you ever. One really cool thing is Dr. Gabor Mate. I really like his podcast with Hassan Minaj. That was very cool, right? Like he's very well spoken. Very honestly, because some of the stuff, because mental health is like there's a physiological component, but you really can't see it, right? It's not like a finger or whatever.
Exactly.
You like see that it's a finger or whatever. So it's really cool to see him discuss those concepts in a way that yes, these are real, right? Mental health kind of feels maybe to me imaginary because like it's really in your head.
It feels abstract.
Yeah. Very cool to see.
Yeah, Yeah, but it is a real thing. Like, so when you feel certain emotions, you'll feel that in your body too.
Right.
Like, I don't know how to
There's a physiological component to the emotion. It's not just in your head. It's actually like how's that during the anxiety talk or whatever. I think.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. We are going to have the FIRE Blueprint panel, How to Design Financial Freedom, Decades Before Traditional Retirement, with Shiraz Khan in the Windhaven Room. And then right after that, lunch will be served outside in boxes. So 2:30, we'll have the lunch out for you guys. For now, there's the panel happening in the Windhaven Room. Thank you.
By the way, that Windhaven panel that's about to, the workshop that's about to go on, it's what FIRE is defined as is financially independent, retire early. So like definitely go to that if you want to figure out how 401ks work, how to maximize on making money, especially at this time. I don't know, oil barrel prices are going up and down. Might be a good investment. So check that one out. And then we're gonna have food shortly after.
It goes really well together. I know. How old is she? Two months. Yeah. And I'm just curious, like, only What's your name again?
Mehreen.
Mehreen.
Amina, right?
Yeah, I think it's last time
But you're a chair. everything up on her sleeve and like whatever. She left the baby with her husband today. Like, I'm going for 8 hours, bye. And she just came and showed up and ding donged our door at 8 a.m. Like, I'm without the baby. Like, get out. You haven't left for more than 3 hours? Wind here. It's in another room. Oh, I think tomorrow that's okay then.
Assalamu alaikum. We have lunch here in the main room. If you can come grab a box face off and then head on to the Windhaven room for the fire blueprint with Shiraz Khan. So please grab your lunch, it's in the corner, and then head on to the Windhaven room. For those that want to be here for the meet and greet, if you are interested in the meet and greet, there will be a line here near the stage. So come up here after you grab your lunch for the meet and greet. Thank you.
No, here pretty soon. Because we're here.
Assalamu alaikum again. We have Farzi here for the meet and greet. For those that want to have the meet and greet, please come up to the main stage after grabbing your food. This is a limited time VIP meet and greet. We'll be in the Woodhaven, so please grab your food and head over to the Woodhaven.
Assalamualaikum one more time everyone. We have a meet and greet on the main stage for the VIP guests only. You will require your badge for this one. So if you can grab your food or do it after and come make a line towards the left side of the stage, that would be great.
And other people, I highly recommend that you guys go and take Sharaz's workshop because it's called the Fire Blueprint and it's amazing. So please, that is happening in the Windhaven room. People who are not a part of the meet and greet can please go over there and attend this workshop. Thanks.
How old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
37.
Ruba.
Do I look older or younger than?
Younger.
Younger?
Yeah, the
How-
white hairs threw me off. You have a baby face. I don't know if you get that.
Yeah. All the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you see me without facial hair, it's like even more baby face, for sure.
So what do you do full time?
So, well, no. So my day job is a program designer for a healthcare company, and then media stuff.
Do you film stuff as like events or just?
Some events, conferences. Lately, it's been a lot of conferences and events, but we're trying to do some animation work.
You have a company?
I have a company. Yeah.
Are they
Goofy
here or-
Productions.
Oh, okay. Are they
Yeah.
overseas?
No, they're in the U.S.
How many are you?
About 10.
Inshallah.
Yeah.
So it's yours, you're CEO?
Yeah.
What do you have, what's the team made up?
I'm CEO. We have a CMO, COO. Doing event planning and networking. Then we have animation expert. We have a creative strategist, email marketing specialist. Someone doing newsletter.
Nice.
And then we have a media advisor.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Keep busy, man.
Keep busy. Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Just keep on rolling.
Yeah,
So,
nice.
Actually, I wanted to talk to you about. Or did I mention Poopy Circle to you at all?
It's that there for you to walk across
Okay.
camera. You emailed.
I emailed it. Yeah. So one of my intentions for that is, bringing industry leaders and talent, fresh talent, in the same room. So there's knowledge sharing and skill building and workshopping going on.
Yeah.
But I really want to hone in on the mentoring aspect as well, right? Because a lot of artists that I spoke to, independent artists, they want to learn from the best of the best, right? And those who are of the same faith as well. So, I know Yakin has the whole team, right? So if possible, and we can talk more in detail, like have workshops and maybe even office hours for those individuals. Not necessarily talk about Yakin as well, but like them individually.
Yeah, through their own department.
Their own, exactly. Like skill building. Right?
Yes.
So, we can talk more about it.
Yeah, no, I saw that, man. It's just, you got kids?
I have 3 kids.
MashaAllah. And you're able to do all this?
8, 5, and 2. And alhamdulillah, I'm blessed to have a wife that
Just handles it all.
can hold it down. So,
Yeah.
I know you have kids too.
Do you have family here to help at all? Or?
So you know what, dude?
Oh, yeah.
He's my brother-in-law, and Leia's my sister. So.
Oh my goodness, okay.
Yeah. Actually, what do is the one he gave me your phone number to begin with. That's how it
How's
is.
he then? I haven't seen him in a while.
No.
Is he here?
He's in Capel. And they run the Murakaba school.
And it's, okay, yeah. Okay, so he doesn't go to BRC as much.
Not as much, yeah. They go to physical more.
I used to find this book was MashaAllah alayh. I've been actually wanting to do the same thing as far as doing workshops and giving back and teaching, because everybody's always asking the same questions.
Right.
Just keep reaching. I mean, the thing is, like I said, maybe I'm just terrible at time management and communication.
And if not you, I mean, there's so many. There are others that can.
Talking about within Yaqeen?
Not within Yaqeen. I'm just saying, as a filmmaker, as an artist, right? Like we're trying to get mentors from like every discipline within media, right? So
on the main stage for
if you're a
VIP
sound
guests
designer,
only, you guys are welcome to come and meet him
camera operator,
over there.
lighting,
Please
whatever,
form
right?
a line
Whatever
on the left side of the stage.
Like we want to be able to
food
make
is in the
sure
back
they
of
have
this
the
room.
chance
Please
to
grab your food as well.
teach,
And then at the
and
same time, we have
also
the Fire
mentor
Blueprint workshop happening in Windhaven.
others as well.
So please also check that out.
Very much needed.
And like I said, I get so many of the same questions on social media, man, LinkedIn, and I can't even reply to them. So I feel like something like that needs to be done. Yeah, reach out as much as I apologize. It's not even like I don't do it. Period. It's
No,
not
no,
like
I know, I
you
know, I
or
know.
anybody else. I'm just not.
The meet and greet is going to be your
in that
graduation
mindset.
style. So
Like I was
everyone is
telling
going
you,
to form a line on the
make
left
some
side
good
of the
moves as
stage,
far, like
go
physical
up, meet
moves,
and greet,
might not
and then
be
they're going to
here.
come
Who
up on
knows,
the
right?
right side. Okay, let's do this.
Dealing with that at the moment. But yeah,
Are you looking to move out of the U.S.?
Yeah.
Like, okay.
I think about it. Yeah. So something like this would need commitment, would need to actually want to do it and put in the.
So that's part of also what I'm trying to like also get at is like, you know, there are talented people like you, mashallah, right? But like, you know, you also have a life, right? So like, wherever there's
By
a
the
need
way,
for someone
super dope
like with
workshop
your talent,
happening in the other room. Okay, so
kind
you
of
can
like
bring your food
pick
in
up,
the other room.
you know,
It's allowed.
pick up where you left off, or like if you have
They're
to move
talking
out.
about how to get rich.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I agree. Yeah.
Like,
Exactly.
that's exactly.
No, we need
So-
1,000 of me and you and all of these
Right.
guys.
Right.
There's not enough of us.
Right.
I see all the other videographers and media folks, and it's everybody that I know, and we work all the time together. Rahim, if you know Rahim.
Yeah.
He's with Yaqeen now, part-time. What's his name, the other guy? The Dude, or I don't know how he says it. The Dude, I think. Dawood.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think he has his username. Like, Sundos, 3 or 4 of us, same folks. But I agree. Have you started it, or is it?
We're in the we're putting it together still. So one of the first steps is like a survey, an interest form.
Yeah.
Gathering data, see like who's really interested and in what areas. Then from there we can really figure out like how we group everyone by subject, right? So
Nice. No, keep at it, man. Somebody's got to do it.
yeah.
I'll try as much as I can, but if not, I'm sure there's a bunch of other guys to reach out to. But it's good seeing you.
Yeah.
How's,
I'm glad we met in person finally.
Yeah.
I was like, when am I gonna see this brother? At all. But I'm
Yeah,
good.
you're IC, bro. Yeah, that's where you'll find me. I don't go to any other masajid.
Are you usually in the musalla, like just up front doing the
The
camp?
main musalla, yeah. I mean, everybody, connect with everybody there. I help out the AV from time to time. You'll see me a lot more, or you see me a lot more during Ramadan, but I'm there from certain salah.
Yeah.
You want
Alright.
to grab lunch?
Yeah. I think I grab. Yeah, right here.
There you go. Okay.
If you want this, I can grab it.
No.
You have to hold
Okay.
it.
Hey guys in the back, or in the front even, there is a talk going on in the other room. You can bring your lunch there. So make your lunch productive if you're sitting alone on your phone and eating. Might as well learn something. It's actually a really good panel. It's talking about Islamic investing and making money and retiring early. Okay? So yeah, mutual funds are cool. They make you passive income. Definitely go to that panel. On the opposite side of this hall.
For the meet and greet, let's keep it as short as possible. I'm so sorry. There are, even though it doesn't look like it, but there are people waiting. One more time, guys. The meet and greet is about to end in 2 minutes. If you want to meet Farzi, Jumshed Pai, people from Elaichi, and the CMO of Nominal, now is your chance. If you are planning to come here, you do require a VIP badge. There will be a line towards the left of the stage. You go on the stage, you take your pictures, and come down towards the right. Thank you.
Yo.
How's it going?
Alhamdulillah. How are you?
Good. How long did it take for you to set all this up?
I think I came at 8:30,
Okay.
and then by 9:15 I was good.
Okay.
But it looks like trash.
Why?
I mean, they won't turn on the spotlights only, and they didn't turn this off, and they said no.
Why?
But I don't know.
Is
But
this,
alhamdulillah, at
is
least
this all
the
your
audio.
Keen equipment, or is this your equipment?
It's my equipment.
Wow. Okay.
I've been doing this for like 15 years.
Yeah.
But I still don't, believe it or not, I don't have enough. I'm an idiot, but it's okay.
Is it like the cost of things, or?
I never invested back into the business. Like I would recommend that.
No,
Because
I understand. Yeah, I know. I told you.
Yeah.
We've talked about this.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, but yeah. Inshallah, that I will try to do it properly. But there's just, I feel like there's a roadblock. Everything's also costly.
Yeah, especially now. Now it's gonna get insane.
Did you see the price of SSDs and SD cards?
I heard. I didn't see.
I went to Best Buy to get just the 2 terabyte SanDisk.
Final
These
call
are,
for the meet and greet with Farzi, Jamshed Bhai, Ahmed Abdullah, and
That's how you get
Mojo,
things done.
and Zainab Joyo. If you
What's your
guys
plan up to
have
now?
a
What are you guys
VIP pass, please come
Mhm.
through.
How did the Ramadan series go? Yeah.
Well,
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did Ahmed do it this year?
no. Did we talk about it?
No.
I didn't work on it.
Why not?
We outsourced it
Okay.
to Istanbul. But I was a
No way.
supervisor. Yeah.
Okay, how do you think it went? Successful or not?
I loved the way the storyline came out.
Okay.
Final call for the
I
meet
mean,
and greet
that's-
with Farzi,
I
Ahmed
love that.
Abdullah,
I want to get to that
Jamshed
level.
Bhai,
I think we almost
Elaichi
got
guys.
it last
Please
year,
come
but
on the stage
why
if
do
you
you
want to
choose
meet
to
them.
outsource this
VIP
year?
pass is required for
Oh.
this one. And sponsors too. You guys can come
there's
as
many
well.
reasons.
Yeah.
They say the biggest one was that it burnt us out so much every year, and it did.
Making it. Okay, yeah.
I mean, first couple of weeks of Ramadan and the 2 weeks before it,
Mhm.
I'm depressed. Like, don't talk to me. Like, I want to kill somebody.
Okay.
But budgeting, of course. Well, it was cheaper, even though it was a lot
cheaper,
bigger.
even though the quality of
Oh, yeah.
production.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And
wow.
I had like 200 and something people working on it.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, like
Okay.
260 something.
Who wrote the script?
They worked with us, but they did
Okay. They did most of it.
with Sheikh Omar.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, I had a good Ramadan this year.
Alhamdulillah.
Exactly, and that's what Sheikh
But do you
Omar.
feel like also? Do you feel like? Do you feel like it's taking away from your work, or you're like,
Yeah.
hey, I'm still getting?
No, I spoke about them. It's my baby. I've been
Yeah.
this is six of them the past 6 years that I've worked
Yeah.
on. I've been building it up so I can get to this level where I can
Yeah.
actually do the storyline, and then
Yeah.
they took it away. But I think it was necessary because
Was it your decision or was it collective? Like.
it was completely their decision.
Okay.
And the thing is, they wanted to fly me out. They tried to fly me out to actually direct and do all that, but it conflicted with family
Okay.
scheduling and stuff.
Okay. Were
But
you guys
alhamdulillah.
considering getting Ahmed back for this year or no?
No, I mean if we did it here,
Yeah,
for
if
sure.
y'all did it here.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
100%.
Okay.
I wouldn't do it anymore without him.
Yeah. You guys
Um,
work well together, mashallah.
Yeah, I love
Yeah,
working
no,
with
all
him.
about it. You guys work well together.
Yeah.
It's like a good duo.
And I love it because
Yeah.
I've always been the hardest working person I know when I'm on
Yeah.
set. He like
No,
he's-
I was like just extremely impressed by his like work ethic and his like demeanor and how he carried himself, even in like times of like stress.
Oh my god, man.
Yeah,
You
he's
would-
so gentle and so kind, and if you even like screw up, like you don't know what the hell you're doing, he's just so nice about it.
He's so.
Yeah.
I wish I was
yeah,
like that, honestly.
Yeah. yeah.
Were you there when we filmed in the back of VRIC, the cold?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you know,
was
I didn't
there the
go.
whole
I didn't go with you guys. I was like, I mean, I did when we were filming.
Yeah.
But I was against it. Like, we don't need to be going this hard. But he's like, no, I got this, and he's setting it up.
Yeah.
Everybody's freezing their butts. Up.
We
Mainly
were
him.
all in it. Yeah.
Mainly him.
It was freezing.
God
no,
bless
but I
him.
appreciate that. Like, I appreciate people like that, especially in this type of field too.
Yes.
But it was just nice, like witnessing how you guys work and how he works. It was like so nice to be there.
Yeah. No, he was great.
I just kept screwing up the follow focus, but that's it.
That was everybody. Everybody that touched the follow focus.
It's my enemy till today. It is my sworn enemy until I die.
sucks.
Until I get this down.
Actually, I was watching. They gave us the raw footage
They
from
did?
Turkey, like from some of them.
Oh, okay.
No, not that.
Okay.
From Turkey. And they were struggling with it too. They had a
Really?
follow focus thing, and it was
Okay.
all over the place. I'm like, man, what am I supposed to work with? So
Okay.
it's a known.
It was my enemy.
It's
I was-
everybody's enemy.
Yeah. I think also my ankle was broken, and then I was like really
Oh, man.
frustrated
Oh,
because
yeah,
a lot of like work
mashallah.
stress. It's
This is
working.
the first time I see you
Without a boot?
Yeah, like focusing on
Without
it.
a boot?
Yeah.
No, it didn't heal the best because I didn't get seen initially, but alhamdulillah, like it's functioning. I just can't do anything crazy.
Yeah.
Like this will have I'll have like a swollen ankle by the end of the night.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, those shoes don't help. That's why I wear these ugly shoes. Look at how much cushion there.
They're actually really ugly,
No, they're-
honestly. But are they comfy?
Yeah, they are. But they are terrible. But this is what I use for my.
I wanted
my
to
work.
get the Solomon the hiking shoes, the ones that
Yes.
have like the colorful like band. They're $200, but apparently they're really comfortable. They last a really long time.
You know, some things you gotta just dish out the money.
I will.
Because-
Whatever they pay me here, I'll just go and buy the shoes.
Yeah.
I don't know how much to charge them because they asked me to come out yesterday. They texted me yesterday.
And you haven't agreed on a price. You just
No,
came?
I've worked with him before, but I don't think they care. I'm gonna give them a reasonable price. I know them, but I was like, I could charge a little bit more just because it's last.
Yeah, do a little bit more, especially with inflation and all that. People.
How much should I quote Miftah?
What are you doing for them?
Testimonials, B-roll, highlight footage.
Wait, this
and
is
photos. The conference.
Oh, okay.
Knowledge retreat.
Testimonials. What else?
Testimonials.
Photos?
So testimonials, highlight videos, photos, highlight video of the event, B-roll, testimonials, and then photos. It's a lot. It's gonna be a lot.
You're editing the highlights?
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing everything. I don't have to.
How many highlight videos? How many all of that?
So I think one main highlight video for the whole 5 days, and then they want like clips, short, like real clips from the session.
Yeah, those are not easy. Those
They're
take a long
not.
time.
I know. Ask me when I've said that. You know, those things take time. Not with Miftah. And they're like, no, it takes 30 minutes, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, especially if you're gonna add captions on them and.
Yeah, the captions, the cleaning it. I also color grade and I do shoot in log, so now I'm like, should I even do that if they want it a quick turnaround time? I don't know.
Don't color grade, but you could shoot in log and then slap a LUT and just
I could.
a little bit.
I could, but I'm a
Whatever.
I'm a Canva. I want to do it.
You
I want to
too.
do the whole thing.
You're a passionate
I
idiot.
want. I do it to myself. I'm an idiot to
You
myself.
know, you're like a reflection of me, Subhanallah. You're like a younger version.
Yeah.
I think
I
what
need
you
to work smarter. The guys here, they work smarter because they don't shoot in log. And I see them, and people love the work, but they don't work as hard. But they're still out there a lot more than I am. And I'm hiding. I'm like in a cave hiding under a rock. And then when they call me, I come out of my cave and I'm like, I can help.
Yeah. Take that passion of vlog and like creativity and all that stuff that you just said and do it in a personal project. For this stuff, it's crank it.
So what's the cleanest way to do stuff like this? Like, should I just not color grade, just do the LUT and then move on with my life? Or should
If
I
you're
not
comfortable
even do it?
using the log and then slapping a LUT and it's gonna look good, sure. But if you want to use standard and like just everything is normal and neutral or
The majority of the people don't see the difference, but I can see the difference.
yeah, don't do what majority of people see. Like, don't worry about
You know,
that.
it's so hard for me to
You know,
do
I don't
that.
even
I
see
get
the
mad. I get mad. I get so angry. Like, I get angry. I'm like, no! But I guess nobody cares.
Did you listen to the session before this?
No.
You didn't?
I don't listen to anything.
No. That mental one was
Really?
Was it for us?
It was really?
Well, for us with our issues. Like
The-
we need therapy. Because this is a problem. Well, it is.
No, I literally want to go get therapy specifically about work-related things.
Yeah.
Like, but I need somebody that's like Muslim who can understand like the nuances of working.
One of them was brilliant.
Is it Mahmoud Ali?
No, the ladies. There was 2 of them.
Madiha?
No, Madiha, I think she was okay, but the other older one, Shah or something, I don't know.
Wow, I'm about to. It's gonna be hard for me to do.
What?
To not shoot.
Oh.
Okay, I have to.
I'm
I have
not
to figure
shooting
it out.
log.
Yeah, that's fine, but nobody cares. Yeah, nobody cares.
Nobody
No
cares.
one cares.
Wallahi, they don't know
Wallahi,
the
nobody
difference.
cares. Yeah.
They don't, I swear to God. No, yeah, do it for your personal, some side thing that makes you feel good about.
Inshallah, I don't want to give up on this yet because I have like there's something else that I can do, but it's like career.
The health thing, you can go
shifting.
back to it?
More on the mental health side for kids.
Yeah.
But I still want to see if I can do anything with this. I need to map it out, but I feel like the Muslim video photo world is like a man's world. It's a boy's world.
Do this as a hobby on the side.
Ish.
This
stuff?
Don't make it your main.
I could though.
Have I not mentioned?
You did tell me.
Oh yeah, no, if I could, I would. Don't make it
It
your
can't
main.
be a main thing right now for me, and like I'm working at BHA right now. Just
BHA?
For the, yeah, I
Oh,
told you.
okay.
I accepted.
I don't know why I
position.
said, I thought BH.
No,
like,
it's crazy there. Wallahi, it's crazy there. It doesn't make any sense. It's not a real place.
you know Noor photography.
Yeah.
Do you know her story?
Yeah,
oh,
I know.
Okay. I don't have no idea, but
It's 2 sides.
okay.
That particular situation was 2 sides because I was there that day.
Oh.
I said, what man is yelling in the parking lot?
Okay, you know what? I
Yeah.
don't even.
You don't need to know anything.
No,
You don't need to
no.
know anything.
Okay.
No, it's very interesting. Hajib community, their own bubble.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not gonna last, but it's paying off what I need it to pay off. So
Yes.
I'm there for now.
Listen.
Yeah.
Listen to me.
Salika, how are you? I just saw your cousin yesterday.
Which cousin?
Mani? Yes, barista cousin.
Yeah,
yes,
Mani.
Yes. She's so cute.
Yes,
She said you're still looking to do video stuff, photos.
Yeah, I've been working somewhere the last like 2 years,
You're
but
like,
kind
yeah.
of looking to. Well, I'm looking to do something different.
We're all, as we all are.
Yeah.
You do photo, video?
Mostly video.
Oh,
That's
nice.
good. That's good. We were just talking about.
What about you? What are you up to?
I'm working at a school right now, just marketing stuff, and then I'm doing this on the side.
Doing what?
Video, photos, on the side. Yeah. But it's fun.
I like this like.
Oh,
It's
thank
so
you.
Cool. I
Thank
love
you.
that.
It's a It's a company in Dallas. She makes them in Africa and then she sells them here.
Oh, I
and
love
it has
that.
pockets.
Oh my gosh, I'm sold. I'm sold immediately.
It has pockets.
Oh, it's so deep.
No, you can put a whole lens in here.
Oh my gosh, I wouldn't even need to like bring my purse anywhere.
Yeah.
Everything that's in my purse could go in that pocket. That's amazing.
Are you here for the...
Yeah, I've been here since the beginning, but I'll probably head out after.
Okay,
Is this
so-
going to be like a panel? Like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the media folks, social media
Really?
influencers.
Oh.
Yeah.
When is it going to start?
No, I need to go to the workshop room.
Do you know when it's going to start?
I think 3:15.
3:15.
It's in the agenda if you look at the website.
It says, well, whatever that block is, I think started with the meet and greet, so I don't know specifically like when it started.
There's a panel of influencers.
Yeah, like them.
Okay.
Barzan.
Oh.
Yep,
Oh. That's what. Oh, he's from the internet. That's why he's from.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
TikTok guy. Yeah.
Oh, speaking those dumb videos online.
Talking about that guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just followed him recently.
Really?
Yeah, he's funny.
Yeah, they're funny. It's funny when influencers walk in the wild
Yeah.
because they act different. Like you just put videos on the internet. You
Yeah.
chill out. I'll look at that.
But that's the thing, we put them on a pedestal.
Yeah, but it's scary.
It is.
I
scary.
say this also as like someone who like made videos like from an organization,
Yeah.
and it's so scary to think that like, because when you push out these types of videos and like people feel like something connected to
Yeah,
the video,
yeah.
but the person in the video can be, they see them as one thing, but they're also human and they have other sides to them. And the glamorization and the pedestal that they walk in with like heart eyes is so
Yeah.
scary. Will bother
Yeah.
me.
It's, how do you change that? I find myself.
I don't know, because I was like,
falling
I'm
into that.
accountable for it. That's my fault. I said, that one, I'm putting on my shoulders. It was me.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I get it.
It's scary.
I get it. I mean, I've worked with so many.
Personalities.
Yeah.
It is what it is. You should keep doing this.
I should keep doing it.
Yeah, you should put more work. You should do more work, push more work out there. You should market yourself.
Yeah, somebody else just is asking me about another event.
Yeah.
I want to, but I also. Yeah, I want to. It's fine.
Wait, you didn't want to do the Miftah thing? The
No, he wanted a female.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
He didn't say that?
He just said.
I think he said he had a bunch of other guys doing it,
Yeah.
and then he just needed a female.
That's great. Thanks for recommending me. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Yeah. What would you charge them? What should I charge them? I didn't give them a quote yet.
Oh,
I haven't sat down
I
and
feel
built
like
it.
it's Miftah.
What does that
like,
mean? Should I do a non-profit Muslim or discount or something? But I don't know.
Yeah.
What's the ballpark number?
But
I don't really care.
It includes editing with me.
Okay, yeah.
I know. I increased it. I would say like about 7,000.
Really?
That's
Are they
a lot
good
of
for
work.
it? Like, are they good for
That's
it?
the thing. That's the problem. I don't know Miftah. I've never worked with them. But probably not because of all the other guys that they're gonna have.
Okay. Because they're not
But it's a
hiring one
huge-
person. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a huge event. So I would say 7 or 5. And
I think
try-
I'll just do 5. If I know that they have more, that means they're like working with a budget probably, and then I could do like a 20% discount.
They're still gonna push back on the 5, but yeah.
Yeah, they'll push back.
Are you?
on that.
Would you be happy? Would you be okay with 5?
Yeah, I'm
given
okay
the
with
work?
it. Yeah, it's fine. It's a lot of work, but it's fine. I told you that it was a day's work at Funham.
Yeah,
Running
I know,
around and
I
doing
know.
stuff, so it's fine.
I know,
Okay.
it's just like I hate not. Like I hate giving them the standard that they eventually just keep using for other
Yeah.
people. Like we all need to have like a union for
We
filmmaking
should
video.
all the content people should just come together and we
Be
should
like,
just
look,
decide what the
we
standard
don't take
is.
anything less than 5.
Yeah.
We all do the same.
But people negotiate really low numbers, dude. Like they will negotiate
That's what happens.
the lowest number, and I'm like, what do you think what do you think these things cost? But it's also the time that goes into it,
I know.
and like renting equipment, SD cards, external drives, your lot, like all of it.
Why do you think I just said don't do it full time? They don't. There's no respect. I just
They have
noticed.
no, and then if you're a woman, it's like another layer
Yeah.
of no respect.
I can imagine.
Yeah. But it's okay. I still love the work. It's just not.
Keep it as a hobby so you don't ruin it. Before, like
You know what I
did.
had really fun doing? My brother-in-law and my sister's gender reveal. That was so fun.
Yeah,
I just
see?
brought the camera with me just for fun, and I had such a great time.
And it looked beautiful.
It was so cute. It was so cute. Yeah.
Keep it that way.
Yeah.
Because I used to do that. Like if you see my old stuff, it's all this fun with the kids and my nephews and nieces and the MSA and now I don't want to touch the camera after work.
I get like by the time I get home when I'm doing this stuff, I'm so exhausted because even BHA have these like insane demands.
So you do video stuff for them?
Yes, technically I'm the marketing manager of a department that has nobody else, and so I'm doing everything.
You're managing yourself.
I'm my own manager, but I'm also like, I report directly to like the principal of the school, and like they want to do everything, but they're also micromanagers, but they also don't have time to micromanage. So they just come in guns blazing. It's a very
they just
interesting.
come piss you off.
No, they just come in, literally piss you off, and then walk out. And I said, okay. I just started doing this thing where I corporate smile, and I just say, Mashi, whatever you guys want. I said, that's what you want, alhamdulillah. Yeah, for sure. I just say yes. I saw fighting. I'm like, yeah, no problem. And then what you do is you go, the fake laugh. You're like, ha, ha, ha. You're not actually laughing.
That'll destroy you. But you know what? Hold on to it. Yeah, until you can.
It's. I bring in like 4K a month from there. So alhamdulillah, like I'm able to cover whatever I need to cover, and it's been like I'm just grateful for that. So like I'll get shaken during the day, and at 4 p.m. I'll go home, and I'm like, it's fine.
Especially with what's going on in the world right now, hold on to whatever you can. Doesn't matter. And write it out, but then plan things on the side.
Yeah.
What about the house? Can you do that?
No, I can.
Would it pay more? Would you like it more?
I think it would be more fulfilling because it's clinical and I'm working with kids, and I also think we need more Muslim representation working with Muslim children. The world's really scary out there.
Oh my God.
The propaganda, the stuff that kids get exposed to, even in school settings, is scary.
Don't remind me.
Are your kids in private?
They're in charter school. But
Muslim?
No.
Is it fine?
Huh?
It's fine?
No, it's not fine. That's why I said don't remind me. Like she comes, like K-pop and
Yeah, the K-pop demon hunters.
yeah. All they want to talk about is that, and I know that's like a whole shayateen stuff.
I believe in I'm a conspiracy theorist. I believe in like all the stuff that they think.
You know I'm the king of that, right?
Yeah. I see all your stuff, and I'm like, I believe.
Okay, good.
I saw the one of like the Zionists with the Jews and the Bijad and all of this stuff. I'm like, this is true.
Oh, I've been talking about it for like 15 years now.
Yeah. I believe it. I believe it to be true.
It's
scary.
Do your thing if you got it.
I'm gonna go just check on them. The thing is, there's nobody at their booth, but they want me to take pictures of them networking, but there's no one networking with them, so I'm just walking around.
Sounds good.
Great.
Enjoy. I'm Sam.
Rabia? They're gonna have more food. Are you sure? I just found it. I did. Oh, yeah, it's on its way. I'll get some water.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
This one?
Your thing looks great. Thank you so much. Excellent. Check out this is my own collection. Sorry.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. This is a request from Zohaib for me to make this a Jamshed Bhai announcement, but brother and sister, in 5 minutes, we will have the resilience panel on the main stage. 5 minutes, inshallah. Thank you.
We are starting the resilience panel in the next 2 or 3 minutes. So if you're outside and you cannot visually see who's making this announcement, that means I'm talking to you. We'd love to have you in here with us. We'd love to have you scoot up to the front of the stage. This is going to be an amazing talk. You're absolutely going to love it. You're going to feel like you got your money's and time's worth. We'd love to see you inside. We'll be starting in about 3 minutes, inshallah.
Wow, what a great podcasting voice, Marshall. Did you guys know that he actually has a podcast? It's Amit Dogs. Please follow him on Instagram and let's support. I guess we should banter while we wait for the room to start filling out. So that weather this morning, pretty bad, right? Who's from? You guys are from Texas. What was your? I feel like we left a bad impression. You guys.
I'm excited, bro. I'm excited to see what we're gonna talk about, conversations. This is my first time even being here, so.
Farzi, do you like Dallas?
I love Dallas.
When are you gonna move here, bro?
Oh, man.
When are your boys moved here?
You know what? I'll pray istikhara on that. I think that's probably like the best thing you could do to make a good decision, right?
Yeah, you're right.
But I love Dallas though. I love the Muslim community, and probably the biggest community I've seen so far from all the states. And I'm from Chicago. I take pride in Chicago Muslim community there. So Dallas is one up, and I'm not gonna lie.
Yep. I mean, it gets called out on the news a lot. So Governor Abbott, you know, he's pretty excited about the future here. Bubba, what's your take on Dallas? How do you like it? Or not
I've
like
been
it?
to Dallas so many times, so I do like it.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice.
Bigger community.
What's your favorite part about Dallas?
Well, I'm from Tampa, and the food sucks. So, you know, the food in Tampa, in Dallas is way better.
But Tampa does have nice weather though.
We have great weather.
Yeah. Like when I'm in Tampa, I'm like, I just want to chill on a boat.
Yeah,
And
yeah, that's the vibe.
drink my halal mocktail.
Mhm.
Abu sauce. Where's Abu sauce? Oh, he's not here. He's probably in the other panel. But Riaz, what about you, man? What's your take on Dallas?
I like Dallas because you're here, Zoe. And usually,
Thanks. Well, everyone's taking a picture of Farzi, bro. No one took a picture of me today. Riaz, we're gonna take a picture after this together.
what I was going to say was that the reason why I like Dallas is I think it's the people that make the place. And if you know somebody in that city, then that's what makes that city great.
Yeah. Don't you know people in every city?
I do know a lot of people. Alhamdulillah. You're here too, right? So I like Dallas because you and my friend Asad, if he's here, if he's still here or not, but I like him, alhamdulillah. So I like Phoenix because of Ahmed. Like alhamdulillah, thank you so.
All right, I think we should just get started because it's 3 o'clock. It is being recorded, so if people miss out, we're going to be sending out the recordings anyway. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. You probably heard of my voice a lot today. I was running around screaming, telling you guys to come into this room. My name is Zohaib. I run a company called Refunnel, and I also help with the Muslim Professionals Project. You know, we might be on some sort of hit list or something to get shut down somewhere, because we do a lot of these events where a lot of Muslims come through, and we talk business, make friends, hang out, and do things like this. So thank you guys for coming out. So shout out to you guys. Today we got a pretty sick panel, I would say so myself. We have creators on stage, we have investors on stage, we have business owners on stage, and some people do all of the above. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have each person give a 1-minute intro, but I wanna dive right into it because a lot of people know these people already, and you guys have the bios and stuff on our website, so don't want to dwell on that too much. I really want to get into the nitty-gritty of what you guys do, to be honest. So, Farzi, if you could take it away.
My name's raised in Chicago, social media influencer. I'm just an entertainer at heart, but you know, I would say, I think now I would kind of like define myself as makes a career out of being constantly being a better Muslim. And that's just through my career and through my lifestyle. And that's, you know, some things we can talk about, you know, in this panel, but not really much to talk about. I'm just a regular guy, you know, and I like to see myself as that. And kind of like relate to everybody that I see. I love to talk, I love to communicate with people and just yap. And yeah.
Yo. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Moyed Abdelhadi. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Pax and Beneficia Coffee and head of growth at Provision Capital. Pax is a 7-year-old coffee company, now with 8, soon to be 9 locations, inshallah. That's not announced yet. I think that's the first time I've actually said that in public like this, so 8, soon to be 9 locations. We have a growing D2C presence as well. And then on the Provision Capital side, invest in a lot of things, but my focus is early stage pre-seed startups to help Muslim founders and Muslim entrepreneurs grow. I personally love mentoring and guiding and helping people avoid the pitfalls that I've gone through over the last 5-6 years. Because I guess our CEO says that you see a lot of train wrecks, and we just try to help people avoid those train wrecks. So if anybody needs help, I'm here.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I'm Fadwa Khilili. I'm the owner of Fadwa Masala. It's the first all-natural masala line that is salt-free, sugar-free, and red chili powder-free. And before that, I was a recipe content creator. And before that, I was a CPA, and I still work in corporate America in finance and internal audit. And I'm based out of Tampa.
Hi guys, I'm Maria Mishtiak. I am a founder and CEO of It's Actually, a halal food broth brand here in Dallas, Texas. We ship nationwide. Before that, I've been in the content creation side of things for the last 10 years. And prior to that, I come from the startup space. So I've worked in food and I've worked in tech. And some of you may recognize me from my recent journey into culinary space as a chef. And so I've worn many, many hats over the years, and I take pride in each one of those journeys that I have taken on. And yeah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My name is Riaz Surti. Assalamu alaikum. And I own a company called Hearthy Foods. We're a supplement brand. We sell collagen, creatine, whey protein, bone broth, and we have some, I guess we have a little booth out there, and you're welcome to come by and taste some of our products. We have some marshmallows for samples. Yes, Assalamu alaikum.
His marshmallows are pretty delicious, I'm not gonna lie. My favorite ones, they're the s'mores with the graham cracker on the inside, and guess what? They're gluten-free, so if you have celiacs, check them out. So we're gonna kick it off, all right? We have some really cool, interesting faces that you probably have seen on social media, like Farzan, Fadwa, and Mariam. So I wanted to kick it off with you three. Y'all got into the content creation game pretty early, but you guys were planning on other careers, right? So what I wanted to ask you guys is, what made you get into content creation, and how are you like leveraging content to build upon the next chapter for each of your career paths? So I'll let Mariam
ladies go first.
Yeah, Mariam, take it away.
So for me, content creation wasn't something that I always looked forward to. I guess for me, it was something that right place, right time. You know, I lived in Atlanta, Georgia, and then I moved to New York City, and it was like the right time, right place. Got into content creation simply because it was a Southern girl living in a new city, and people are suddenly interested in your life, and things kind of picked up. And then I was just getting a lot of brand deals, so I kind of got stuck into like this whole beauty and fashion. So you know, I've worked with CoverGirl, L'Oreal, Maybelline. You can just name all these big brands. I have worked with them. But you know, over the years, I was still working. Content creation wasn't really a full-time thing for me. It was more of something that was a creative outlet. I was able to share the brand deals. I was able to share my journey into New York City. I was able to share my love for food. And while that was happening, I was actually a creative consultant for startups. And so I was helping them build out their content strategies and their social media and digital media strategies to implement through their brands. And then I realized I was a content creator on outside of work, but I'm also creating strategies for other people at work. It's too much for me, and so I pivoted and went into food. I was head of creative for a food startup. It was a baby food startup in San Francisco, and I worked there for a year and a half, and still realized the marketing part is just too much. Everything is kind of meshing together. I need to kind of create separation between my career and what I do outside of work. So pivoted and went into sales and marketing strategist for a tech startup. And it was a corporate gifting platform based out of Austin, Texas. And again, marketing is still like a big part of who I was. I was building a brand, personal brand outside, building a brand for other people. And then I said, I need to do something that I can, it's something that I want to take on as a project that I've never done before. And at the same tech startup, they actually had a head of e-commerce position that was available. I've never done e-com. I didn't know jack crap about it. And it was a thing that I was willing to learn, actually, right? Like, I take on projects and I'm like, I want to learn. I'm hungry for learning more things. And I was a head of e-commerce for about a year, and I created their entire e-commerce side of the business. And then after I had my first baby, I quit my job and I went into creating my own business, which is It's Actually. And everything that I've learned prior to that is now being implemented into a startup that I get to fully own and build from scratch. And my love for food has come back, so I'm also a chef, and it kind of really helps me get into hospitality and then also build a brand in the CPG space.
Sick. And Fadwa, you cook a lot of food, so I wanna really get into what got you into one, the Pakistani food, right? And then two, the spice stuff while being a CPA.
Yeah, so being a content creator, becoming a content creator was not really something I ever thought that I would do. I worked in corporate America for the last almost 15 years. I'm a CPA, always worked in finance, internal audit, accounting type roles, very boring, kind of stuff, but I always enjoyed it. And then I always loved to cook though, and I've always cooked Pakistani food. I have extended family from Pakistan, so that's how I learned, Pakistani food.
Shout out Pakistan.
Yeah, yeah. So I just.
My life for Pakistan. That's great.
Pakistan's in the.
Sorry for that. Every ask about that.
So yeah, I just would cook for my family, and one day I had a friend who encouraged me, like, hey, your recipes, like, they look so good. I'll send my friends pictures just for fun. Why don't you post recipes? So I posted a pulao recipe, beef pulao. It got some views, and then I posted a beef biryani recipe, and it got 5 million views, and I was shocked. I never thought.
That beef biryani recipe was good.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
I like the one pot biryanis that you do.
Thank
because
you.
It does
makes it easier, right?
It makes it way easier.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, it's a good.
There's traditionalists in this room right now that are just like, Zoe, like, you should go.
I post
like,
plenty of traditional recipes, but I like to do the instant pot stuff, things that make it easier for busy moms to cook. Like my sister, has 2 kids, and she's married to a Pakistani, so she really needs those easy recipes, right? So I got known for giving very clear instructions and teaching people how to cook. Then from there, in my videos, I would always use masala packets. So I would use Shan masala. And that's just how I learned how to cook, right? But people would leave me views in my videos, and there wasn't any line out there that was, salt-free, sugar-free. I started doing research actually in the masala packets that exist, and there's a lot of artificial ingredients in them, a lot of things that aren't necessarily good for you.
TA and all that.
Well, there's a lot of sugar, there's,
Sucks ingredients
yeah.
And gluten.
There's gluten in them, there's soy, I mean, like the 9 allergens are in them. So I figured, I'm like, I could create something. So on Thanksgiving Day in November of 2024, I had the idea. And then I started doing my research, and 3 months later we launched Fatwa Masala with 5 SKUs. And it took off. I just did organic marketing on social media, and people really liked the concept. I think people are looking for healthier options. And alhamdulillah, we've been in business a little bit over a year, and now we have 23 SKUs.
Nice.
So, and I still work in finance, so I'm doing both full time.
Awesome. Yeah, we're gonna really dive deep into the business side. I want to hold that one piece where she's talking about the SKUs and all that stuff, because Riaz and Moyad have worked on different products for a long time too. So when we get to that portion of this, it's gonna get pretty intense. So all the business people here, be ready to listen, because these guys have all scaled their businesses and they're scaling really fast. So Farzan, I wanted to ask you, what was that inflection point for you to get into the content game? Because you were just in college a few years ago.
Yeah, so it's actually crazy because I probably have like a very, a much different approach to it than everyone here, because I actually never worked a corporate job. And so I started making content just for the sake of just like having fun. Like it wasn't really like, it wasn't really much of like a reason beyond just honestly just doing things as a college kid. I'm bored in the dorm, don't really know what to do with, with my life. And just, why not just make content that could make people laugh? It makes me laugh, so why not just try and make other people laugh? And that's kind of just, the way it started. And it's actually very admirable to see you guys build something, without the necessity of building content or creating. You guys were able to create your own businesses and build something for yourself in that endeavor, because I think every single content creator that starts off as a creator, they always want to build a business right after, and then every business owner wants to become a content creator after. And so it's like, I think we all have a lot to learn from each other, and I think it's very beautiful. But as a content creator, it's really interesting, because I've done a lot of these talks, and what's so interesting to see is like so many people think that what I do is so special, unique, when it's really not the case. Like every single person that I talk to that's a content creator, I'm just like, wait, you're literally just another regular guy, just like me. Or, just a regular person. And so I think like what's so beautiful about the time that we live in right now is there's so much opportunity to make a name for yourself, to build a legacy without the necessity of being so different. I mean, anybody can do it. And it's really, I think, the one key point, and you asked me the question like, what made me start? I wanted to have fun. I think that's like when you start a business, it's like you want to solve an issue, right? Like everybody sees a problem, a personal problem they're like dealing with, and like I want to help myself, but also help others, and then that's the reason why they start the
I guess
business.
that was the problem. You were like, hey, I noticed people aren't laughing as much as they should be.
Nah, I wasn't like that. I just want to have fun, bro. I'll be honest with you.
All right.
I just want to have fun, No, but what I'm trying to say is like it comes from just like a personal point where it's like I'm doing this for my sake. Like I'm doing this for something that's very just like special to me. Like whether not just to be entertaining or to just fix something that I'm dealing with or I'm struggling with. But what I really who we are as people, as Muslims, because there's only one path and it's the right path. But for other people, there's two. And it's really hard to figure out which way to go. Either I take the path that can potentially earn me more money right now, more clout right now, but I have to sell my soul, bro.
Yeah.
Or I realize that the money, the clout, the fame, the business, none of the things I'm actually working towards even matters. And as I continued scaling up with creating more different types of content, building businesses on the side end, trying to couple the business with my content, trying to see what I can do to continuously make a name for myself, I realized if the purpose of doing this was to not actually please Allah, then it really doesn't matter. And every time I was like, you know what? I don't even care about going viral. I don't even care about making money. Wallahi, I don't even care if my career just tanks. I care about putting in effort. And it's like, that's the only thing that matters. I just want to focus on effort. But then the intention behind the effort is to please God. And I swear to God, wallahi, that was the turning point. And every leg up in business and in content, every time I made the decision to just literally flip the switch, my intention is literally to just please Allah. In any way, shape, or form, doesn't matter. Just to please Allah. He put this thing called barakah in the work that you do. It might not come in the success you see physically, but in the feeling you get to be able to live the life that you want to live prosperously, regardless of how much money is in your account, how many people come up to you and want to take pictures. You feel that presence of peace. And wallahi, that's the biggest and most beautiful lesson I ever learned being able to be a content creator, is that when you decide to live life for the sake of Allah, doing the things that you love, that Allah put in your heart, you truly grasp what freedom feels like.
Yeah, y'all, I mean, you and a lot of the content creators you work with, you guys took a big risk, obviously after October 7th, to keep pushing that content and speaking on what atrocities were going on, etc. Like, you guys could have been blocked. I mean, people are getting shadow banned left and right, and all of your income could have gone away, but you guys kept doing that. So I want to give a quick shout out to you guys, like, seriously. Without people like Farzan, Fizzy, and a lot of the other content creators that are in the room, like, if you guys didn't speak up, we wouldn't have gotten word out. And I work in a space where there's like barely any Muslims in it, and Mariam, Moyad, Fadwa, and Riaz know that. Like, we work in that space. Very hard for us to make a name for ourselves out there. So that's where I'm gonna pass over the conversation to Moyad and Riaz. I wanna ask you guys both have brands like Pax and Beneficia, you have Hearthy Foods. Both you guys have customers that are non-Muslim, okay? So I wanna know, what are your strategies on how you guys are still marketable as a business to non-Muslims?
Oh, I love this. So when we started Pax and Beneficio, we were very intentional about how we built the brand. Pax and Beneficio, if you don't know, means peace and blessings in Latin, which is something the Imam says on every Friday Jummah. But when they ask, well, they're like, oh, peace and blessings. Oh, yeah, I'm Christian, that matters to me. Or, oh, I'm Jewish, that matters to me. But we're like, no, it's Muslim, right? So, but it wasn't in your face. It wasn't anything that we said when you walk in. It was like, yeah, here's our Wi-Fi password, just say ashhadu, just kidding. But it was very, very, very subtle. And that's how we built our entire brand. Frankly, we didn't build it for a Muslim audience. Right now, if you go to any Pax and Beneficio, it's probably about 15 to 20% Muslim audience. But we've had multiple people come and approach me. We've had barista have shahada from our location, which to me, if that's the only thing that comes out of Pax and Beneficio, then alhamdulillah was a success. But there's other sides to that too. After October 7th, right, as a brand that we intentionally decided to stay neutral about everything, not just Palestine. As a Palestinian, it was very hard to not say anything as a brand. But we stayed on that path. And I remember in one of our locations, a guy comes in with an Israeli hat. And I looked and I was like, oh, this guy's here, this is very interesting. He doesn't know we're Muslim owned, he doesn't know we're Palestinian owned. But guess what, I'm gonna take that check and I'm gonna multiply it by 10 and I'm gonna donate it to PCRF. So the message here is, and I think we were talking, me and Bidget were talking about that earlier. By the way, if you don't know Bidget, if you have IT needs, like he's right there in the second row. We were talking about how to be intentional about certain things. And as Muslims, I think we always default to the things that we know, right? We don't need another, this is being recorded, so I don't know who's recording, putting it online, but we don't need another Muslim prayer app. We don't need another Muslim adhan app. We need things that we are able to show other people who we are by the ihsan and the work we do, and that's the best form of da'wah. Then it doesn't matter what happens in the world, we have a defensibility because we have put the best foot forward and the best product forward. And I think that's the only way we move forward as an ummah, is by putting our best foot forward, and not just for Muslims, for everybody. And that's something that we try to do at Pax and Beneficio.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hearty Foods is a brand that I think 99% of my customers are not Muslim. And my goal was to not even name it. And so it's really, and then our brand basically is about the highest quality at the lowest price, you know, to make wellness for everyone. So to give you an example, I sell creatine on Amazon, and I sell for like $9.99, $10, right? So, okay, and that's about, we sell about 100,000 units a month on creatine, just being a disruptor on price on that product, right? So,
I'm a customer.
Huh?
Your creatine is good.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, and then what I try to do is, as far as strategy-wise, my goal is to, I have my own facility, so I'm able to pack it. And basically pack my own products and be able to cut my costs down on that. Okay, and I think I started doing halal collagen and halal gelatin in around 2017. Okay, and this was way before, you know, I remember when I met my vendor who I buy collagen from, and I asked him, how come no one's doing halal collagen, and why do you have certification for it? He said, you're the first person has ever asked for it. Okay, from my mother, basically, you know, so like, there's no halal bone broth, there's no halal collagen, no halal gelatin. In fact, I remember gelatin is most, when you see gelatin on candy, you think this is pork-based, right? So, okay, and I want to solve that problem as well. I wanted people to know that there's beef gelatin available, halal beef gelatin, so like, okay, and anyhow, so as far as my customers, right, it was mainly non-Muslims, and I wanted to be at the lowest price possible. I want to be the highest quality, and I remember around 2021, I think we're the first halal product to hit #1 on Amazon.
Wow.
It was gelatin, right? So, alhamdulillah.
I wanted to touch on that mom part,
Yeah.
because you just said you did it for your mother. We have a mother on stage right now, Mariam. I was like, it's not me.
She's an amazing mom.
But, you know, how many moms are in the room right now? Awesome. And shout out to all the moms. And I wanted to just touch on, so Mariam, you're a mom, you started a business after you had your kid. How was that experience like?
So for me, it wasn't actually the fact that I was going through a pregnancy per se, but it was more so the postpartum recovery. And the reason we started was during postpartum, you know, I had my cesarean and I went into the ward to recover, and I asked for bone broth because you can't have actual food, right? You have to drink liquids. And the nurse was very excited to bring me like the best thing they have in the Trinity, their triage, and that's like, I'm thinking that this is the cafeteria downstairs that's making some broth and I'm about to get the best of the best. But they actually come up and she brings me a cup of hot water and she brings me a packet. And it had 30 grams of sodium. And for me, that was alarming because if you are coming out of a surgery and you're expected to...
Wait, 30 grams?
30 grams.
Not milligrams?
No. It was very salty and it was bad. And this is something that's a concentrate. You're not supposed to be giving a concentrate to begin with in a triage.
Yeah.
And so, you know, she gives me a cup and you can't dilute it. It's a concentrate. And I'm just sitting there. I'm like, I cannot believe this is something that we have to resort to. And so I started thinking to myself, and I'm like, if, you know, you're expecting somebody to come out of a surgery and you want them to recover and you're pumping them with sodium and then you're saying, good luck to you. You know, like that's not how it's supposed to be. But then what ended up happening was, at that same time, we were experiencing a lot of people that were going through chemo and radiation, and they were experiencing something similar where their hospitals didn't have halal broth, right? They were getting these concentrates, and they have to just resort to that because that is what's available to them, or they'll resort to like a vegetarian option. And I'm like, why is that? You know, why aren't we kind of going into healthcare and putting the best product forward? And so that was what was the catalyst behind us wanting to do halal bone broth and doing low sodium. We're currently the broth that has the lowest amount of sodium in the broth, and 80% of our customers the first year were cancer patients who you know would send us messages and would send us emails saying like, this is the first thing that I was able to pull down after my radiation, and that meant so much to us. Like, hey, you know, maybe this is our calling. Maybe this is what we're meant to do in terms of halal CPG space, is that we are supposed to make their recovery easier. The same way that I was able to make my recovery easier.
That's amazing. So Farzan and Fadwa, you guys both started off as content creators because you just were doing it for fun, right? Fadwa, you had a huge experience in just Pakistani culture and food, and you wanted to create content around that solely. There was no idea to create a business. Same with you, Farzan. You were making content for fun, just to have, you know, entertaining videos for yourself, for your friends, and then it exploded. Both you guys exploded essentially overnight. I see both your videos on my feed, For You page, before I even met either of you. It's dealing with some of the things that happen, whether it's brand deals, whether it's, you know, DMs from all these businesses, or even just like hate comments online. Because people know that you guys are Muslim. You guys are pretty public about it. So I'll let Farzan take it, and then.
So I think refining your intentions is so important because it's the foundation of why you do everything you do in life. You know, when you make the intention to create, and it's so purposeful behind what is truly like within your core, it is an automatic protection, like this barrier against any evil that can come in your way. Because, I'll tell you this, you know how they say like, yo, money is the root of all evil? I don't believe that. It's the people who are giving you the money, right? Because, I mean, I've gotten deals, you know, 6-figure deals to do gambling branding, where it's like, all I gotta do is just have the app in the video just for like a few seconds. 6 figures like that, right? Anybody, it's like, think about it. Like, think about how easy, if I wasn't Muslim, I would have snatched that brand deal like this, bro. Subhanallah. Alhamdulillah for Islam, bro. because I know what actually matters. Because if I was making the content and my intention was just to make money, my journey would be everywhere, you know? I'd be in parties where there's drugs and girls and parties and everybody just going and having fun. Having fun is the real thing, but it's not. That's not fun. That really isn't, because it's like, where is it going to take you at the end of the day? Everyone's, you know, lost in that space. And so when you make the intention to do it for the right reason, it's actually very easy to get away from the hate, to ignore the hate, to ignore the bad opportunities. And that's what was such a huge like learning curve for me, because there was a lot of moments that when I was a content, or when I would, you know, create content, I would try anything. You know, I had that growth. I wouldn't say that my iman was at a high, like, you know, it's you know, the way that Allah has created us is we become elated, and then we also contract in our iman. You know, it's normal. It's because it's a test. But the goal as a Muslim is to essentially make that oscillation as little as possible.
Get closer to baseline.
Get closer to baseline. And so, you know, when I first started making content, Allah protected me, because when I had 1 million followers in 6 months. But it took me 2 years to get to 100,000 followers. And in those 2 years, I tried everything. If I blew up in those first 2 years, and I got like that brand deal that would come in, hey, you know what, go and just promote this gambling brand deal, do this, this dating app or whatever it is, I would have taken it. I don't care. Yeah, it's money. I would have probably said alhamdulillah to that. I don't know what I'm doing, right? I didn't know what I was talking about. I wasn't knowledgeable.
How old were you when you hit that?
So I'm 24 right now. I got to 100,000 when I was 21, so 3 years ago. Yeah, so 3 years ago. So alhamdulillah,
If I was at that age, I'd probably take that deal.
I think anybody would, bro. Anybody would. But subhanAllah, you know, I think everything is here written for a reason. And this is the biggest thing, right? Is like, what I've learned in these 5 years of creating, in these 5 years of being independent, in these 5 years of truly giving my whole faith to Allah. Like straight up, it's like, yo, there are months where it's like, I don't know how much money I'm gonna make. I don't know how I'm gonna pay the bills. Allah got me though, you know? And so in the biggest lesson that I learned in these 5 years, or one of the biggest lessons, I shouldn't say the biggest, is that through this oscillation of, feeling enlightened and then feeling contracted, is every single time you focus on the now and you just make your intention right now to do good. I know I keep repeating this, but if you make the intention to do good right now, Allah will protect you from being in situations that can lead you astray no matter how high your iman is. Because I have friends in the content space that were way more religious than me. I don't like using that word religious, but it's like they're way more like practicing, I guess, than me. And they're in this space and they're lost now. You know, subhanAllah, bro. It's all written, bro. It's all written, but it's like I believe that Allah has created multiple paths for us. We get to choose with our free will which path we decide to take. And in every second of our life, even if we're taking the right path, we can always take a U-turn and turn the other way, because that's the test. And so to fight against all the tests that Allah puts in our, even with building a business, bro. Like, dude, I've gotten opportunities to work with partners with millions and millions of dollars on businesses that had nothing to do with building the Ummah. Forget even about building the Ummah, with building my own deen, bro.
Yeah.
Like nothing, bro. It's like, bro, if you work on this business, you invest in this company, you take a small portion of, I'm not gonna say what, but it's like, you know, these are all like just companies that are not good for humanity. It's like, you just even take 5%. I mean, these are multi-million dollar businesses, companies.
Yeah.
You know,
And
I would be chilling.
I wanna touch on the investment part, right? That one part in a little bit with Moyad and Riaz, because you guys have very successful businesses and you guys both invest in a lot of businesses. Really quick, by the way, if anyone's trying to go to the Gullum panel, I got this note like 3 times, I kept ignoring it, but if you want to go to the Gullum panel, it has started in the Whithaven room. They requested, so. Fadwa, you're also a creator and you had a lot of challenges obviously through the way. I wanted to just touch on your story a little bit as well.
Yeah, so I think it's interesting what you're saying. I think that the entrepreneurial journey is glamorized in a way. Like I said, I still work my full-time job, and maybe maybe you don't see a lot of purpose in your corporate job, or you think it's soul-sucking, but it provides me a level of stability where I'm able to grow my business sustainably, and at the same time, I don't have to just take any brand deal because I'm not, desperate for making money as a content creator, right? So I'm able to stick to my values and choose what I want to do. I don't think there's anything wrong with working a corporate job, even if maybe it's not what you want to do forever, right? But I don't recommend just jumping ship and pursuing an endeavor without, testing the market first, which is kind of what I did, right? Like I started very, very small. Like Fado Masala, we started with 1,500 units. And, I worked on it on weekends, at night to get it launched. And then I was able to see, okay, people have an interest in this product, and I was able to grow. So every time we restock more and more and more, and I'm growing the business that way. But everything is a challenge, right? Working a corporate job is a challenge, building a business is a challenge. Nothing that's really worth it is going to be easy. So you have to think about what is my goal here? But I will say that now that the business, we're 1 year in, I think the greater purpose for me is about really serving the community. I want to do as much as I can because there were so many people that, helped me along my journey, and being able to do the same thing for other founders and people who are interested in becoming a founder, or maybe they want to be a creator, like that's where I think that my greater purpose is going to lie.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to remind all 4 or 5 of you guys on stage is like, you guys motivate me. You guys are motivating a lot of people in this room and a lot of people on the internet that look like you, believe in the same beliefs that you guys have, and the values and morals. Because I'm telling you guys, like I work with over 1,000 brands in my company, and some of these people are finding the shadiest ways to make money. And they don't look like you guys. They don't have the values that you guys have, and they get ahead really, really quick. So just wanted to, really like praise you guys on that, because it's hard. That money is so easy to make, and to get rid of your values. And the fact that you guys have all chosen, a path where it's like, you know what, we are going to take it slow and steady. We don't need to make that money right away. It's not about the money. It's actually, we're doing this with the intention of pleasing Allah first. And I think, honestly, those are the more sustainable businesses that are out there. I mean, some of the longest lasting businesses share those values, whether they're Christian, Jewish, or Muslim. Like, there's a value system behind them, right? So Moyad and
wait, can I just make a point real quick? I also want to agree that I'm not saying to jump ship if that was like what I was like intending for. Like, I also agree with you that you shouldn't just like be be ignorant to actually investing time into thinking what's the right decisions to make.
Yeah, I think
I just wanted to make that clear about
I'm just trying to provide the practical side of it, right? 100%. I think it's great that mashallah, that you're able to just, do what's completely aligned with you, right? I think that's great.
Well, I also think you're doing the exact same thing. Like, you're doing everything that's aligned with you. I think that everybody is different. Some people genuinely will operate better when they take bigger risks. Like one of my friends, he's also a content creator, and he's built multiple businesses, especially in the crypto scene. He's garnered like millions and millions of dollars, and has gone from millions of dollars to zero, like straight up zero, to where he's like, yo, can I borrow $1,000? Like straight up. And I could never operate like that. I think it's like different for each person, but at the end of the day, like I think doing what is very much so aligned with you for the right purpose is, and whatever that looks like physically, right? Work a job, not do a job, whatever it is, I think that's what's important. It's just aligning with yourself. But yeah, I just want to make that clear. Like how people
I think there's a safe level of delusion, you have to have when you starting a business.
You can take a calculated risk, right?
Yeah.
You have a good idea. Make sure it's a good idea.
Of course.
Like, let me start a business and put stress on myself.
Yeah.
like that's the thing. I had a secure job. I was working it on the side at an agency, and then I was like, you know what? I kind of hate my boss. I'm gonna quit. But then I ended up working like triple the amount that I was working, which was a very delusional thing at an economic standpoint. my wife is still like, yo, Zoe, like, when are you gonna make that money? You told me that, you know, you were gonna be financially secure. I'm like, one day, Medea, just trust me. Haven't figured it out yet. But Moyad and Riaz, I wanted to ask you guys again about that investment stuff. So Moyad is an investor, if you guys didn't know, and Riaz is a very successful, long-lasting business, actually multiple-time entrepreneur. He actually sold the company to Whole Foods and Trader Joe's. Is that correct? Yeah. So I wanted to ask you to like, how do you navigate like where to make that next investment, and what's the mindset behind it? I get the whole, you know, like we talked about, hey, you have to have the focus of Allah and we gotta please Allah, but I really want to understand, like, at a business standpoint, right? What kind of like makes your heart start racing? Like, yo, that's a deal I want to put some money into.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I bought my first restaurant when I was 18 years old. It was I was failing high school when I was a kid. I was 16, and I told my dad, "Can you please help me? I'm failing high school." Okay, and my dad said, "Go get a job at the local KFC down the street." And I think my dad was a CPA, just like Fadwa is, right? And I came from a maybe higher income family, right? Okay, and so my dad said, "Go get a job at the KFC down the street," and I maybe with the intent that I would try harder in school. Okay, so I got the job at KFC, and I love that job. Okay, and I just had a good time making biscuits and putting cash in the cash register, right? So, and then at 18, I told my dad, "This restaurant's for sale. Can you please buy it for me?" Right? Okay, and then my dad, CPA, looked at the numbers and he bought the restaurant for me. And something crazy happens. My dad dies a month later. Okay, and I remember when my dad died, you know, I remember it was very clear to me that there's no plan B for me. I just knew at that moment that no one's going to save me financially. And I think when you have that mentality, like, you know, that there's no safety net, there's no parachute, in some way, I think that kind of, it puts you in a different position, right, in life, right? So, okay, and then
I feel like you get into like an athletic mindset almost, right?
It's a mindset of like either sink or swim, basically, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, and then just to continue, I'm trying to answer your question, so, okay, but what happened was when I remember, like, I was the first person ever to try doing halal. If you ever grew up in the 80s and 90s, like I remember in LA, in the 90s, the only thing that was available that was halal was like gay seafood. Okay, so, okay, but I remember when I started doing halal KFC, we're talking about 1990, 1991, right? And I'm talking about full on the menu, like almost like, okay, and I also had halal Taco Bell as well. Okay, so if you grew up in LA in the 90s, you know, like everyone knew my franchises. You know, I was the first person to ever do it, right? And what I did was I vertically integrated. I bought my own like USA facility, and I'll be able to like supply my own restaurants with halal KFC and halal Taco Bell. Okay, and I remember like, I mean, kids, you know, back there were so happy, and I was like maybe 21, 22, 23 years old when I started doing that, right? And then, and I got a call, this is maybe 10 years later, I get a call from KFC saying that I need to discontinue the halal food program. Okay, and I remember I told my mom, this is, I don't want to be involved with KFC anymore. So that was my exit for that, right? Okay, and then my second company was doing samosas for Whole Foods, and for Costco, for Trader Joe's, right? Okay, and I was the first person to ever bring Indian food products to market, right? Okay, and then I remember getting, when I got the Trader Joe's contract, okay, and I think it was just too big for me at the time, right? And it was actually a company called, you heard of Deep Foods? Deep?
I buy their naan.
Yeah, they're the one that bought my company out, the samosa business, right? So, okay, and they were buying the company not because of the sales at the time, they were buying it because of the distribution I had. And I really undersold the company. I didn't know the distribution was so valuable. And that's how they got the Trader Joe's contract. Okay, that's what happened. Okay, and then my third company was doing gluten-free desserts for Vons, Safeway, Albertsons, and Whole Foods. Okay, and this was gluten-free was not that good back then. And alhamdulillah, I sold that company to an investor group that was, I think, a part of Mrs. Smith's and Marie Callender's, I think it was, right? So, Okay, and then the Hearty Foods was started in 2019, and but to answer your question, why I sold is because ultimately is I sold because I wanted to I just knew in my heart, especially with the halal KFC, that was when they said I could just do a halal food program. That really was a major indicator for me to sell. So.
So it was like a heart. You just feel it, like it's like an intuition,
good point.
right?
I would say it's something you feel.
Maybe the numbers actually, like, you know, from your dad, right? Like they're actually, it's in your blood, and you feel it. But you're just like, I don't want to put pen to paper. It's like you just figure it out. Sick. So Moyad, I want to ask you, like, what you're an investor, you're writing seed checks to people. Like, what kind of makes you, like, what tickles your fancy? You know?
Yes. Great questions.
I gotta wake you guys up. You guys are on your phone.
Yeah, so I'll get a little bit more tangible. So things that I think about a lot, which is the physical and stuff that supports the physical. Meaning that at the end of the day, we're all humans, and with the world moving the way it is with technology, the human connection is the most important part. And a lot of like Farzan and Fadwa talked a lot about intentionality and kind of our deed and why we're doing what we're doing. So I think when I look at a founder, are they building something tangible, and are they building something to support the tangible, and are they building something to support the human connection, whatever that may be. I think that's the only way to move forward as a society as well, because again, technology is going to replace everything. So then what's left? It's just us on stage, and having that. So that's kind of what I look for is people, founders that, one, have an understanding of their market, two, they have a distribution strategy, and three, they have the focus as well, because it is very hard to build, and it's getting a lot harder to build and scale. And if they have that resilience, which is the name of the panel, then I think that's what we'd invest in.
Awesome. I think that's like the perfect way to close out the panel, because it's called the Resilience Panel. I wanted to open up to Q&A. All right, so if anyone has a question, I'm going to come down to you. I'll bring the mic, and you can ask the panelists. But before we get to that, I just want to thank all of you guys on stage. I mean, seriously, I just learned so much from each and every one of you guys. So I'll let you all, raise your hand or whatever, and then we'll come down. All right, so we got a question right there. Ladies first. Sorry, bro. I got you next. She Uno reversed you, bro. Now you gotta remember the question.
Assalamu alaikum. So I'm a senior in high school, and I think one thing that I've heard a lot, regardless of the industry or sector that you're in, there's a big emphasis on disruption and innovation. So to the core moral values of the deen, but how do you urge others around you to do the same? If a lot of your work depends on collaboration with others, how do you kind of create a community of that and a culture of that when not everyone aligns with your ideals, I guess?
I'm just kidding.
That's a really good question. I think if you are the founder and CEO and the leader of your company, you, by virtue of being in that role, you get to, I'll use the word dictate, because that's the word that comes to mind, what your company values and what you stand for are. And as you grow as a company, there will be people that will try to chip at those values and try to degrade them, but it's up to you to hold the fort. And I will say it comes down to you, what you're comfortable with. And people will leave because they don't align. People will not do business with you because they don't align with you. And that's okay. Allah will give you something better.
I think I have about 10 employees, and half of them became Muslim.
I have something to add to your question. I think when we're often starting businesses, we think that we have to be innovative. Not necessarily, right? You don't always have to be innovative to start a business. I think integrity is a lot more important than innovation, because sometimes you're closing the gap in the market just from the integrity component of a business versus innovation. If you're doing right by you, you're doing right by what your beliefs are and your community, sometimes that takes you a lot further than you being the next innovative product in the market. So the community will always follow if you do right by them.
My question is directed more towards Farzi, but also the other content creators. I know you both have products, but you do content creation without a product. When you're like 35 or 40, and you know you're not Farzi anymore, and you know,
Always be Farzi.
you know the Gen Z people come up with new trends like 6-7, and then like. And when you're 40, there's going to be new terms. How are you, like a 40-year-old, doing 6-7 is not going to be relevant anymore. So in terms of like having products and like changing trends, how do you plan on staying relevant in terms of like ever-changing market of products, but also content creation where no product is involved? Thank you.
That's a good question. Well, first of all, if I'm 40 years old, still worried about 6-7, I'm doing something completely wrong. Yeah, I haven't really thought that far into the future, I'll be honest with you. You know what I mean? To be honest with you, the way that I interpret my lifestyle and everything I do, in terms of like the trends and like what goes viral and everything, it's really based off of like what really resonates with me. You know, if I was 10 right now, you're not gonna see me, making content about what 25-year-olds could relate to. But I'm 24, making content that relates to 24-year-olds or people, the youth, right? So my goal is always going to be, and I'm always gonna touch upon like the nuances of like the intention and the emotion, because that's what drives the actions. I'm always going to try to create or work on something that resonates with me deeply. I remember watching an interview of Mark Zuckerberg, right? The CEO of Facebook, or the one who created Facebook, right? And he said something where they asked, what's your biggest advice for people who are starting a business or just starting anything in general? And he said something so cliche that I almost kind of like passed by. I was like, yeah, he's just BSing, bro. This is something that everyone says. But then I really thought about it. I'm like, if this is something that he truly believes, then it makes sense. It's most people start businesses or create content for the outcome rather than the purpose. And so when you start a business solving a problem that means so deeply to you, or you create from a place that feels like there's so much resonation with you, I don't know if that's a word, but you get what I'm saying, then any barrier or test that Allah puts in your path, you are going to have the willpower to want to climb over, because it's more than just about money. It's more than just about trends. It's more than just about what's the viral next 6-7 meme. Because that's not why I decide to create. I genuinely enjoy what I do. And inshallah, if I can live to the age of 40, I will hope to continue doing what I enjoy. And that's the essence. One more question? To the lady in the back. Call us. The CEO said 2 more.
Assalamualaikum, thank you. So from a mindset perspective, if one is looking to either get into content creation or launch a business, whether it's physical product or whatever it is, how do you or if you've gone through this, how do you get over the fear of potentially not just failing, but failing in front of your friends, your family, and our community?
All right, I'm gonna really quickly answer for my sake, and then everyone else can answer. But this might sound kind of bad, but it isn't, and like welfare exists and all these other opportunities actually exist for us as well. I got over all the financial security like issues because I was like, oh, the worst that happens is I go on food stamps. Like, I'll live in my parents' basement. Like, my parents are here. We, like, majority of us are not immigrants anymore. A lot of us are like second generation. This does not apply to H-1B or immigrants. So like, I apologize if this like, for the people that are citizens, like, yo, we can live the American dream. We can take way more risks than anyone else, and we'll still survive. Like, that's the blessing that we have in this country. So like, if you have citizenship and all that stuff, like, you are an American now, right? Yes, you have the heritage from the background, but you're an American. Take advantage of American resources, and have that kind of entitlement that we all make fun of, right? You have it too, like low key. Like, when I started to, this white dude told me, he's like, closed mouths don't get fed. He's like, ask for stuff, demand things. Once I started doing that, I started making money. Before that though, I was just waiting for someone to like offer something, but yo, people ain't offering you like anything unless you ask for it. So that's my like 2 cents.
I'll be very brief because it's a small story. I don't think many people are going to relate to this, but when I got to, because you were talking about the fear of like failing in front of your family, in front of your friends, my whole life, that was the exact reason why I did not step out of judgment. But I'll tell you something that I did that is, probably something that I wouldn't advise everyone to do. But it's like, first of all, you shouldn't care about what other people think, but you already know this. I ended up blocking my friends and family from seeing anything that I did. Not because I was like, oh, I know what I'm doing is bad, and like, I just don't, no. It's like, I was just afraid of their judgment. I got picked on and bullied a lot. In my school, and like, that's probably where I got all the self-consciousness from. I just didn't have, you know what, I'm gonna go and create, I don't care who watches me. No, I was afraid, so what I did is I blocked them. Sometimes, you just have to block out the haters, And maybe not even just like metaphorically, literally, physically. Oh, it is the closest people. Your closest people are the ones who usually judge. And it's not because they don't like you, it's because they place themselves in your shoes and they ask themselves from their own self-consciousness, can I do it? And it's usually a no. So, that's my story. And I don't know if, I'm not telling you to block anybody, but I'm just saying, like, if you do what you can to do to keep pushing forward, lower that barrier of entry to action, make it as easy as possible to continue taking action regardless of what anyone thinks, and do that every single day, inshallah you'll find that success.
I think we tend to look at success stories and we tend to go too far beyond what's right in front of us, which is our deen. And in my opinion, that's the biggest unicorn in history. Prophet ﷺ was a person who didn't read, and now if he was here today, he'd see 1 billion people following his message. And how many times did he, or was he about to fail in those early years? Badr was 300 versus 1,000. So I think we look a lot of other places for how to handle failure. We should just look at our deen. That's one. The second thing is, I think failure as a term itself, that should be flipped, especially when you're building and you're founding. Failure isn't the end point, stopping is the end point.
Yeah, I think this is a really, really good question. So, before you go on one of these ventures where either you're starting a business or you want to become a content creator, you have to be mentally prepared for the discomfort. And you have to be willing to sit in that discomfort. And if you're mentally prepared for it, it might make it easier. It's not going to make it easy, but it'll make it easier. It's going to weed out a lot of people that should not be in your life. Like, I think earlier this morning, Yasmin Thadia talked about losing friends. I unfortunately have also had that experience where you're going to see who's really on your team and who's not. But also there's something called the emotional cycle of change, and it's kind of like this, and then you reach this valley of despair where you think, okay, things are not going my way, I'm going to fail. You have to push through that to see the success. So if you're not willing to sit in the discomfort, I don't recommend going on one of these ventures because it's necessary. But if you can do that, it's worth it. Otherwise, just block everybody.
So I think a lot of fear for people when they're first starting out in the social media space or just starting a business is that you compare your story to somebody who is successful. Everybody's success story is case by case, and it varies, right? What you may be doing is a lot different than what I am doing. How I'm building a platform is very different than how you're building a platform. And I think over the last 10 years, I think the market has shifted in ways where people look at numbers and like, oh, this person has so many followers, they must be making so much more money, right? Follower count does not equate to the money that you have to make, right? It's the community that you built around whatever you're doing. So you could have, 500 followers for your product or your business, but that 500 could very well be those 300 conversions you're getting on a daily basis. That is a lot more than somebody who has 400,000 followers on Instagram, but they're barely hitting that benchmark every day. They're getting maybe 10 sales every day. So it just really depends on like how you view that, right? And I truly firmly believe that the biggest hurdle in your life is not going to be the outside factors, it's always going to be fear. When you start anything, there's 4 things that you should worry about, and it takes delusion, part luck, part grind, and a whole lot of faith. And I think in whatever you do, if you are able to really take all of those 4 factors and put it into whatever you're doing, it doesn't matter what anybody thinks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I think there's a very famous guy named Lion in the Desert, Omar Mukhtar. He had a very famous saying. He said that we will never surrender, we win or we die. Okay, and so I think for me, I have no fear of failure. I have no fear of that, So, and if you really want to be successful in life, you can't care what people think about you. You can't care about, you can't care about, failure, I guess, But for me, there's no concept of failure.
One thing that I love about Riaz is in his office, he puts a number, like a goal number every year, and he hits that goal. He's just like, dude, this number is how much I'm gonna sell this year, by the end of the year. So set a goal for yourself. That's like the whole, like, the event's purpose is focus, right? Without focus, you can't hit goals, and without a goal, you can't focus, right? And whether that's spiritual, whether that's business, personal, right, fitness, whatever it is, you gotta set the goal, and then you shoot for that. Just don't make the goal too crazy. Go year at a time, or 6 months at a time, or even day at a time, right? So that's one thing that I really like what Riaz does. I've been to his office, it's massive, and he was like, Zohib, I'm gonna sell the most freaking creatine that any company has sold on Amazon by the end of this year, and he might hit that number. I mean, what's the ranking for creatine? You guys are number 1 right now?
No, I think we're top 10.
Top 10. So inshallah, make dua for him. Support all the business owners that are here on stage, and support the other Muslim business owners that are outside. Please, because without you guys shopping from Muslims, we're not going to grow together and win together, to be honest. We are going to close it off. So if you guys have any questions for us, you can. We're going to be on the side, and then we're going to get ready for the next session. But thank you guys so much for coming out. Thank you guys for being here.
Like when's the event again?
August 28th, 2:30.
How's it going?
Just to let everyone know, the Kalam panel with Sheikh Mikhail is still going on in the Vinhaven room if you want to stop by there. And then we will start with an amazing part of our day just shortly after that.
Hadi.
And I will
What do you do?
again.
I run a digital marketing agency, expert marketing. We do paid ads, email marketing, SEO. how one-tire works.
See you one.
But
Did you have a guy who worked for you called Muhammad Hassan?
no, I didn't know that. Oh, that's Dawa marketing.
That's Dawa marketing.
That's Dawa marketing. I'm expert marketing. I have a business card that can feed it to you as well. What do you do?
I'm a Salesforce partner. We do revenue cloud implementation for B2B businesses and manufacturing.
Okay, that's very cool. So
All right, we are going to
small
start
businesses or like enterprises?
our last discussion of the day in this room by Ahmed Abdullah, who is the CMO of Nominal, at 4:15, everyone. So go grab yourself water and then come back, and because this one is going to be a nice one. You know, it's a good finale.
Very pricey platform. How does that work?
So that's why we focus specifically in manufacturing, distribution, and real estate, in those three verticals industries, and $10 million is the minimum. We have starter packs that allows for quick go-to-market, and then there can be add-ons after that. And as they scale, they'll see value in it because there's increased margin, higher revenue, decreased costs, and so when value shows itself, then you get extra add-ons.
Because I work for like my full-time job. I do all like the product emails, summit, account engagement, like all the other like platforms they have within Salesforce. It's really cool to see the other side. Like I don't really touch on the other side of like Salesforce, the whole sales portion of it. I'm all on the like communications, email side. So it's really cool to see all that. It's awesome. Yeah. Your name again?
Ali.
Ali, nice. Ali. Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much.
I'll tell you.
Inshallah,
Doesn't feel like it now.
Yeah, inshallah, we'll do. Good meeting you. Salam.
There's a lot more emotion and role and all these support issues than what's real. So I'm going to Chicago.
All right, so Ahmed Abdullah, the CMO of Nominal, is actually going to tell you how to become a master storyteller. So stay tuned for that. That is going to happen at 4:15 on this stage.
I thought I heard and they miss you more. Like right now, you know, they need to be fed and get to put to sleep. I thought that was you from the back, and I was like, I'll have to. You heard my loud voice when I was like, fail fast. Yeah. Yeah, alhamdulillah. I kind of broke a tooth this morning, so I got here at 2. Yeah. Oh, do you need a charger? Or you got one?
I have one.
You do?
Yeah.
If you can look me up now.
I brought mine while you were sitting.
Do y'all know each other? This is
No.
Amina Baji. This is everyone's Amina Baji. She's a professional chef, and she's like cybersecurity, and she does like a gazillion other things. Yes. This is Hamza. He also does a gazillion things. He's part Caravan podcast, and like everything, basically. Yeah. I should probably ask him what he really does. I'm like, you know what I used to talk about my husband? He'd laugh because I'd be like, he's a glorified web designer. He's like, I'm a freaking product owner.
like credentials, like login for. Okay, hold on. 1 second. It's okay, so that's the page, website to log into. Use the Google option and then enter the Koopy Productions at gmail.com. And then if it asks for a code or something, I'll give it to you. SMT to username. So that link that I sent you, the login thing, that it's asking for a SMTP username? That shouldn't be the case. It should just be huh? Hold on a minute. It's working for me. Try again. Like refresh the page, try again. Gmail, Kofi Productions. Oh, you're talking about the SMTP? Events at KofiProductions.com. Oh no, sorry, my bad. Primary email is KofiProductions@gmail.com, and password is. So hosting through Hostinger is all the emails that we've set up. It's Hostinger. Let's get on a Zoom. I'll share my screen so you can kind of walk me through. Okay? Okay. Hey, how you doing?
Can I ask you about this? Is this for webcam or
the smaller one right there? Yeah, that's for live streaming.
Live streaming.
I mean, you can use it as a webcam, but like it's really for recording live streaming.
As opposed to these, which would be much more difficult to.
These are actually more professional grade, so to speak. But like the everyday user,
I see.
in like most churches and massages, they use that one.
Okay.
Like this is like production level.
Yeah.
That's more like everyone else uses.
And so you're using like close up, wide, and then this is just general
live stream.
How to become a master storyteller.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, I'm here. Hello. No, it's everyone's day and no one's day. So it's hard. Okay. I'll share my screen. Okay, so what do you guys need? I'm here. Oh, for this, what I'm showing you? Yeah, like if I'm here, just tell me. What do I need to do? Where'd you send it? Oh, Zoom, okay. No, hold on.
That's why you've been avoiding me.
Okay. This one? Okay, hold on. And now I understand why you're... Oh, four events. Four. Acha. Thank you. Okay. Save. VCon, WP, MLS, I'm taking HTML testing. Yes, I got it. Do you need me for that, or you got it covered? Sure? Okay, inshallah. Assalamualaikum. Okay. Okay, bye.
Emma, can we please get you on stage? We're ready for you.
raise your hand if you can hear me? Can you keep your hand up if I'm way too loud? Oh, I see a couple hands up, but I think that guy's stretching. Okay, I'm glad everybody's grabbing some food. Hopefully it doesn't turn into a food coma, but please grab it, follow the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad Islam, and eat while you're sitting. So please come down. If I see you eating while you're standing, I'm going to give you a judgmental look that you thought only Daisy uncles give you. If you're grabbing food, please grab it and come to the tables and sit down. I'm out of here. I really can't tell how loud I am.
Really risky.
Zohaib, I need you to serve pizza a little bit faster, and then tell people to go sit down. All right, they cut my talk down from 45 minutes to 20 minutes. And I will not stand for this injustice.
Thank you for that. I needed to hear that again. This is so fun lot and I was telling, yeah, and it just happened.
It's story time with Ahmed Abdullah, and this is going to be the weirdest talk you've ever seen. So I need you to grab your pizza and come sit down, because they cut my talk from 45 minutes to 20, and we're going to make it the best 20 minutes of the day.
Yeah.
Right? Right.
What's the topic?
The topic is how to become a master storyteller, and you guys are going to love it.
Wait, what is it? Tell me my question. I don't know. Okay, actually, I just watched it. Okay, I watched the.
Oh, if you thought I was annoying with the first mic?
I thought about it.
Yeah. We're giving away nominal knowledge today. This is going to be just straight marketing advice, storytelling advice. We'll even get into mental health if you guys want to get vulnerable. It's story time. I just feel so far from everything. It feels like I'm close to you. Like right next to you.
She owns fadwa masala, which is like.
I'll stay up here.
It's so good, man. Soft food it doesn't have all those chemicals in it.
All right. I see people walking in. I hope everyone got their pizza. Please have a seat. You can eat while you listen.
No, I'm not gonna stay here.
No.
Oh, you're not? Yeah, I'll send you part of the paycheck.
If you have a picture, it's
Zohaib.
It's like an outdoor mustard space. It's really good. It's a very good house. What's your uncle lives in the
Would you like me to get started, Zohaib, or should I wait? We should start? All right, cool. If you guys want to be a part of the VIP audience without purchasing anything, we have a little story circle right here. And like, they're gonna hear the same talk, but they're not gonna feel the same talk. So if you wanna, elevate your experience, this floor is open, because we're just gonna make this really fun and unique. All right, I'm gonna get started. Hopefully this talk is so sick that right before I'm about to finish, people outside are like, damn, we missed the talk of the day. My name is Ahmed Abdullah. I am the marketer behind Nominal. If you have not heard about it, we sell Arabic-inspired jewelry. We're known for our custom name necklaces, country maps, Quranic jewelry, poetry, hadiths, and everything in between. I have been at Nominal for about 7.5 years. I am the Chief Marketing Officer, and I handle all the storytelling and branding behind the brand. That goes from social media campaigns to content creation, influencer management. Anything the brand does, says, smells like, if it sneezes next to something, that's coming from me. And I really am particular about how Nominal is perceived and how Nominal is presented. And I know a lot of people in here might own their own brands. They might be wondering what's next when it comes to marketing their product, marketing their brand, and how to really treat things like a big deal, which is going to be a recurring theme throughout this talk. I'm gonna keep it pretty short because I do want to leave time for people to ask questions. I'm personally not a big fan of someone on stage just talking about all of their accomplishments, and then as an audience member, I'm kind of like, so, like, where do I come in? And so I'm gonna keep it short, mostly because they trimmed my talk from 45 minutes to 20, but I only need 10. Okay, so I'm gonna give you 3 pillars of storytelling that you're gonna be able to apply to whatever brand you own. I don't care if it's halal gummies or Palestine hoodies or chai or masala powder, you're gonna walk away really feeling like you got value out of this. I come from a family of storytellers. My dad cannot sit down while he's telling a story to save his life. He has to stand up, he has to mimic exactly what happened at what scenario, and that inspired me ever since I was a kid to obnoxiously tell stories as loud as possible and really steal the room's attention whenever I can. So that's the family that I come from, that's how storytelling became a part of my blood. And when I entered Nominal, right before the brand turned 1 year old, I came into it being like, we're gonna build a jewelry brand that does not market like a jewelry brand. We're going to storytell as if we're from some other industry. We're going to do video concepts and campaigns as if we are a movie production company. Not necessarily always from the quality standpoint, because we didn't really have the budget to just blow on absurd quality, but just from the way that we perceived ourselves, we really wanted to put ourselves on the map. Even as early as 2018, Akram, the CEO, and myself, we went to Houston for the ISNA convention, and it was the first convention Nominal ever did. And the table was about 6 feet wide. We just had one table right here, one table to our left. And it was just us two working for 16 hours straight, 3 days in a row over Labor Day weekend in 2018. And we showed up with such fervor and such passion that multiple times throughout the weekend, people would ask, how many years have you been doing this? And I was like, 4.5 months. And it really was that commitment to quality and that commitment to showing up as a new version of us, as a version of us that didn't believe that we were just a jewelry brand doing 100, 200K. We felt like we belonged in the big leagues, and that's exactly how we acted every single day, whether it was a convention or online. So I want you to tie this whole talk to self-image, because other than being the Chief Marketing Officer of Nominal, I also run a page online called Ahmed Talks, where I talk about mental health, I talk about self-image, and how absolutely detrimental it is to perceive yourself in one way, but to expect your mind to operate in a different way. That doesn't work. And we learn this from our deen, because we're told when we make dua to truly believe like it has already been answered. We are told that when we pray, you should feel like Allah is standing in front of you. This advice in the deen is not just random. It really does do something to your psyche when you believe that something you asked for is already yours. When you believe that you have the capability to show up with the blessings that Allah gave you. So if you own a brand, if you're trying to get into content creation, if you fear something in life, I want you to remember that we are taught to only fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Do not fear other people's judgment. Do not fear how small your company is. Do not fear what's next for your company. Everything will become clearer and clearer every time you decide to take a step that requires courage. So I want you to tie this entire talk to that concept of self-image. Every time I give you a piece of advice and you feel that friction in your heart, I want you to ask yourself, why am I feeling this friction? What is this friction trying to tell me? Because every emotion, at the bottom of that emotion, there is logic. There is good intention under every emotion. Your emotions have consciousness. So when you're feeling anxious when I walk onto stage, or you're feeling anxious when you come into an event like this, that anxiety is trying to protect you. At the end of the day, we are primitive beings. If you date everything back to the caveman era, you'll be able to answer any question you have. The reason we got anxious before is because we were tribes. And if you got outcasted from your tribe, what did that mean? You were gonna die. You wouldn't be able to hunt for food without your tribe. You wouldn't be able to see in the dark if you don't have enough people and you don't know how to build a fire. That, unfortunately, didn't go away as humans evolved. That feeling still follows us around. So as I give you what seems to be marketing advice, I want you to remember that it's also life advice. And any friction that you feel in your heart is coming from a logical place that you just need to give it a moment to breathe and ask that emotion, what do you want from me? What are you trying to protect me from? Because trust me, throughout the 8 years of Nominal, there have been many, many moments of self-doubt. There's been many moments of fear. There's been many moments of the imposter syndrome that everybody goes through. And I'm telling you, it doesn't go away. The first pillar that I want you guys to write down when it comes to mastering storytelling is that things are a big deal if you make it a big deal. When I first joined Nominal, we were about to run our first aid sale. And I decided, in the same way that just sitting down makes people be like, what the hell is this guy doing? That's what storytelling is. Every brand, every person, every situation, every scenario, the way that humans got here was storytelling. Everything is a story. And everything is a big deal if you make it one. So when we started our aid sale, I was like, we could pop open Canva and put aid sale, May 15th, 2019, 40% off, nominalx.com, and call it a day. Will anybody care? I mean, probably not. A necklace going from $30 to $18 is not that exciting. But what did we decide to do instead? We did an entire team video of everyone causing what we called absolute anarchy. So we went into our warehouse and we filmed our first ever anarchy video, where we had people ranging from 18 to 40 years old brawling over jewelry. It was a blast. The team was having a good time. We filmed it all. People were tugging on chains and throwing hats and backpacks that we started selling, and we turned that into the marketing campaign. Because what I said at first about the Canva file being, 40% off and an aid sale May 15th, you're like, oh my God, this is so boring. But as soon as you turn it into an anarchy video of people fighting over product, we have your attention. And then just to really seal the deal, we started hyping it up over email and SMS, and we started saying May 15th for 14 days straight. You know what that did to our sales from May 1st to May 14th? It tanked them. Tanked them. You're gonna give someone a gift if their birthday's in 7 days? No. You're gonna buy from nominalx.com if we have the sale of the year happening in 8 days? No. And you know what happens when you do this and you tell people that your sales are tanking? They call you crazy. When you're making $5,000 to $10,000 a day as a brand, and then you commit to 14 days of like $1,000 to $2,000 instead, I mean, that's a net loss of about $119,000. But when you treat things like a big deal, they become a big deal. So the only thing we were trying to beat was 2018's Black Friday. It was like a 7-day Black Friday sale the year before, and then we were coming up on this aid sale. And then the last thing to really make it dramatic, we shut down the website 24 hours before the sale started. That's a really big loss of sales, and now even potential damage to SEO. Anybody trying to shop can't. Side tangent, I went into a gym like maybe 8-9 days ago, and they had a paper on their fridge that was like, our system doesn't work, so we can't sell like any energy drinks. And I'm looking at the guy, and I'm like, I can't buy an energy drink? He goes, no, our sales system's down. I was like, you don't have any way to take my money? Like, this is the most anti-capitalistic thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, just charge my card on file. You don't even need a system. Like, I'll just give you a $5 bill. And he was just like, sorry, bro, it's my first day. I can't take your money. I was like, that's insane, man. The owner of EOS would freak. But that's what we did when we shut down the Nominal website. People are probably like, you don't want my money? No, we don't. We don't want you to buy anything until tomorrow. So then tomorrow came. It was, I think the start date of that sale was officially May 1st. And me and Akram were sitting down, and we had our laptop open, looking at the analytics, all like terrified of like finally unlocking the website. And it goes live at 12:01, and like 1,000 people were on the site. And we're looking at each other and we're like, this must be wrong. And then the orders started coming in. And then we realized we didn't count inventory because we didn't really think this would work. And all we wanted to do was beat Black Friday, which was a 7-day sale the year prior, like I mentioned. We hit Black Friday's numbers in 44 minutes. And this could have broken the company. Like, that's how intense the sale was. Within 44 minutes, we had a week or two's worth of sales. And we were like, we actually considered shutting the website down. We didn't know if we could handle the emails and the customers and people wanting to change their orders, and God forbid they order the wrong ring size and for some reason they're shipping it to like their childhood home. And sorry, my autofill put my old childhood house in Austin, Texas. Can you change it for me? Sorry, no, we can't. But this proves that when something is a big deal to you, then make it one. So, like I said, whether you're selling spices or hoodies or gummies, do not undersell yourself. And in life, do not undersell yourself. If Allah gave you an idea, if Allah gave you an identity, if Allah gave you a skill set or resources or connections or a talent or a gift, use it. Use it and give your community the thing that you know you are best at. And like I said, storytelling is the crux of humanity, and that is why I wanted to, number one, choose this topic for this stage and for this event, because I feel like we don't talk about storytelling as Muslims enough. We don't talk about it as entrepreneurs enough. We're busy with the technical data, but we don't know how to actually emotionally connect with our customers. So that's pillar one. Pillar two, and you may have heard about this before, but now that you know pillar one, it starts to sit on a completely different foundation. People do not care about the product itself. And Mariam, I believe you mentioned, innovation pales in comparison to integrity or quality or consistency or excellence. And ihsan in our religion really is a mandate to do everything with ihsan. Even from the business negotiations, we're taught to, don't try to get something for too cheap. Don't try to sell it for too much. So I want you guys to really focus on who does your customer become when you give them your product, when you give them your service. What does it do to their identity? And everything you do when it comes to storytelling and marketing should run through that lens. The third pillar, your customer is not your customer, they are your hero. And I want you to position them as such. For an entire year, Nominal did not shoot one image other than our product imagery on the website. But we posted every single day for 7.5 years. Sometimes, some eras, especially during COVID, 3 times a day on Instagram. So whenever someone comes up to me, whether they're a personal content creator or they're a business, and they're like, my content's not working, I'm running out of ideas. I'm like, let me see the last time you posted. Pull it up right now. And they pull it up 9 days ago. What are you doing? I can make a TikTok right now. If they weren't telling me to get off stage, I could literally pull up TikTok right now, and as a personal creator, I can make a video right now, and it can change my life forever. You can do the same thing as a brand. We were using our community, we were using our customers, we were using our tagged photos, even if the quality wasn't there, because you operate from a lens of perfectionism. I'm telling you right now, does anybody here identify as a perfectionist? Can you raise your hands? Have you ever said, like, oh, I can't put it out, it needs to be perfect? Sweet, okay. I tell you this because I love you. Perfectionism is from the shaitan. Perfectionism is from the devil because he wants you to think that the longer I plan and I create my planner and my color-coded post-it notes and my Notion boards and I research and pros and cons and absar shu, then I will arrive with ihsan. Shaitan always talks logically, right? Self-sabotage, and he never says skip prayer, abandon this thing. No, just put it off. Just pray more. Pray. Shaitan's literally telling you pray, just not right now. So I want you to keep an eye out for that perfectionism feeling, because that is what stops you, especially in branding and marketing and life in general. You will never post if you're waiting for something to be perfect, because we all know perfection doesn't exist anyways. So you're just wasting time, you're just self-sabotaging. My final tip, as you start to explore the storytelling industry of marketing, I want you to remember to borrow inspiration from other industries. This is truly what made Nominal what it was, because I come from a background, and you all come from a background that is it is an aggregation of something that nobody else can replicate, right? Someone might be into the gym and supplements and shoes and so on and so forth, and they know a little bit about camera work, and they're also really knowledgeable about like Islamic history. That concoction, the probability of somebody else having the exact same concoction of your skill sets and your life experiences are pretty much zero. We are all unique beings for that reason. So when I entered Nominal, I had a background of I majored in creative writing, I minored in film, I loved wrestling growing up, like WWE, like that medium of entertainment was very unique for me, because I was like, that's like half a sport, but it's also kind of a play, but it's also like a movie and a TV show. It's like very interesting how that is like written and conveyed. And then I also loved stand-up comedy. I also loved movies. And I concocted that aggregation of traits and skill sets and brought it into marketing. And that's why when we did our Anarchy video or any Eat Sale video, people would be commenting like, why is this so dramatic? Like, why, the jewelry is just 40% off, like, why does it feel like a movie trailer? Why are you guys using like the Godzilla soundtrack, you know? And I was like, just because it's fun. Have fun. Borrow inspiration from other industries and then bring it to yours. We've had mentors of ours, for example, that are in the teeth whitening space, but they designed their packaging. They definitely didn't learn it from Crest and Colgate, who haven't innovated since 1912. They borrowed it from Dior's lipstick. So they went to an adjacent industry. Who cares about whitening their teeth? Probably the people who are buying makeup. So they went to that industry, they borrowed the packaging there, they brought it to teeth whitening. What do you think that does to someone who's shopping teeth whitening? It'll blow their mind. They'll never have thought that you can dispense whitening foam onto your toothbrush from a stunning thing that you would only see from like a Naturium vitamin C serum, right? So if you want to truly bring uniqueness to your industry, borrow inspiration from industries that have nothing to do with you. Music and film, adjacent categories, and so on and so forth. I'm gonna leave it there because I feel like if I go any longer, I don't know, I'm either gonna get arrested or never invited again. So if you guys have any questions, I'm not sure if we have time for it, but I got a little from Ruba. So I'll wrap it up here. I hope that was helpful. I know it was a lot quicker than I wanted to go today, but I'll be around for the rest of the night. I'll be around at the VIP after party as well if you guys want to chat about marketing, mental health, self-image, whatever it is. I'm here to help wherever I can and provide value wherever I can. So I'll leave the floor open for questions until we literally get kicked out, but that'll be all for today. Thank you guys.
All right, so next up, we're gonna have Ahmed Al-Qadri perform his comedy set. Just give me like 2 minutes to like rally up people from outside. But we're gonna have Adham come up to open him. So, you know, Adham, you wanna just go up? All right, screw Adham, man. You're not even funny, bro. Just go home. Yeah, you wanna open for me. Okay, all right. Tonight, all right.
Yo, what's going on, guys? Clap it up for Ahmed, that earlier comedian. I said comedian. I said like an 8th comedian, what he just did. That was good. My favorite part is when he said perfectionism is shaitan. That I feel so validated right now. Because I've been churning in C- work my whole life. And it's worked out great. Wow, this is a great crowd, you know? Sold out room, don't look back. No, it's gonna be great to be performing with an airport speaker like that, you know. All right, so I love this kind of crowd, you know, this is my favorite type of crowd, half daisy, half asleep. You know, I think the pizza kind of got you heavy, but all right, we'll get started. People think I'm daisy all the time, you know. I was doing some shows in Alabama recently, could you believe that? Yeah, a bunch of people trying to figure out what country I'm from, you know. And classic, like I always do. You know, I was telling Alabama, I'm like, I know I look Daisy, but I'm actually Arab. I look like the 7-Eleven type of brown, I'm actually the 9/11 type of brown. I know I look like the but I'm actually the, you know. And then, to my surprise, I did that joke in Alabama, and they're like, hey, God dang it, that's educational. I'm learning new things, roll tide, sir. But I've actually been to India for the first time last year. Has anyone been to India? Yeah, Pakistan's, get them. No, I'm playing. No, I think I'm a British guy to like split you guys up. But yeah, no, I went to India, dude, I went to New Delhi, Red Fort Museum, and they had 2 lines. It was like local prices, 50 Indian rupees. Tourist prices, 950 Indian rupees. My friends, Adi and Drew, they're like, yo, Ahmed, you could pass for Indian. I seized that moment, I go, I'm an Indian today. I'll push my white friends over, I go, charge them extra. That one's British, get them. See, y'all know history, it's a great joke, I know. I go to the front of the line, I hand the guy 50 Indian rupees. The guy said something to me in Hindi. I didn't understand, I panicked, I just did this. And the guy responded with, and then gave me my ticket. You know, I went to my friends, I was like, was that racist what I just did? And my friend's audience were like, Ahmad, you pretending to be Indian to save money is the most Indian thing you can do. Yeah. And I was like, this is a great country. I'm gonna move when mines collapse eventually. You know. It probably is, you know. Islamophobia is on a rise, you know. It's kind of crazy. I wish Islamophobia was like Bitcoin. I'd be a millionaire, you know. Like you could just read a headline, you're like, Dearborn, Michigan, taken over by Sharia law. I'm like, sell now, you know. I even tell white people, I'm like, listen, Sharia or Sharia in Arabic just means law. So you're essentially saying law, okay. Actually, they have a point with that one, actually. You know, I posted some Facebook ads to promote some of my comedy shows, and it got flooded with Islamophobic comments. It was like, deport now, get out of this country. But there was like one comment that genuinely made me laugh. It was like, I can't tell if you're black or Muslim. Either way, I hate you. I was like, okay, that's funny. I have to respond to that one. I was like, as a black Muslim, you're not invited to the halal cookout. You know. So this is my kind of crowd. I like this. You guys are enjoying it. Let's talk about the Jews real quick. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, I just wanted to see what would happen. No, I'm not black or Muslim or a Desi. My parents from Yemen. Any Yemenis here? Cool. Sorry, they're too busy at the coffee shops right now. You know, it's either a coffee shop or a smoke shop. They gotta run, you know? Yeah, if you don't know where Yemen is, it's a country where Chandler escaped from Janice on the show Friends. Yeah, Yemen is south of Saudi Arabia. And the capital of Yemen is Dearborn, Michigan. Yeah, last time I went to Yemen was in 2013. Me and my brothers were playing soccer with our cousins. And every time we scored a goal, we would yell out, awesome, heck yeah, because English is our first language, you exclaiming that. My cousin wanted to fit in, he gets the soccer ball, he shoots, he scores, gets all excited, looks at us, he goes, yeah, akhi, good morning. And we all laughed and drank some goat's milk, it was a really good day, you know? Anybody, so no Yemenis here, dang it. Man, I went to, finally, one guy, Intamin Wayne, where are you from? Sana'a, nice. My mom is San'ani and my dad is Ta'zi, which is why I look Sudani. Yeah, that's nice. It was a very niche joke, thank you. He was so unimpressed, like the people, like the older uncles and aunties are like, yeah. That's fine. I'm proud of, I grew up here. I went to an Islamic school right here in Dallas. It was called Jihad Habibi Kubu Kubu. No, I'm just trying to wake y'all up at this point. You know? Now it was called Brighter Horizons Academy. Just what? What? Dude, it's a great school. Look how I turned out. Right? Class of 2011. What about you with the, what you raised? What, class of 2002? Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Bro, you look like Kratos with a dad bod. You know what I'm saying? Like you look intimidated, but then after the God of War, like just retired. Look up Kratos. It's a really good joke. You'll understand it, the reference. Yeah, bro. No, I was kind of a silly, like I wasn't the smartest kid. I have ADD, not diagnosed. TikTok told me. You know, and then we had to learn as kids. They go, heaven is under your mother's feet. Treat her well. Heaven is under your mother's feet. But I misunderstood it, and I took it as a blessing when my mom hit me with a sandal. I was like, thank you. You know, anybody else got hit as kids? I was waiting, literally 2. The rest of y'all are liars. Yeah, thank you, honest people. Is it because y'all thought I would? By the way, this is the opposite of a comedy club. I could see every single one of y'all's faces. You know what I mean? Like, half of y'all are like this. Say, thank you, the 2 honest people. What'd you guys get hit with? I'm trying to trauma bond here. I'm trying to connect right here with you guys together. I got 15 more minutes. You guys are stuck with me, so you might as well just join in on this ride, all right? What'd you get hit with, sir? The roller for the chapati? Oh my God. Okay, that makes sense, bro. Oh my God. By the way, if you wear a tighter shirt than that, you're gonna suffocate. My God. Bro, you're jacked. Yeah, he's like, thank you. I appreciate you for being honest and talking to me. I appreciate it. Bro, you look like you make lo-fi beats that students listen to. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, thank you for talking. How old are you? I mean, you're 18. Nice, nice. You're in high school? Sorry, I almost said something that was gonna be way too edgy. All right, dude, that's awesome. What school do you go to? Imagine? It's a charter school in McKinney? What? Is it like a Pixar thing? Like, is it like a Disney, you know, like, it's all about imagination. Nice. Do you imagine your diploma? Is that what's going on? Nice. Well, best of luck on you, bro. What's your name? Aiden? Single mom, huh? I'm kidding. Okay, never mind. All right, well, don't worry. You should come to my comedy club show tonight. That joke would hit, actually. Nice. Aiden. What's your, brown name, though? Your name is Aiden Muhammad? Yeah, bro. What? Your parents did... Hold on. Pause. What? Where are your parents from?
South India,
Kerala. Oh, yeah, I've been there. Yeah, nice. It was dope. Got a lot of deals. I was straight up, do you know, I was in Kochi, they have a place called Jewtown. I swear to God. If you thought the haggling in North India was bad, it was way worse in South India. Appreciate it. Well, thank you for talking to me. I know I just met you today, but I feel like my whole life I've been proud of you. Imagine that. All right. Thank you. No, I'm just kidding. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, getting hit as kids, huh? Alright, I got hit as kids too. Okay, I have another question. My brothers, they do gentle parenting. What do you guys think of that? I knew I said it in front of a broad crowd. Boo! I get it, you know? If you don't want your child to bite you, bite them back. I get it. Right? My brothers, they do gentle parenting and now their kids have no respect for them. Swear to God, right. At one point, I went to visit my family. My niece, Noor, she takes my mom's phone and just walks away. And my mom was like, please give it back. She goes, no, and keeps walking. I know, troublesome kid. My mom, she's an old lady. She gets up, puts on her sandals. I'm like, oh, damn. She's about to learn discipline. But to my surprise, my mother goes up to her. She goes, Noor, please. I asked nicely, who is this lady? And she's like, Noor, please, I'm in the back. Hit her! Hit her! Y'all, it was the same energy when we saw Mike Tyson fight Jake Paul. You know, I'm like, what are you doing? I went to my mom, I'm like, you lost your spark, lady. And she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, whatever happened to a good, somebody, you know? My mom looked me dead in the eye. I never hit you. Messed me up. I had to call my therapist. I go, Patricia, she's gaslighting me again. My mom's behind me like, gaslighting is not the real thing, Hamid. I'm fighting through tears. I'm like, your powers won't work on me anymore, lady. You know, my dad was kind of scary too sometimes. Here's the thing, this is only the 2 Yemeni people will understand. Yemeni dads, when they're mad at you, they'll say the last word you said and then say ummak right after. right? Which means your mother. I like come home, my dad's like, where were you? I was like, I was at the library. He goes, library, oh muck. I'm like, no, bro, I had to study. He goes, study, oh muck. My dad was a very funny guy too, very funny guy. Like, we were a very small Yemeni family, 6 kids. And people used to go, they're like, wow, you have 6 kids? And my dad goes, yes, the hospital had a deal, buy one, get one free. He was like doing an eyebrow thing to try to sell you the joke, you know? Colorism is really big in our family, you know? Like, I was darker than all my brothers, so to make, light out of the situation, no pun intended. My dad used to introduce me to his friends like this. This one was born at nighttime. Yeah. No, I can't do the last joke. No, that's too late. Y'all want me to do the last one? Nah, that's too late. You want me to do it? I'm seeing 1 no and multiple yeses. Do it? Alright, yeah, I'm gonna do it. Alright, might as well double down at this point, right? Okay, so my dad was a very tall Yemeni, 5'6". And me and my brothers, we're like 5'11", 6'2" on Tinder, 6'4" on Minder, and and people, this is true, people used to go to my dad, they're like, oh, Tariq, mashallah, your sons are so tall, but you're so short. And my dad goes, Habibi, some people grow like this, other people grow like that. Listen, to the people growing, my dad's funnier than you. Just saying, all right? The tallest dude lying down, what a legend, bro. Yeah, bro. One time I was doing some shows in Minneapolis, and and this lady, she was wearing like a full niqab, full burqa, right? If she was car insurance, full coverage. And she was like sitting in the dark corner behind the camera, and she comes up to me and she was like, hey, can you make sure I'm not shown on camera? I was like, lady, I think you're good. And here's the thing, I could joke like that, because growing up in Dallas, Texas, my mom, she wore the niqab my whole life. And we always protected that. We were proud of that. Because we were at GameStop one day, we were looking at games, and when it came to buying the games, the guy was ringing us up, and the guy was like, I just have to ask, are you guys okay with your mom dressing like that? Right. And me and my brothers were like, she's a ninja. We're Japanese. And the guy was confused, like, what? And then my mom gets back in, she's like, you guys are taking so long. She throws her sandal, it starts spinning. And it hits all of us in the head and back at her. And the guy was like, oh my God, they are Japanese. Scariest moment of my life, I once snuck out of the house to watch the midnight showing of Spider-Man 3. Remember that, Tobey Maguire? I went to go watch Spider-Man 3, it was like a midnight show. I get out of the movie theater, it's like 2:30 a.m., right? At that point, I check my phone, it's like 37 missed calls. It's from my dad. Yeah, and I'm like scared, my heart's pounding. And I'm like, oh, I gotta run. And I get home, I'm like, Baba, I'm on my way. I'm scared, run to my room, I just see a silhouette of my father. And my dad's like, you know what you did? I was like, I snuck out of the house, I'm so sorry, I'm never gonna do that. And he was like, Ahmed, you left the window open. I was like scared and confused, and he was like, where were you? I was like, I went to go watch Spider-Man. He goes, Spider-Man, monk. Okay, y'all dip down on that one. We'll go back to June, it's your last fight. Anyways, no, I can't do that joke. No, dude, I cannot. I'm not trying to get in trouble here. Try to get, huh? Okay, the guy who hired me is telling me to do the joke. So I'm gonna do the joke. All right. Was that my mom? No, never mind. Anyways. They're really sneaky ninjas, bro, I'm telling you. You couldn't even see them coming. It was crazy. But anyways, here's the thing. Like, in Yemeni culture, everybody gets married early, My brothers, Abdurrahman got married at 22. My brother Hamza at 24. I'm 32, and I have dreams. And I used to jump while doing the joke, but I can't do it anymore. I'm getting old. You know, I mean, this morning I farted and blew out my back. You know. Anyway, so like, here's the thing. I'm not married yet, and because of that, my mom and dad were concerned that I might be gay. And to the Muslims, I know I'm not gay because being gay is a choice and I choose heaven. That's what you guys wanted? Wow! I should have just leaned in on the homophobia. Anyways, dude, one time I did that joke in Dearborn, Michigan, they were like, Allahu Akbar! Anyways, here's the thing, English is my mom's second language, so she thought the opposite of straight was tall, not gay. So before I left Texas, my mom came up to me, she was like, Ahmed, be honest, are you tall? Allah's watching, are you tall? I didn't catch that she meant gay, I was like, yeah, I'm tall. I had my doubts, but Mom, I'm taller than most guys I meet. She was sad, she's like, I'm really tall, I'm only like 5'11", 6'2" on Tinder. And then she was like, so sad. And then she was like, how did this happen? I'm like, you made me this way. You said your father was the tallest man in his village. Then she threw a sandal at me because that's like the brown mother cure for everything, you know? Like, my son is gay. My daughter is fat. Bounce off my shoulder. I was like, oh no, I'm short, Mom, I'm short, you know? My dad was concerned too. He was like, Ahmed, you don't want to get married? Are you gay? I was like, no, Bob, I'm straight, but I just have all these trust issues. And I'm currently going to therapy, working on myself before I fully commit to someone. My dad goes, that's pretty gay. I should have just leaned in on homophobia. You know what I'm saying? In a bright room, like all y'all's faces, it's like a rainbow, just like. Attack, are you like a Mossad agent or something? No, you're good. What's your name? Wasim? Yeah, I could tell because you're handsome. Wasim in Arabic means handsome. Okay, all right. Are you Arab? You're Pakistan. Pakistan's in Devon. I sacrificed my whole life in Pakistan. Great. Yeah. Pilot, right? Nice. What do you do? You work in sports? Like is he trying to like, it's like a fun way of saying unemployed. Like, I run a fantasy football league, actually. Nice. Well, things are you enjoying the show? Yeah, did you do some networking? I appreciate it. I network too. I'm an extrovert. Any other extroverts here? One person, cool. 2 people, cool. Hey, introverts, let's loosen up, okay? All it takes is 4 of us. We'll turn this whole place into, like, this will be a real networking event. I swear to God. Lock the doors. We got some handshaking to do. Dude, I'm so extroverted, I prefer the middle seat of the plane. Like, ladies and gentlemen, on an airplane, I'm what you call a social terrorist. You know, you see my face towards your row, guy in the window seat, it's like, oh my God. He might try to hijack this plane and kill us all. And I sit next to him like, oh my God, the weather is amazing. We're gonna have a safe flight. And the guy's like, oh no, it's worse. He's gonna want small talk. You know, I look to my left, I'm like, I also have a Patagonia sweater. Best friend alert. It's your first time flying in New York City, the guy cuts me off, he's like, please just blow up this plane. I'm an air marshal, take my gun. We could do this together, sir. I don't want small talk. Dude, I'll level with you guys. I'm an extrovert with social anxiety. So I'll be the life of the party and then go home and regret everything I just did. Right? You come back from the party, your phone's blowing up like, dude, you're awesome, thanks for coming. But I'm in the bathroom in front of the mirror, I'm like, you talk too much. We said we're gonna be better listeners, Ahmed. And I get mean too. I'm like, this is why you have 100 friends but 0 best friends. Like, I heard on. I figured this out. You guys are an empathetic crowd. That's what's going on. Like all night, all day watching me, you guys are like this. Like golf clubs. Next joke. You got 5 minutes, Ahmed. All right. Okay, I'm gonna do one more joke and then get out of here. Or make an announcement? Oh, dude, I love this during sets. Sweet. Okay, yeah. This is the best announcement ever. Hey guys, there's like a panel that's called Trust Wills and Marriage Contracts. Right? There you go. So if you guys are getting married or about to get married, maybe divorced, inshallah, you know, it's gonna be on the other room, right across, right over there. Okay, cool. And I think in the back they said like funeral contracts, all the older people, you know, no, just like, no, that's messed up. That's messed up. Oh man. All right. Do you still need a paper? I'll keep it. Maybe I need it. You know. All right. I just love, my favorite is like some of y'all are like really enjoying this set and I'm like happy about it. Half of y'all are so unimpressed right now. Like that guy on the phone, he's just like, he's playing Brick Breaker, just chilling. Everyone with slick back hair, chilling, bro, straight out of a Bollywood set. You know, for you. I loved you on RRR, by the way. All right, so I gotta do one more set. One more joke and then get out of here. By the way, my Instagram is Ahmed Loves Bread. If y'all haven't heard of me, it's Ahmed Loves Bread. Follow me on Instagram. I actually have 2 shows tonight at Dallas Comedy Club. That's for the real stuff. I'm like a drug dealer when it comes to jokes. Yo, you want to hear the good stuff, dog? No, but I have 2 shows tonight and that one's fun too. But yeah, my Instagram's Ahmed Loves Bread. I have like stickers. And if you buy a t-shirt after a show, you become a purebred. At the end of the day, we're all breadwinners. It's called marketing. Ahmed, get back here and show them what marketing's about, bro. By the way, my favorite part about like your performance is like when you do that like silence, like, and then our website went down. Like it was like a TED Talk dramatic thing. It was good. That was like, damn, I was like, bro, you could be an actor, bro. Like, cause you have thick eyebrows, bro. So it's like, it's very expressive. If you move your eyebrows up and down, you'll fly away. That's how, that's how like, it's expressive. It's there, bro. Are you Egyptian or Syrian? Palestinian? My bad. My bad. Hey, I'm Yemeni, Demi Palestinian, bro. Yeah, no one understood that. How do you say, my blood is Palestinian, that's what I said. Okay, all right. No one, unimpressed. Hey, no one cares about this one. I know. People, it's because half this room is sick of Palestine fundraisers at this point. But they're like, okay, I'll give you money. All right, dude. All right, I'll do this joke and then get out of here. This is a story of when I came out to my family as a comedian, and okay, I felt the energy just now. You guys were this close to be like, oh, I knew it. Seriously? You know, I'm not gay, I'm whimsical, dude. Just trying to frolic in the fields with my boys, dude. Oh, do you see those 4 guys? We're about to hold hands and skip. Skip down Independence, bro. Or Spring Creek, whatever. Is this what exit are we off? Yeah, Spring Creek. Anyways, like yellow shut up, Pride Parade. Let's go. That's fine. All right. And no, this is a true story. You know, for a long time, I was an accountant by day, comedian by night, and you know, as an accountant, I was just like, as soon as I got off work, I would go straight to the comedy clubs and I would just hustle. And I started not here, but like I started at like Hyenas, Addison, like that. Does it? Okay, no one knows what I'm talking about. But anyways. Except the 2 cool people. And I was struggling, I was like grinding hard, and I got accepted to this master's program at one point. When it came to signing up for my master's, I was like, I don't want to be an accountant for the rest of my life. I'd be miserable. Didn't tell my parents yet. And it was June 18, 2017. It was my birthday, and it was also Father's Day. My mom makes me a cake, she makes my dad a cake. And my mom makes an announcement. She goes, Ahmed Habibi, we're very proud of you. You graduated a year early, about to start your master's soon. We found you a nice woman in Yemen. We want you to meet her. You see where this is going. Yeah, we want you to meet her to potentially marry her. I was like, no, mama, not trying to get married. I'm not gonna meet her. Room, dead silence, just like now. My brothers were like, oh, he's about to learn discipline. My dad mentally checked out. My dad pulled out his phone and was like, the weather app is crazy. Y'all seen the weather app? And my mom was like fuming. She was like, Ahmed, what do you mean? I'm like, I'm moving to LA. She's like, did you find a job in LA? I go, no. She was like, what about master's program? I was like, I rejected master's program. She's like, Ahmed, why are you moving to LA? You could see the children of immigrants in the room because you guys were like, and then what happened? You died, right? Here's the thing, immigrant moms will yell in their native tongue, but they'll say one phrase in English just to get the point across. Because my mom very upset, she's like, Ahmed, انت قدك رجال ومعك شغل بعدين انت تروح بنفسك حالة حالك. Ahmed, you're not even funny. Dude, my brothers were like, it was like Jerry Springer. My brothers were dancing. My dad snaps out, he goes, stand up, ummak. You know, anyways, that's the end of my set. You guys had fun? Is that energy? Go follow me on Instagram. The lady on if you're on your phones, follow me on Instagram. If y'all don't buy tickets to comedy shows, don't follow me. And but for real, thank y'all so much for having me. You guys, this is a great event. Tell all your friends about it. Inshallah, they're gonna have this next year, and hopefully they'll have Bassem Youssef. Hey, honestly, straight up, $50, I'll give you his cell number. Straight up. That's marketing. Anybody? All right. Keep it going for that time, everybody. Keep it going for all the speakers you've seen tonight. And Ahmed,
Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna announce the winner of the raffle. It is Ishal Farhan. We have Ishal Farhan here. Maybe she's in the other panel, so we'll find her. If not, we'll have to draw another one. So that's been kind of the set for the main stage. Thank you for all that's attended. We do have the marriage and will panel. We'd love to have you all there. So we're all gonna head there for now, and then we're gonna announce the happy hour from there.
Amreen Farhan for the raffle winner. Amreen Farhan. Is she here? Okay.
All right, guys, so we have our last workshop in the other room, and you can grab drinks from Halal Fizz as well. So Halal Fizz, mocktail hour, plus the last panel. Okay? Marriage, wills, trusts. Right? Those things are very important. Marriage is tough. Should I get a prenup or not? Maybe you should. Divorces are crazy. I don't know. Check it out.
You say of course?
Huh?
You said of course?
I said post now.
Oh yeah.
Because then you forget.
Really? They immediately do it at Oxford? Oh, really? Oh, I would have loved to do that. That would have been amazing. I will. I come ever so often. Can you give me your card? Yeah. Text me so I have your. Yes. Well, I do. Yeah. Exactly. So nice to meet you. This is my dad. Hi, Malika. Nice to meet you. I'm Maria. Nice to meet you. You're a business owner as well. Very inspiring daughter. Oh, that's cute. Thank you. Okay, so this is my stuff. Are you sticking this is like most recent piece of art. This is like I might come like to the fashion week. Oh. No, it's textured. It's textured art. So it's like yeah. Yeah, I love his you have them? I haven't had his. I need to try them. He gave us creatine. I just have to give you the thing and then cut out. Oh, okay. Are you cutting it off? Yes. Okay. Well, it was so nice meeting you. I'll be after for a couple of days. Yeah, I'll be there. Get the rest of my stuff.
Yeah, so this gold plated jewelry, this is kind of the things I sell.
We have so many people in common. So, oh my god, all of the like. You were never there?
I took a picture.
Oh wow. For what? Oh, she's related to my aunt, but like on her other side of the family. No way, what a small world. Yeah.
There's a lot of like
Oh, no, are you going to introduce? Oh, right now?
Yeah, you'll meet a lot of people. Like, it's really nice.
Yeah.
Very welcoming.
Oh my god, I'm excited to meet you. He's very picky. Okay, I'm sure you're gonna love it. I like get nervous. They come over for dinner.
I bought her last year, and I bought like a movie, and I brought all my friends. Yeah, it was right outside. And I remember I went and like told my friends, like, hey, this is what I bought, and they were like, where did you get this from? I'm like, come, I'll take you. So I brought all my friends to her booth, and then after that, I feel like we just kept like seeing each other a lot. But I think like we should get it. I mean, all the massages are looking for people who can like film content for them, and like they already have media teams, but you can like you can freelance and like join those communities. Oh yeah. Do you know I already have ideas for myself and how I can collaborate with you because
There's
I am
difference
really
between
bad
being
at
able to talk about it and roundabout way, and then having it
It is a
structured.
very like narrative.
When I try to do it in a
type of
structured
art
way,
that I make,
I'll start from
and I
there.
feel like I need to talk about it for people to really come to that understanding of how my art
Exactly.
can like fulfill their space. So yeah, that would be awesome.
Like
Yeah,
how
it was
he
nice
was
meeting
doing
you.
storytelling,
Take care.
and he did it all from memory. If I was to do something like that, I'll forget 30, 40 times.
He's good at it.
I won't be able to do it. He needs leverage possible.
So I'm so old for this. What are you talking about? Girl, you can tell there was 2 kids that came out of here, okay? No way. Not dead.
Yeah.
Look at that. This guy is like,
I don't know if he does that, but I don't know how
Yeah. Yeah.
so he is like getting a lot of like traction, but that's like 1,200 stands and like saves and all of that. That's great numbers. He just needs to like monetize from it.
As long as you know your content and
it means
then it doesn't matter what word you use. You can
actually, you know
recycle
what?
words, but
I'm on the fence after brand.
it's the same because if you're just keep going in roundabout way, you go from one point to another. Yeah, but husbands. But like if I talk to her, I'll tell you from beginning, middle, end, and I don't go back and forth because that loses a person's interest. That's not just a man to a woman or woman to a man.
So I love her as an influencer, but I don't think she's like and then my other egg recently somebody had posted like listen to everything she said and it's like really like one post and I'm like it's driving me crazy. She's whitewashed everything to a point where she's like, Nancy Myers, no, we don't need Nancy Myers. It could literally be like Nancy a drum. You know, she's like a Muslim. Why would we want Nancy Myers? Yeah. And I think like even like the Bangladeshi people are very like she is a very super I think my last straw for her was when she went to the White House for the Diwali party, and I'm like literally everybody was here, all the Muslim bloggers going public, she sent out a statement, and you're over there like going to the White House Eid party. Yeah. Was it? No. Yeah. She didn't have. Was it this year or last year? I don't